Chapter 8, 26 Qualities of a Beast Rider. VS watched on as many different mech pilots stepped up to be judged by Kalangso. The sacred god regained some of her imperiousness the last few days. No longer did she radiate the impression of a defeated, wounded beast. Instead, she gave people the impression that she was a queen among beasts, a mighty god with the power to look down on mortals like VS and other humans. Various female Vandal mech pilots stepped up to talk or convince Kalangso to pick them as her beast rider. Some found the experience to be daunting, to the point where their knees started to shake in their piloting suits. Others exhibited the senseless courage of a calf unafraid of the tiger. VS looked deeply into their eyes and saw that they didn't look at Kalangso with respect. As a sacred god defeated by a single combined explosion, her defeat had been ignoble and without honor. One might say that she fell too easily against the might of the Vandals. Yet a sacred god was still a sacred god. VS always considered her as an anthropomorphized form of an ace mech. To a mech designer, ace mechs were wholly machines and masterpieces of mech engineering. Therefore, a mech pilot that saw Kalangso as a tool and a vehicle of their own ascension wouldn't be a good partner for her. The partnership between the sacred god and her rider at least had to contain mutual respect. "Your minute is up. Get out," VS spoke to the latest failed mech pilot. These female mech pilots mostly attempted to try their luck. They lacked confidence in themselves, and they also possessed a couple of bad habits. The foremost among them was that they didn't truly care about the mechs they piloted. VS noticed that those who followed this pattern of behavior extended it to their approach of Kalangso. VS quietly shook his head. How can mech pilots be so careless about the tools they stake their lives upon? Through his experience in servicing and repairing the mechs of Walter's Whalers and the Flagrant Vandals, he gradually came to know that a portion of mech pilots didn't treat their mechs with the care and attention they ought to deserve. Even though the mech academies constantly espouse on this point, those who graduate to become mech pilots don't always stick to those lessons. They're not responsible for the condition of the mechs at the end of the day. If they break something, the mech technicians will clean up their messes. A mech pilot's training encompassed so many subjects that took more than a couple of lifetimes to master that they didn't have time to appreciate the mechanics behind mechs. They were purely consumers of mechs. As for maintaining them, that was left to the mech technicians and mech designers. No matter how many times the sloppy mech pilots slipped up, the techs behind the scenes always came forward to wipe their butts. Unfortunately, this mentality of putting the mech pilot before the mech backfired in their attempts to rouse Kalangso's interest. A mech was an unthinking object despite its considerable data processing capabilities, and would never react if a mech pilot put it through considerable abuse. A sacred god differed from a mech in that they could think. Kalangso had her own feelings and thoughts. Not only did her beast riders need to show her the respect that she earned, they also had to be compatible. Looking at all the mech pilots that strode forth, VS found himself mentally shaking his head as he studied their temperament. From their body language and expressions alone, he could instantly tell that Kalangso would never agree to partner up with these kind of mech pilots. It had always been the mech pilot, or their superiors choosing which mechs they should pilot. Even expert pilots couldn't escape this fate, as the mech designer in charge of developing their expert mechs mainly adhered to their own preferences and design philosophy when tailoring them to their customers. Right now this rule had been turned upside down, and too many mech pilots failed to adjust their mentality. Maybe I should have said more words to Jimmy. Those who did seem to make a serious attempt at appealing to Kalangso didn't do so with their true personalities. Their facetious attitudes and disingenuous interactions repelled both VS and Kalangso. It was strange for him to be able to be so insightful. His current level of observation shouldn't have been so good. Why did he feel as if he and Kalangso looked at the mech pilots in the same way? Your time is over. Next! He shouldn't get distracted by irrelevant thoughts. Right now, the Vandals and Sword Maidens needed to present at least one decent mech pilot each that might work well with Kalangso. Unfortunately, his wish didn't come true. By the time that all of the eligible Vandal mech pilots passed through the selection process, Kalangso hadn't seen fit to select a single one of them. They all possessed a deficiency or two that disqualified them in her eyes. Maybe the Sword Maidens will be better. VS still lamented about the awful quality of the Vandal mech pilots. He figured that anyone half-decent already promoted to the officer level. The Sword Maiden mech pilots that stepped up came in much greater quantity, as Lydia's Sword Maidens essentially consisted entirely of female mech pilots. In a profession skewed towards men, this gave the pirate outfit a lot more chances to succeed. Step forward and make your appeals. You have 1 minute, just like the Vandals. If you haven't earned Kalangso's interest in that time, you'll never be able to, it no matter how much time is allotted to you. The first Sword Maiden strode forward with confidence. VS could have read a brief profile of her with the datapad in his gasp, but his unusually perceptive eyes already took in her personality. Firm, unyielding, disciplined, hardworking, courageous. Every Sword Maiden mech pilot possessed these traits. As women who survived a harsh elite training regime, they had all been ingrained with solid values from their trainers. The martial culture of the Sword Maidens also became ingrained within their bones. Whenever the Vandals encountered a Sword Maiden mech pilot, they unconsciously felt as if they met a warrior to the core. They lived and breathed combat in their every waking moment. Yet, the indoctrination they went through also molded them into a single form. A training regime meant to produce the perfect warrior stripped out many parts of their individuality that didn't contribute to their combat strength. These Sword Maidens were strong. Yet what they gained in strength, they lost in other areas. Naturally, the Sword Maidens showed no awareness of the traits they lost. Perhaps half the Sword Maidens didn't possess any hobbies other than practicing their piloting and swordsmanship skills. That was far too one-dimensional in the eyes of VS. A worthy partner for Kalangso had to be more than a simple brute who only knew how to fight and train. Time is up. Get off the stage. Some of the Sword Maidens couldn't believe that they failed in attracting Kalangso's interest. They were so confident of their chances and thought themselves so highly that they couldn't conceive of a reason why the big beast only opened its eyelids for a few seconds before shutting them off. When the next one stepped up, this one appeared a bit more different. This Sword Maiden gazed at Kalangso as if she was itching to draw out her great sword for a duel. A hunter. This Sword Maiden hunted exabeasts for a hobby, so much so that she couldn't disassociate Kalangso as one of her many preys. VS could already tell that Kalangso wouldn't be pleased with partnering up with a human who saw her as an animal to be butchered during a ritual hunt. 1 minute is up. Make way for the next mech pilot. All the subsequent Sword Maiden mech pilots that strode up fell into a limited set of boxes. The Sword Maidens truly had much to be proud of, but a great mech pilot didn't necessarily make for a great beast rider. A mech couldn't think for itself in ordinary circumstances. An exabeast was wholly different. If only the Sword Maidens weren't so stiff, then they'd be able to present a much more attractive to Kalangso. That's enough time. Best let your fellow sisters have a try. I refuse. One of the Sword Maidens surprisingly burst out. I'm not afraid of this big lizard. I've eaten plenty of god meat. This beast needs to be taught a lesson. VS threw his mind out of his idle speculations and looked at the Sword Maiden mech pilot with a critical expression. Kalangso doesn't care. You better step away before she gets mad. I'm not responsible for what happens if you do something to provoke the sacred god. Whose side are you on? I'm trying to save your life. This is a sacred god you're challenging? Are you insane? Fear is an impediment. The Sword Maiden cried and unsheathed her great sword from her floating scabbard. If talking doesn't work, then have a taste of my sword. As much as VS wanted to see this arrogant Sword Maiden getting munched between Kalankso's jaws, the flagrant Sword Maidens couldn't afford to lose a mech pilot. Every one of them was precious, and if they died, they should at least perish on the battlefield. As the Sword Maiden idiotically stepped forward with her menacing sword raised upright, VS simply drew out his backup laser pistol and fired on the deck just before her feet. Halt! Go no further! You don't know what you're doing. I'm warning you, don't come closer. As VS stared straight into the Sword Maiden's eyes, he didn't back down at all. Even though the mech pilot killed many beasts and men throughout her time with the Sword Maidens, the steel that VS displayed slightly took her aback. This mech designer didn't take no for an answer. Through his unrelenting stare, the Sword Maiden couldn't decide whether to continue forward or back off. Sword Maidens generally never backed off when challenged. Even if they lost, they needed to show their dignity. Just as the Sword Maiden took a step forward, the lazy excuses of security officers who kept the crowd in line finally handled the situation. One of them simply fired the electrorod mounted on his shoulder armor, zapping the recalcitrant pirate with a paralyzing dose of electricity. Her body instantly dropped. If she wore something better than a piloting suit and armed herself with something other than a sword, then she might have been able to deal some actual damage. Just like with mechs, a sword meant nothing if the wielder didn't possess any resilience against ranged attacks. After the Sword Maidens witnessed one of their sister taken out so ignobly, the remainder of the Sword Maiden mech pilots behaved honestly. Sadly, none of the Sword Maiden mech pilots managed to rouse Kalankso's interest. Each of them possessed the same kind of faults. Too focused on their warrior training. Too martially minded. Too contemptuous of exobeasts. Too aggressive and muscle-brained. VS expected better from the Sword Maidens. He thought that at least a portion of them would have been a shoo-in for partnering up with Kalankso. Yet he realized that he only based his expectations on impressions from afar. What the Sword Maidens showed in public in the view of the Vandals only represented a portion of their inner qualities. No more? There are no further Sword Maiden mech pilots on the schedule. The selection process failed. Out of hundreds of female mech pilots, not a single one of them appealed to Kalankso. VS frowned deeply. Was Kalankso too picky? Did she even put some serious effort into evaluating the mech pilots, or did she refuse to engage them because they were the enemy? From what VS observed of the mech pilots that stepped forth, none of them deserved a second chance. Repeating this selection process tomorrow wouldn't yield a different result. The Beast Rider project needed to let loose some of their restrictions and expand their pool of viable Beast Riders. We'll have to consider the officers, he concluded helplessly. Chapter 827 The Two Champions. The selection process ended without a single pick. The Beast Rider project received a lot of criticism. Why didn't the mech pilots receive more time to make their case? Why couldn't they prod Kalankso into making up her mind? Some even cursed Kalankso directly for being an uncooperative beast. Was she even sentient, or did all of the eggheads overestimate her intelligence? The giant chamber built around Kalankso seemed much emptier now that he mech pilots, and most of the researcher left. The few people around mainly consisted of exobiologists in charge of studying Kalankso's body properties and helping her heal her wounds. While grievous, her wounds made remarkable strides in recovering. Much of her recovery came through her own body's remarkable capacity for recovery. Any god species underwent numerous battles for dominance and survival as they grew for hundreds of years. If they couldn't recover from a difficult battle, then none of the god species would have been able to make it past 100 years. The most the Vandal exobiologists accomplished at this stage was to accelerate her healing by a small amount. They treated infections, cut out diseased portions of flesh, and treated irradiated portions with anti-rad treatments. The more Kalanxo improved in health, the less irritable she became. She remained awake for quite a bit longer, though she usually spent her time staring at the walls and the humans buzzing about her giant form. "I'm sorry none of our mech pilots appealed to you. I didn't expect their quality to be so bad," he apologized to Kalanxo. He felt no apprehension at talking to a formidable sacred god. Instead, he felt just as exasperated. "I'll find better candidates for you. There are better vandals and sword maidens among us. You don't have to be lonely for long." Kalanxo released a soft roar in response. Despite the unintelligible nature of the roar, VS made an educated guess about the meaning behind the sound. "Don't be like that. Commander Lydia and Captain Bird won't feel reassured if you are left without partners who can understand what is going on in your mind. We'll chop you up for god meat hamburgers if you remain too stubborn, you know." This time, Kalanxo released an aggressive roar at VS. It came so ferociously that VS almost bowled over due to the wind and the awful smell released from her maw. Some of the researchers even became alarmed, thinking that the exobeast might snap from some provocation. "Nothing's wrong, guys. Go back to work," VS called back to the gawking onlookers. He ignored their attention and turned back to the sacred god. "As for you, don't give me that attitude. I know that sacred gods like you are used to doing what you want, but you're not in an ancient city anymore. We come from across the stars, and we descended on this world to complete a very arduous mission. Whether we manage to gain your cooperation or not isn't as vital as you think." He attempted to give Kalanxo some perspective. If she remained stubborn to her exacting ways and kept refusing the mech pilots they served up, then her usefulness came to an end. No matter how much her defensive powers assisted the Vandals, if the flagrant sword maidens couldn't control her, then they might be inviting disaster upon themselves. For example, Kalanxo merely had to retract her space barrier at a critical moment in order to let those sheltering underneath take the brunt of enemy fire. While pairing her up with a couple of beast riders wouldn't prevent this problem, it at least allowed the humans to keep tabs the sacred god. VS found it to be a rather novel experience. It was as if the flagrant sword maidens got their hands on an amazingly powerful mech, but feared being led to their doom its decisions and actions. A mech should always benefit their owners. Even though VS hadn't entirely followed this basic principle, he still carved it in his heart. At least in ordinary circumstances, a mech should never be a liability or a double-edged sword. After some time, Kalanxo released a reluctant-sounded roar. "I'm glad you came to your senses. For better or worse, your time with Samar is over. Your service with the Vandals and the Sword Maidens is just beginning. What happened in the past is over and done. Rather than keep lamenting on what you lost, try and look forward and think of the future. As long as you prove to be cooperative and helpful to us, it's not out of the question for us to strengthen you. We've recovered a lot of god crystals, you know. Perhaps our exobiologists figure out how to embed additional ones into your hide." The amount of god crystals a sacred god incorporated into its body was a direct marker of their strength and status. Those with the highest number of crystals could store up much more energy and dominate over the lessers endowed with fewer crystals. If VS spoke the truth, then Kalanxo might be able to rise from the ashes from her defeat. She quickly let out an enthusiastic roar. "That's the spirit," VS smiled. "We're not all that bad. If your mate hadn't decided to attack us, then we wouldn't have been forced to defend ourselves. We initially approached the ancient city of Samar because we wanted to trade. There's no reason why we can't make a different transaction between ourselves." Kalanxo responded with a neutral-sounding roar. VS felt as if he came to a verbal accord with Kalanxo. "Well, I'll go off and fetch your candidates. I already have the people in mind." he exited the chamber with firm destinations in mind. While he still remained in this strangely perceptive state, he wanted to approach the possible candidates instead of letting them come to Kalangso. They'd only be wasting their time if they brought her more unworthy mech pilots. Due to the distance, VS had to ride a fast transport back to the camp. Once there, he accessed the records and found the location of the first mech pilot in mind. He went through the camp and came to what looked like a bar. Ignoring the revelry and chatter, VS strode across the drinking men and women and came across his target. Captain Orphan? Huh? VS? What do you want? Do you want to become a beast rider? It took her 3 seconds to process the request. Aren't mech officers supposed to be barred from trying? Kalangso is pickier than we thought. None of the mech pilots shown so far are worthy in her eyes. Do you think you can do better? Heck yeah! I'm one of the best mech pilots in the Vandals. He knew it didn't take much convincing to gain Captain Orphan's cooperation. As he looked at her tipsy form, he initially didn't think she qualified. However, despite her faults, she was a supremely confident mech pilot who possessed an actual personality, as opposed to the rigid cookie-cutter sword maidens. As someone who made it to the rank of captain, she also possessed a lot of leadership experience, and while VS wouldn't call her a good leader by any means, at least she possessed the minimum chops to be regarded as one. In any case, many Vandals looked up to her, making her used to the attention she received. The final criteria that made her worthy in his eyes was that she had actually dueled a sacred god and even won. Having faced a sacred god in battle, Captain Orphan gained a unique appreciation of the beasts, and knew firsthand how powerful and dangerous they might be. The duel had also taught her that they could be defeated as long as she was strong enough. Once he gained her agreement, VS pulled her out of the bar and crossed over to the Sword Maiden's side of the camp. After a round of asking for directions, they came to one of the mech stables and found Lieutenant Dice watching over her swordsman Mech. The same reasons that made Captain Orphan somewhat suitable also applied to Lieutenant Dice of the Sword Maiden. More than the Vandal mech captain, Dice appreciated the power of the sacred gods the most. The only complication with regards to Lieutenant Dice was that she was one of those ex-beast hunting fanatics among the Sword Maidens. VS hoped that her quick defeat at the hands of Hokaz, the tyrant of the wastes, instilled her with enough humility to avoid regarding Kalangso as prey. Lieutenant Dice, I've come to extend an invitation to you. Would you like the opportunity to ride a beast? I'm in, she replied without hesitation. VS didn't need to hear anything else. Every mech pilot dreamed of riding atop a majestic beast like Kalangso. He brought the 2 officers back to a fast transport that conveyed them to the holding chamber. During the trip, he briefed the mech officers on their conduct. He knew what Kalangso looked out for, and freely shared them to the 2 in order to maximize their chances of success. Kalangso wants partners who respect her and even fear her a little. That fear should not be strong to the point of paralyzing you. She wants to maintain a relationship of mutual respect, but with her as the senior partner and you 2 as the juniors. Don't regard her as a prisoner or a beast to be hunted. Do the 2 of you understand? I understand, Dice said. She seemed to be supremely confident in herself, and didn't feel the need to ask for tips. Captain Orphan seemed a little less secure now that she sobered up a bit. I don't know if I'm a good fit for the big girl. What if she doesn't like me? If she doesn't like you, then she doesn't like you. Just remain confident, and don't pretend you are someone you are not. She's as old as your grandmother's grandmother, and she's seen a lot of humans in her lifetime. There is nothing that can stay hidden in her view, so don't rack your brains over it. Be yourself and hope for the best. Once the fast transport arrived at the chamber, VS led Dice and Orphan through the security checks before they strode inside. The majestic form of Kalangso greeted him once again. No matter how many times he saw her body, he kept thinking back on how she radiated power like a sleeping dragon. This feeling only increased after she began to recover from her wounds. Even the two mech officers he brought looked impressed. The closer they approached Beast, the more they became affected by her divine aura. Kalangso opened up her eyes and seared her gaze towards the two mech officers. To their credit, either of them flinched. Both possessed undaunting courage and both faced sacred gods before. Remember, be respectful and be yourself, in that order. The final reminder served to suppress their sense of superiority that threatened to crop up in response to the sacred gods' challenging gaze. They needed to bow their heads a little instead of trying to outcompete the sacred god in a dominance game they were destined to lose. After they reached close enough, VS walked towards the side while the two mech officers tried to figure out what they should do. Hey Kalangso, I heard you need some company, Captain Orphan began. She began to run her mouth as if she was chatting with one of her comrades at the bar. Strangely enough, Kalangso appreciated Orphan's candor. There was something genuine and unpossessed about her conduct. VS did not see the usual rejection in Kalangso's eyes. Evidently, his perception steered him true. That's enough, Captain. Let Lieutenant Dice have her turn. When Lieutenant Dice stepped up, she acted with a little more restraint than she normally behaved. She began to regale some of the tales of her most thrilling hunts. The exact details didn't matter to Kalangso. What she truly cared about was Dice's courage in facing many different beasts in battle. Yet again, Kalangso showed interest. Both of the mech pilots that VS had brought had accomplished the one thing that hundreds of other mech pilots failed to do. They captured the sacred god's interest. Chapter 828 Connected. After half an hour of presenting themselves, Captain Orphan of the Vandals, Lieutenant Dice of the Sword Maidens both elicited a couple of minor roars from the giant form of Kalangso. While the roars didn't sound impressive, the mere fact that both of them managed to hold Kalangso's interest already served as an encouraging sign. What do you think, Kalangso? He asked her directly. Do you find these two worthy enough to allow them to partner up with you? She let out an ambiguous-sounding roar. Both Orphan and Dice frowned as they couldn't interpret the sound. Even Dice, an experienced beast hunter, couldn't interpret the meaning behind the roar. Every exobeast was a completely different alien species who evolved on separate planets. Despite sharing the same label, they differed vastly in traits, though they also had a lot of things in common due to convergent evolution. In Dice's experience, the sacred gods of Aeon Corona 7 possessed a thunderous, warbling roar that unsettled her every time she heard it at close proximity. Her entire bones shook at the low, guttural vibrations. It made her feel small and weak, yet it stirred her battle intent as well. She tried her best to repress those desires, keeping the warnings issued by VS in mind. Kalangso isn't displeased with the two of you, VS interpreted for the sacred god. That doesn't mean the two of you pass as of yet, but out of every mech pilot in our midst, you two stand the highest chance of getting accepted. So what now, kid? The two of you are still strangers to Kalangso. You need to spend some time with her and continue talking to her. Let her know you better so she has a deeper understanding of who you are. Treat it as a relationship and invest your emotions into building it up. As long as you are sincere, I'm sure Kalangso will come to accept you as her partner. Orphan and Dice looked disappointed that they hadn't been able to convince Kalangso to accept them right on the spot, but then they reminded themselves that others received a straightforward rejection. Only the two of them received the opportunity to spend more time with the sacred god. Captain Orphan quickly frowned after she thought of something. I have a lot of duties. I don't think Captain Bird will be pleased if I'm pulled away from leading my mech company. Lieutenant Dice shared the same concerns as well, though to a lesser degree. Well, it's either you two or no one. VS shrugged. I'll bring it up to Captain Bird and Commander Lydia. I think assigning you from your old post to allow you to become Kalankso's beast rider is a lot more attractive than leaving her unattended. After sending the two officers off, VS activated his comm and contacted both Commander Lydia and Captain Bird in a remote conference call. He briefly summarized how the selection process proceeded. While Lydia remained calm, Captain Bird looked irked. This isn't what you initially promised. We agreed that one of our low-ranking mech pilots should be in contention. Captain, I can't help it if Kalankso isn't willing to give them the time of her day. VS shrugged. She's not a mech that willingly lets everyone who enters her cockpit pilot her like a puppet. She only accepts those who are worthy of the honor to bond with her. As a proud sacred god and in second strongest of her old pantheon, do you really think she'd be content with accepting an average mech pilot? Still, there are better choices than Captain Orphan. Did Bird dislike the fact that Orphan scored such a significant opportunity? It was no secret that the two Vandal mech captains disliked each other. The chance of becoming a beast rider was an extremely unique opportunity. If Captain Bird managed to win Kalankso's approval, then she'd be able to add this to her record and enhance her stature even after she retired. Even if the Mech Corps classified everything that happened on Aeon Corona 7, she still had her memories to inflate her ego. And if some of the theories that VS and the exobiologists had come up with were true, then Captain Orphan might experience some drastic improvements in her physique and piloting skill. Just as the sacred god changed under the influence of their beast rider, so did the beast rider change under the influence of the sacred god. Therefore, what VS had done under his own initiative practically boosted Captain Orphan in every way imaginable. Look, ma'am, none of the other mech officers with the Vandals and the Sword Maidens have ever dueled a sacred god in a one-on-one duel. That alone accords them a critical measure of respect and recognition from Kalankso. Mortals who challenged the sacred gods and lived are the only humans that aren't forgettable in Kalankso's eyes. Unless you want to go off to Samar and challenge Palanan and his subordinates for another set of duels, Captain Orphan is all you have among the Vandals. Commander Lydia nodded her head. As someone deeply steeped in the warrior culture, she instinctively understood Kalankso's lofty position. Captain Bird, any success is to be celebrated. When I heard how my sword maidens failed the initial selection process, I became concerned about what we should do about the beast. Now that we found a pair of compatible riders, we should be grateful that we don't have to consider less palatable alternatives. All the other options were worse, so Captain Bird could only surrender to the circumstances. Proceed with attempting to get those two accustomed to directing Kalankso what to do. We are almost finished with repairs. Within a week, we will begin to move. The exobiologists believe she's capable of moving by then, so make sure our newly designated beast riders gain sufficient control over the beast to follow our instructions. Will do, Captain. Kalankso let out a soft but angry roar once the call ended. VS conducted his call within earshot of the sacred god, and she must have noticed Captain Bird's dismissive attitude. VS turned to the sacred god. I don't want to lie to you. There are people among us who want to make use of you. They also happen to be in charge. For the time being, you are under our care, and that means you only get to live as long as you are useful and controllable in their eyes. Kalankso let out a much louder roar now, so much so that VS was forced to take a step backwards. He held no fear, though. He understood that the cry contained no threat to him. It was simply an expression of helplessness in the face of circumstances beyond her control. VS was very familiar with this sensation. I know that it pisses you off, but we're not interested in keeping you captive forever. For one thing, our ground forces eventually have to leave this planet and go back to the stars where we came from. It's too difficult to lift up something as heavy as you into the stars, so we'll probably let you go free as long as you are well behaved. At that point, you can go do your own thing." A questioning roar escaped from Kalankso's maw. It was as if she doubted his words. "I am absolutely speaking the truth." He spoke emphatically, and he really meant it this time. "We aren't like the blessed people who worship you like sheep. Unlike them, we've managed to slay several sacred gods without suffering losses. As god slayers, do you think we wouldn't dare to see you as our cattle?" Lying against centuries-old beast equivalent to an ace mech wouldn't work. VS also didn't feel the need to lie to the beast. He believed she was intelligent enough to process his meaning without lashing out. While Kalankso initially raged, eventually she recognized her precarious position. Even now, a squad of melee mech stood guard just outside the holding chamber. If the sacred god ever acted out, they received orders to storm in and butcher the sacred god before she could call down an energy tornado or make any other offensive moves. After some time of communicating with the sacred god, VS lost all fear and apprehension towards the beast. He fearlessly approached her prone form and patted her rough, scaly jaw with his seemingly tiny gauntlet palm. "If you want to blame anyone, then blame your deadbeat mate who dragged you into a foolish attack against our forces. For now, just give Captain Bird and Lieutenant Dice a chance. Even if you don't like them too much, at least pretend you do." Once he said his piece, he exited the chamber after a quick farewell. VS sighed all the while. "This is just the start. I still need to cobble together an actual neural interface that can establish a wireless connection." This would not only test his engineering knowledge and his understanding of neural interfaces, but also drag in exobiologists due to their indispensable expertise in biological constructs. VS tallied what he needed to do for his next steps. First, he needed to figure out how the blessed people and the cursed people interfaced with the god species. Second, he had to apply this knowledge into constructing an interface that operated in a similar fashion by translating the thinking patterns of the two new beast riders to the thinking patterns of the natives. That is the key to this project. Building a wireless neural interface wasn't as hard as it sounded. The true uncertainties came when VS attempted to match the thinking patterns of a mech pilot to an exobeast. From his ample experiments involving the dwarf captives, he already knew that the natives thought in a drastically different manner. Their thoughts were passionate, chaotic, wild, and unstructured. Though mech pilots sometimes incorporated some or all of those elements, their thinking patterns actually drifted closer to the logic loops of an artificial processor. When he thought about the challenges involved with converting the clean, clear thinking patterns of a modern-day mech pilot to the chaotic thinking patterns of a dwarf chieftain, VS heavily frowned. Is this even needed? Or can a mech pilot interface with a sacred god without special training? All of this was new to VS, and his inexperience showed as he became a bit indecisive. When it came to matters surrounding a neural interface, VS would never be able to match the ability of a true specialist in neural interface like Iris Jupiter. He couldn't help but fear that one of his mistakes might cripple Captain Orphan and Lieutenant Dice's ability to pilot mechs. When VS returned to the camp, he remembered one of the issues that cropped up and took a visit to the workshop. Even though most mech technicians already called it a day at this period of time, Kitty still remained behind in one of the offices. She scrunched her head as she fiddled with the design schematic of a damaged rifleman mech. Having problems? VS! I'm dying out here, she whined. These mech technicians are all insufferable. They used to fear me, but now they resent me. I can beat up 1 or 12 of them if I want, but if I want to get them back in line, I have to beat hundreds of them at this rate. I almost wanted to do so anyway, but then who will be left to repair the mechs? This sounded fairly odd to VS. Why did they suddenly grow a spine? Ketty scowled. It's the chief technicians. They banded together and convinced them all that I'm no good and that my words have no weight. I wanted to beat them up next, but then who would keep the mech technicians in line? Obviously, beating people up will only make things worse, VS pointed out. Have you thought of other solutions besides resorting to violence? Nothing I've tried has any effect. These mech technicians think they're better than me. No matter what I say, they stick to themselves. This was starting to sound like organized resistance. The situation reached a state where VS could no longer sit back. He had to intervene. Tell me about the most recalcitrant chief technicians. In situations like these, there's often a small circle of leaders agitating the workers. Our solution has to begin with the cadre first. Chapter 829, A Short Excursion. The issue with the chief technicians fermenting organized opposition to Keddies did not do their productivity any good. Their stubbornness about taking back control only delayed the repairs to the point of pushing off moving date by another standard day. The fundamental issue was that the chief technicians felt that the mech designers encroached on their territory. They may not have the guts to fight back against VS, but they didn't hold the same amount of apprehension towards Keddies or any of the other mech designers. The biggest issue was that even though some of these chief technicians only reached their rank due to seniority rather than competence, VS couldn't make any moves to remove them. Who would replace these technicians? As much as seniority was a flawed basis to determine rank, they mostly knew a lot more tricks of the trade. Mech technicians generally advanced very slowly as they needed to service thousands of mechs over several decades in order to master more competences. Chief technicians not only needed to be good leaders, but also had to become proficient in servicing almost every aspect of a mech, from its core components, its limbs, its sensor systems, its weapon systems, its armor system, and much, much more. This meant at minimum they needed to master at least 12 major technical domains related to mechs. As mech technicians generally didn't consist of highly educated individuals who could have become mech designers instead, they generally learned by doing rather than studying theories. This process took time. Lots of time. Yet at the end of it, a capable chief technician became extraordinarily adept concerning the practical aspects of fabricating and servicing mechs. Many mech designers simply weren't their equal when it came to practicality. This was also why they disliked mech designers, especially younger ones, poking their nose in their business. Mech designers almost always made them feel dumb due to their superior grasp of theory, but their practical experience was often so low that it was basically non-existent. Mech designers talked the talk, but couldn't walk the walk. The opposite rang true in the case of the chief technicians. They might not be able to know why something needed to be done in certain ways, but they just knew their solutions worked. In the most ideal case, combining both practice and theory in the workshops would result in the highest level of performance. Mech designers planned or advised the work crews while the chief technicians. This was how things were supposed to happen, at least on paper. The Mech Corps didn't go through the trouble of drafting all of those junior mech designers working in the private sector for nothing. That it helped weed out the weak ones and reduce the competition at the bottom of the market was an added bonus in their regard. This was also why the Mech Corps didn't hand over too much power to the mech designers. In their own businesses, mech designers occupied a distinct superiority over chief technicians. In the Mech Corps, the chief technicians held more power than the mech designers. They commanded the men and their orders bore the weight of official authority. Because a lot of new and inexperienced mech designers tended to be drafted during wars and screwed things up, chief technicians always leaned towards a hostile relationship to these upstarts. In this case, the grievances of the Vandals chiefs weren't entirely baseless, which made it a bit more challenging for VS to address. He couldn't come up with an easy approach that magically solved the problems. Do you understand now what kind of situation you're in? I guess, Keddies answered. All I want to know is how I can get the men to listen to me again. In the long term, you need to become more proficient in working with mechs than the chiefs themselves. This is the best solution. Once you are able to overpower the chiefs in this area, they don't have a leg to stand on. Their main complaint right now is that you are incompetent. If you can turn this disparity around, then their argument will instantly be turned against them. By then, the mech technicians have no other choice than to acknowledge your solutions over the chiefs. VS already reached this point and beyond, which was one of the reasons why he could command the workshop without taking the chiefs into account. They were merely better mech technicians in his eyes. Unfortunately, Kedis had a long way to go. She frowned. You said that's a long-term solution. I've been studying up in my free time, but it will take years for me to reach that point. We need to do something now rather than later. Time presented a problem once again. VS always faced situations where time became one of the scarcest resources. He always wanted more time, but never received enough to go around. With a sufficient amount of time, VS would have the leisure to pursue a perfect solution. Sadly, time waited for no one, so he always became forced to take a step back and resort to an imperfect solution. Right now, we have to break the resistance, VS concluded. And do so in a way that doesn't take out too many chief technicians and mech technicians. Are we going to beat some people up? She grinned. Not quite. Vandals are a rowdy bunch and they're not unaccustomed to brawls in the workplace. Fists aren't as intimidating to them as you think. Then how are you going to break the resistance? By resorting to other means. After he spoke those ominous words, VS began to invite the chiefs to his office one by one. While they could have ignored his command if they really wanted to, his prestige was so high that it would only lead to worse outcomes if they dared to defy him. So the chiefs unwillingly filed inside his office. The first chief entered with a disgruntled face. You want something from me, Mr. Larkin's son? Please sit down. Once the chief sat down, VS began his spiel. I've invited you here to mediate your differences with Kedis. That sword maiden gal? Pa! She doesn't belong in a Vandal workshop. She doesn't belong in any workshop at all. I don't mean no disrespect, but putting her in charge over us is a big fat mistake. I disagree. VS smiled. And I intend to convince you of that fact. With what? Sicking her on me? If you dare to do something to me, the mech technicians will riot, I will guarantee you. The chiefs weren't stupid and they already fomented some rumors. All of this laid the groundwork for a riot in the event something truly bad happened to one of their own. VS didn't care. Kedis, please restrain this fellow. A form the chief hadn't noticed sprung from the wall, and roughly grabbed hold of the chief's hazard suit. She proficiently restrained the older man with the help of her heavy combat armor. The chief stood no chance. What's the meaning of this? The mech technicians won't stand for this. I'm not going to hurt you, Chief. I only want to bring you along to a little field trip. Let's go. VS, Kedis and her restrained prisoner exited the office and walked across the camp to board a fast transport. A regular transit channel already emerged where fast transports went back and forth between the camp and Kalangso's holding chamber every half hour. Once the fast transport arrived at the holding chamber, the three went past the security checkpoint without any fuss due to VS and walked all the way up to Kalangso. Currently, the two candidate beast riders set up a rotation where they spent at least 6 hours in Kalangso's company. Their superiors relieved most of their former duties in order to make time for these lengthy bonding sessions. Mostly, these sessions consisted of Captain Orphan or Lieutenant Dice regaling the curious sacred god of their many exploits among the stars. Kalangso eagerly listened to any stories that took place on very different worlds and star systems. Right now, Lieutenant Dice regaled the beast with some of the many sights she witnessed roaming through the frontier with the sword maidens. She quickly halted when she noted the newcomers. "Mr. Larkin's son! Keddies! Who is this?" "Just a chump that needs a lesson." Keddies grinned back. "What are you doing? Why are you taking me to this animal? I don't want to be here. This is illegal." Despite all the yelling and moaning, nobody stepped forward to stop them because of VS. Anything he got involved in usually helped out the vandals. Though they didn't understand why he brought an unwilling person to the holding chamber, they didn't particularly see the need to intervene. "This is my good friend Kilankso. She's a sacred god and our newest ally," VS regaled the chief. "She's also the reason why I can't preside over the workshops anymore. Researching the man-beast connection and trying to replicate this feat takes up all of my time." "What does that have to do with bringing me to this beast?" "Don't address Kilankso like she's a herd animal. She's a sacred god. Even if the title is false, she is still an infinitely greater organism than a little stain like you." "We're humans. We're better than beasts." "In my perspective, you're a cockroach in front of her," VS coolly stated. "You aren't even worthy of standing before this sacred god." "What are you doing? Wait. Don't bring me closer. Oh." When VS commanded Keddies to bring the chief closer, she roughly dragged him forward and threw him into Kilankso's waiting maw. Keddies threw him with enough forward momentum to fly between the gap of Kilankso's massive razor-sharp teeth, but not enough to cause him to slide down through the sacred god's throat. The chief panicked. There was something very frightening and traumatic about being thrown inside the maw of a giant exobeast. The man practically broke down as fears of being chewed into half by Kilankso's teeth or being swallowed down into her stomach, never to return, occupied his thoughts. VS let the chief stew inside Kilankso's maw for a single minute before speaking up. "That's enough, Kilankso. Please bring the poor man out." Kilankso lazily lifted an eye towards VS, as if she resented that he brought her a meal but didn't allow her to gulp it down. Nevertheless, her massive tongue lifted up and out of her widening maw. With a light flick, her tongue threw the unstable chief against the ground, forcing his wet and saliva-ridden hazard suit to absorb the impact. His helmet had already unfolded in order to protect them against the highly potent substances inside Kilankso's spit. "Keddies, please bring the chief to decontamination to clean up his hazard suit. We'll be returning to camp as soon as that's done." "Okay." Keddies roughly lifted up the prone and insensate chief and carried him towards decontamination. As for VS, he looked at Kilankso and bowed lightly. "Thanks for your cooperation." The beast let out a disgruntled-sounding roar to VS. "There are 5 more people who need to be taught a lesson. As long as you cooperate, I'll make it up to you. I think I can persuade the vandals to hunt down a wild god and have you eat its flesh. How does that sound like?" Kilankso roared out a light approval. "You like that? And you want to have the first pick of what to eat? Why so?" She released several roars, each of which contained complex meanings. "You want to eat its murky crystal?" VS frowned. Though the vandals didn't know the value of these strange crystal growths, they knew it was important somehow. "What purpose does that serve?" She roared again, but this time VS widened his eyes. "Is that true?" In the meantime, Lieutenant Dice stood at the side watching VS talk to Kilankso as if he held a normal conversation. For some reason, she felt very inadequate. Chapter 8:30 Crunchy Snack. VS repeated the short excursion with each recalcitrant chief technician. Each time, he commanded Keddies to throw them into Kilankso's maw, who spat out the panicking fellows after a minute of imagining all sorts of horrors. Despite returning them unharmed, their spirit and confidence essentially broke. The trauma of residing inside the maw of a giant monster became imprinted in their minds. The parting words from VS also didn't help them get over their ordeal. Every time they returned to camp, VS patted their shoulder with mock friendliness. "I hope I won't hear any complaints about you again. If I do, then don't blame me for tossing you back inside Kalanxo's mouth. She's well behaved for now, but don't forget that she eats natives for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. There's a chance she'll slip up and confuse you for a snack. I pray that doesn't happen to you, but you never know." This friendly reminder only exacerbated their trauma and scared the wits out of them well after their brief excursion. To be honest, what VS just did to all of the chiefs was tantamount to torture and abuse. The only reason why VS got away with it was that he could already do whatever he wanted, within reason. While these impromptu sessions definitely towed the line, he made sure never to cross it. Mental torture was a lot less transparent than physical torture. VS was sure if he ordered Keddies to beat up the chiefs, he'd be met with howls of protests. Yet because VS never physically harmed the chiefs, it became extraordinarily difficult for the victims to leverage their suffering into outrage. In the end, the flagrant vandals was still lacking in terms of institutional constraints. They never really paid attention to governance and rules, and only when Colonel Lowenfield took command of the Mech regiment did they begin to shore up their compliance. Still, no matter how much the legendary colonel managed to reform the Mech regiment, a leopard couldn't change its spots. They were scoundrels at heart who preferred to follow unwritten rules rather than the written ones formulated by the Mech Corps. The unwritten rules and conventions the flagrant vandals adhered to possessed a lot of gaps and shortcomings. However, the guiding principle at the heart of them were also exceedingly simple, so much so that it didn't take much convincing for the vandals to adopt them wholeheartedly. Another way of putting it was that the end justified the means. "The method doesn't matter as long as it works," VS repeated to Keddies. "Captain Bird and all the other worrywarts won't find fault with me as long as the chief technicians no longer stir any trouble. In the short term, they should be sufficiently cowed as they are racked with nightmares and irrational fears." "You make it sound as if it won't work anymore." "Time solves all wounds. Sooner or later, the chiefs won't let their trauma get in the way of their interests, especially if they undergo therapy and take some medicines. This is also good, because I don't want these experienced mech technicians to be incapacitated forever. Even if they are bastards, they still possess vital skills. So what if they recover and go back to their old ways?" Keddies frowned. "Do we toss them inside Kalanxo's mouth again?" "Hopefully not. I think that by the time their mental wounds fade, you've gained enough experience and studied a sufficient amount of supplementary textbooks that you know your way around the workshops by then. Remember what I said last time? As long as you can out-technician a chief technician, the entire basis of their complaints no longer exists." Essentially, VS bought Keddies a month or two of time to grow into her role. After the Mech technicians heard what happened to their chiefs, they no longer stuck out their necks and obediently performed their duties without any fuss. Though the Mech technicians didn't show much motivation in their work, at least their productivity went back to normal. With that problem solved for the time being, VS returned to his old duties. He began the difficult process of trying to figure out how to build a neural interface that connected the mind of a human to the mind of a beast. It quickly became clear that while he didn't have to make too many complicated changes to the hardware, the programming needed to be changed. Having studied the way the dwarf captives interfaced with mechs, it became clear that the natives used a different thought protocol to baseline humans. Though VS never measured the data patterns emerging from one of the Blessed People's beast riders, he bet that they probably followed the same thought patterns when they interfaced with their sacred gods. Essentially, the natives communicated with the god species in an entirely different language from what normal mech pilots used when interfacing with their mechs. "Why complicate matters and resort to a different language?" One of the experts in the Beast Rider project expressed her puzzlement. If the natives and the god species are engineered to be compatible with each other, why not take the simple route and make use of the existing mental languages of mech pilots? It's not entirely correct to refer to the thought patterns as a language. That is simply a metaphor to describe something more complex, VS warned. As for the reason why, I think it has to do with the neuroreceptor inside the heads of the god species. Every wild god and sacred god grew out an organic neural interface, but functions substantially different from mechanical neural interfaces. Study into these structures continued, but the exobiologists lacked crucial knowledge needed to decipher their greater functions. The organic neural interface incorporated both mech designer and exobiologist expertise. In the face of these difficulties, VS could only fumble forward and hope they managed to get it correct. All of this took huge amounts of research, involving not only Kalanxo, but also the dwarf captives. When VS brought one of their dwarf captives to Kalanxo one day, the beast grew angry. It stared at the unkempt diminutive figure held in place by a pair of security officers with heated eyes. She considered the cursed people to be her enemy. VS attempted to explain why he brought forth the dwarf. We need to perform some experiments. We don't know how we can get your new chosen to interface with your minds, as they lack the genetic modification to do so by themselves. We can only try and emulate the way this dwarf interfaces with your mind. The readings we accumulate will help us enormously. Are you willing to cooperate? Kalanxo widened her maw and released an angry roar. The sheer air released by the sacred god bowled VS over and caused the security officers to lean backwards a bit. Faster than anyone could recover, Kalanxo yanked forward with her head and pulled against her restraints. She slithered out her tongue, which stretched much farther than anyone suspected, and somehow managed to hook onto the dwarf. The tongue pulled the unlucky dwarf out of the grips of the security officers before landing squarely inside Kalanxo's mouth. This time, she didn't hold back her restraint. Her teeth slammed shut, causing gouts of blood to spill to the sides. With a couple of brutal chewing motions, Kalanxo mercilessly mangled the dead dwarf's corpse before she swallowed it down to her stomach. The security officers all became alarmed while the researchers nearby all took a lot of healthy steps back. Some of them had been in range of that tongue. If Kalanxo ever felt like it, she could have snapped them all up as a snack. Calm down! Calm down! VS yelled, trying to prevent the vandals from doing anything extreme. She had a bad response against the dwarf, but we're different. It took some time to calm down people's tempers and shut off all the alerts. Kalanxo regained her peace after eating the dwarf the vandals had the temerity to present in front of her august presence. Obviously, people's vigilance towards Kalanxo increased, but to their credit neither Orphan nor Dice displayed any fright. The big girl here is okay with us, Captain Orphan said. Having spent a significant amount of time in Kalanxo's company did much to dispel their initial fears over being in the presence of a dangerous exobeast. Even though she was large enough to snap them with her maw, she was also a very intelligent creature. That fascinated the mech officers, and helped them bond with her. It was kind of like bonding with a pet dog, though perhaps 100 times bigger. The inability of them to directly put a dwarf into contact with Kalanxo set back the Beast Rider project. VS ultimately had to resort to using the abundant data gathered through the frequent mental resilience training sessions that went on at the Mind Blender. The training sessions went back into full swing a while ago, enabling it to capture every scrap of data the dwarf channeled to the neural interfaces of the test cockpits. While most of the data looked like gibberish to VS, the testing facility gathered so many readings that VS thought about translating them to normal human thought patterns. If I can translate this gibberish, I can incorporate a conversion filter into the neural interface of the Beast Riders, VS surmised. Each interaction between Beast Rider and the sacred god goes through the filter that essentially performs real-time translations. VS initially wanted to translate the gibberish by having the dwarf interface directly with Kalangso and have her describe the meanings. Unfortunately, Kalangso very much opposed that plan. Therefore, as an alternative, VS had to resort to trial and error and attempt to work out something indirectly. All of this was very complicated, but it basically amounted to a lot of data crunching, improvisation, educated guesswork, and dangerous experimentation. That sounds right up my alley. VS ruefully grinned. While VS slowly started with the data gathered from the mind blender and cobbled together a heavily modified neural interface, several days passed by. Eventually, the mech technicians from both the Vandals and the Sword Maidens managed to fix up the mechs that sustained varying amounts of damage from the orbital bombardment and the attack by the sacred gods. While the repairs only fixed the essentials and left many problems untouched, the mechs at least regained their mobility. As long as they could keep pace with the ground expedition as it moved, the mech technicians could always perform the repairs during the lengthy rest stops. Of course, the frequent unscheduled halts due to turbulence from the astral winds also resumed, much to everyone's irritations. One of the biggest changes to the expedition was the addition of Kalangso. With their mechs mounted on heavy transports, both Beast Rider candidates spent much of their time in Kalangso's company, attempting to make sure she followed after the column of fast and heavy transports. In order to make sure she kept to the route, a rotating squad of melee mechs constantly surrounded her humongous body. With the presence of these mechs, Kalangso had no choice but to move in the designated direction. Erg. That stinks! The main reason why the ground expedition placed Kalangso at the rear was due to her enormous toilet breaks. The flagrant Sword Maidens already diverted mechs into hunting the surrounding wildlife in order to keep the voracious sacred god fed. At the start of the resumption of their trek, Kalangso frequently took forlorn glances in the direction of the ancient city of Samar. Wherever the foreigners from beyond the stars took her, she might never be able to go back to the city she resided at for hundreds of years. Fortunately, the constant company of the candidate beast riders kept her company and prevented her from growing too lonely. Don't worry, big girl. Everyone needs to leave their home. Captain Orphan soothed the melancholic sacred god. Think about all the new things you get to see. There's an entire planet for you to explore. Chapter 831 Long Trek. The flagrant Sword Maidens began their lengthy march across 7. It took around 2 months to reach the turbulent hemisphere. This was the side of the globe that centered around the Starlight Megalodon's crash site. Once they crossed into this storm-racked region, the ground expedition could no longer receive any shipments from the fleet up in orbit. Not even the sturdiest transports would be able to make it through the roiling astral winds alive. While that hadn't stopped the Starlight Megalodon from launching an antimatter torpedo through those very same turbulent higher-dimensional particles, the visitors didn't possess the same advanced technologies. During the lengthy journey, the men and women had plenty of work to do. Not only did mechanical breakdowns occur several times more frequently despite all their precautions, a lot of research also needed to be done. The 2 major research projects occupied most people's attention. The most critical project by far consisted of unlocking the potential of the god crystals. The Vandals gathered an entire pile of them when they took them off the dead bodies of Perixin and his subordinate gods. Despite the many attempts by the engineers and other specialists to elicit a reaction out of these mysterious god crystals, they stubbornly remained inert. Chief Engineer Dakin tried everything from whacking them with force, zapping them with electricity, exposing them to different forms of electromagnetic radiation, cooking them or freezing them with different levels of temperature. Nothing worked. Not even touching them with their bodies helped. They missed an essential link. Without this essential link, their attempts to create a local power source that could draw their energy from the astral winds stalled horribly. Rather than resume their fruitless guessing and experimentation, the God Crystal Project started to cast hopeful eyes at the Beast Rider Project. "VS, my boy," Chief Dakin said with a familiar tone to VS as he sat behind a terminal. "When are you going to let the big girl do her thing?" Exasperated at being interrupted from his difficult and tedious attempt at programming the translation filter for his Beast Rider neural interface, VS turned around in his chair. "That's not up to me. It's up to Kalangso herself to decide when she wants to demonstrate her powers to us. You know she's still wounded, right? Any exertion at this point will delay her recovery." "She's practically healthy in my view. Surely these beasts are capable of drawing upon their powers when wounded, right? What's stopping Kalangso from doing her tricks?" VS couldn't answer that question. He only knew that Kalangso refused to call down an energy tornado or demonstrate her space barrier powers when asked. As for the reason why, Kalangso refused to go into it. Privately, the experts in the research believed she still suffered from some lingering trauma due to barely surviving the explosion that defeated her mate. In any case, neither VS nor the candidate Beast Riders thought it would be a good idea to push Kalangso. It already chafed her to be a virtual prisoner amidst the flagrant Sword Maidens. Menacing Mechs continued to keep an eye on her, ready to spring into action if she ever rebelled from her captivity. The change from being a god and ruler over hundreds of thousands of people to a lowly draft animal to a strange group of outsider humans already affected her mood. VS basically banked on time and daily interaction by Captain Orphan and Lieutenant Dice to lessen her animosity and lower her objections towards cooperation. Pushing Kalangso to demonstrate her powers needed to be done eventually, but moving too quickly while she was undergoing a change in mentality might harm their relationship irreparable. To be frank, VS hoped to convert Kalangso from a captive into a willing collaborator. If she was willing to let go of the grievances of the past, then they didn't have any reason to remain hostile. Over the last month, Kalangso not only started to recover her old strength, but she healed many old wounds that had been left as mementos of her early life of conflict and struggle. Certain advanced supplements and treatments even enhanced her original body quality and invigorated her mind. As long as this luxurious care continued, Kalangso would definitely be able to surpass her old self. All of this was part of a deliberate carrot and stick to encourage the sacred god to willingly throw herself into their camp. The key to luring her to their side was that the stick shouldn't hit too hard. Nevertheless, the ground expedition's energy budget started to look worse and worse. With the loss of 3 essential power generators, of which the fleet only sent a single replacement copy, the mechs and transports would eventually run out of energy to move their limbs in 2 months or less. This was far too fast. They wouldn't be able to reach the Starlight Megalodon under their own power at this rate. Therefore, Chief Dakin's concerns grew increasingly more important. If the flagrant Sword Maidens had to choose between taming a sacred god and mastering the ability to generate power from the god crystals, they would definitely choose the latter. Though VS knew how important such an outcome represented, he really didn't want to abandon the soft approach to Kalangso. He developed a soft spot for her, just like how a mech designer adored their custom mechs. Put more cynically, he became obsessed into his attempt of trying to turn Kalangso into a mech analog. As a mech designer, he couldn't stand leaving such a promising mech unfinished. "Give me a time frame then, VS. When do you think Kalangso will be ready to show off her tricks?" "Before we cross over to the stormy side of 7 at the very least. 4 weeks. No more." Most of the exobiologists agreed that Kalangso reached a healthy state, though it would still take half a year for her to grow into her peak state. "I'll hold you to that promise. You better get her ready in 4 weeks or less. The project I'm in charge of is basically without direction without this advancement." As the flagrant Sword Maidens continued to navigate across the planet, they came across many wondrous sights. Lush fields of grass that stretched unendingly. herds consisting of hundreds of thousands of animals, moving slowly in unison. Wild gods lazing underneath the astral winds, only waking once every half-month to gorge upon the nearest herds of animals. The terrain varied wildly as well. One day, they'd be traveling through sparse desert-like terrain. Other days, they forcefully felled the trees as they cut their way straight through an ancient forest. Due to the human terraforming activities initiated long ago, many local plants and animals bore the unremarkable genetic stamp of old Earth. However, their genes incorporated many interesting modifications that improved a lot of aspects, chiefly among them the adaptation to heavy gravity. Sometimes, original Aborigine wildlife popped up here and there that resisted extinction. For one reason or another, these exotic-looking plants and animals survived the displacement by the aggressive Earth-derived species and stubbornly clung on to life in their new ecological niches. For the exobiologists, all of this interesting biodiversity practically presented a mystery to them. This was because they continued to see signs of deliberate intervention and change. The entire planet's ecology was an artificial construct from the start, ever since the starlight megalodon touched down on this planet. Sometimes, VS would sit on top of a heavy transport and look out at the different sights underneath the perpetual golden glow of the astral winds. As the transport stopped to make a temporary camp for the night, most vandals and sword maidens went to sleep, though a sufficient amount of mech pilots remained awake to stand on guard. No threats popped up during this time. One reason was that the ground expedition deliberately steered clear of any ancient city. They never strayed within 200 kilometers of one of the cities ruled by the sacred gods and blessed people. This sometimes forced them to make awkward detours that added a couple of extra days to their schedule. However, Captain Bird much preferred to avoid interacting with the locals than to risk another incident like what happened with Samar. As time continued to flow by, more changes happened. For one, the frequent mental resilience training sessions taking place at the Mind Blender became somewhat of a staple to the mech pilots. The sessions only happened during the downtime, allowing the mech pilots to enjoy a good rest afterwards so that they could resume piloting their mechs with very little hindrances. While their overall performance hadn't increased, several reports from some of the more observant mech captains already detected some cautiously positive changes to the quality of their subordinates. The mech pilots are more attentive and patient. They used to complain all the time when assigned to lengthy reconnaissance missions, but now they stoically accept every tedious task. The men last much longer during simulation practice. They're far more willing to endure difficulties than before. It's surprising how much has changed. This transformation occurred most dramatically among the ranks of the flagrant vandals. While the sword maidens experienced some improvements as well, the mental quality of their mech pilots had always been stellar, so the added boost was merely a cherry on top. From all of the data VS had gathered to quantify and track these changes over time, he managed to come up with two conclusions. First, the mental resilience training sessions impacted low-quality mech pilots the most. Those with attitude problems or underwent faulty training that left them with shaky minds and unsteady discipline somehow stiffened up after they underwent a dozen rounds of training sessions. One change led to another. A higher tolerance for pain and suffering also increased their tolerance to endure the work they used to shirk. In some way, this training method could be utilized to iron out a large amount of shoddy mech pilots. While it didn't turn them into elites, at the very least it shaved off some of their bad habits and instilled them with both patience and tolerance. Second, the training sessions continued to pay dividends even after most of these changes played out. The doctors paying attention to the changes in their minds noted gradual changes in their brain structure in response to having their minds slightly messed around with by the dwarf captives. What these changes truly led to, VS wasn't sure. Many experts taking part of the Beast Rider project believe these changes may not even be benign. In the face of all of these uncertainties, VS reluctantly curtailed the operation of the Mind Blender project. Instead of letting mech pilots go through a training session once every 3 days, VS reduced the rate to once every 2 weeks, mostly to preserve their existing gains. This was the shortest interval the doctors came up with that wouldn't stimulate the brains of the mech pilots to adapt to the foreign impulses. VS felt like he was drawing his mech pilots back from overdosing on the stimulants he initially hooked them up with. Once he announced reduction in training sessions, many vandals and sword maidens actually protested. "Why did you stop? I can't go without my fix. Let me in. Didn't you want us to train our minds? This is unfair. Who let you be in charge? My performance in the simulation shot up by 30%, and this isn't my limit." Already used to being jeered at by mech pilots, VS readily ignored their howls. He found it funny that a few months ago, they cried about what a torture it was to enter the mind blender. Now, they actively fought against the reduction in training sessions. Nonetheless, VS really feared what might happen if the dwarf captives continued to muck about in their minds through the neural interface of their test mechs. Would they begin to take dwarf-like traits? VS shuddered when he considered that possibility. Once every 2 weeks should be more than enough to maintain the mental health of the mech pilots. Let it not be said that I brainwashed our own mech pilots into becoming dwarf sympathizers. Speaking of the dwarves, they encountered many different tribes along their way. The mind blender frequently replaced their worn-out dwarf captives by kidnapping new ones from these inconsequential dwarfs. One day, however, they encountered something much more formidable than a small tribe of a few hundred dwarfs riding on their godling pack mounts. They encountered a large nomadic dwarf tribe, one with several wild gods under their control. Or was it the other way around? Chapter 832 Cribbing Wheels. The ancient cities populated by the sacred gods and the blessed people regarded those who lived outside the city walls as cursed. The dwarves with their ugly, squat forms became affected by the curse of the soil, and developed an irreconcilable hatred against the folk who enjoyed a relatively easy life inside their thick and sturdy city walls. The dwarves as a whole lived nomadically due to their dependence on following the massive animal herds for sustenance. If they settled at a single place, they either exhaust the surrounding animal herds or get trampled by hundreds of thousands of animals marching in a single direction. The dwarf tribes therefore wandered endlessly as they followed after the animal herds, hunting the old, weak and lame alongside the packs of predators. Most managed to tame and domesticate goblins as their mounts and pack animals. This saved them from expending their energy by walking across the planet with their stubby legs, but it also placed further pressure on the tribes as the animals required much more sustenance. Large dwarf tribes numbering more than 10,000 individuals rarely emerged because at some point, the logistical pressure of feeding so many mouths through a nomadic lifestyle was simply too hard. However, the situation changed when the dwarf tribes managed to tame a wild god. With this apex predator as their biggest weapon and most luxurious pack animal, the wild gods in partnership with the dwarf tribes turned into regional hegemons. None except other wild gods could match their might, and they never fought among themselves except if one challenged the other over territory. This rarely happened as the planet's surface was big enough to make room for much more wild gods. The dwarf tribes generally obtained the cooperation of wild gods in 2 ways. The first method was to nurture and protect a godling mount from young. This was quite difficult as godlings in their adolescence became aggressive and eager to prove themselves. The dwarf tribes often warred among themselves and against deadly packs of predators. For a godling mount to survive to a century old was extremely difficult, as their growth and food intake accelerated hugely in their final growth spurt. Yet if a tribe managed to protect their biggest godling mount during this difficult time, they would be rewarded with a completely loyal wild god, who held boundless affection for the tribe that cared and protected it from its birth. Another way a tribe could obtain a wild god was to come to an accord with one of the many wild gods roaming the lands by themselves. However, These free spirits ordinarily didn't accept the dwarves, as they lived blissful lives by themselves as regional overlords who reigned from the top of the food chain. Only under rare and exceptional circumstances would such tyrants agree to bond themselves with the dwarf tribe. These feral and unruly wild gods possessed a much more domineering spirit than their more docile cousins. These feral wild gods typically developed wild ambitions as more and more dwarves started to worship these magnificent exobeasts. Affected by the racial hatred and biases of the dwarves, these wild gods slowly adopted these same prejudices and began to hate the blessed people and the sacred gods as well. It was always these wild gods grew jealous of the city dwellers and attacked their ancient cities. Therefore, once the scout Mech reported sight of a large dwarf tribe led by 3 different wild gods, none of the flagrant sword maidens thought about approaching them with the hand of peace. We should steer clear of this tribe. There's no point in picking a fight with them, which they'll be sure to do once they see our forces and realize that we aren't dwarves. We should attack. There's a lot of research we can perform on those wild gods and their dwarf riders. They're different from the solitary lazy brutes that spend their time sleeping and eating without end. Most people in the expedition preferred to avoid any further trouble and delays. However, a small number of people thought the opposite. In particular, the experts of the Beast Rider project, including VS, pushed to attack the dwarves. He presented the case in a small emergency meeting between the Vandal officers and chiefs. The Beast Rider project is progressing at a glacial pace right now because we have never gathered any detailed data on a man-beast connection in action, he began. The neural interface that we are developing is mostly propped up by guesswork rather than solid data and theory. There's a chance that it might work in connecting our candidate beast riders with Kalankso's bestial mind, but there is an even larger chance that it might fry their minds into a crisp. Many early attempts at interfacing the mind of a human to the mind of an animal never ended well for both. Neural interfaces became prohibited technology for a long time until the advent of mechs. Mechs were non-living machines that thought in well-ordered machine logic and patterns. Mech pilots found it a lot easier to interface with mechs than with living animals that possessed chaotic thought patterns. While neural interface technology advanced by leaps and bounds ever since they became popular with mechs, VS did not have access to the restricted knowledge concerning those fields. He basically found himself back in time where he needed to reinvent the wheel on his own. This was a daunting task, as neural interface technology only truly became safe to establish a man-beast connection after centuries of research performed by millions of specialist researchers. VS may possess certain advantages, but he'd never be able to close that big of a gap by himself. Therefore, the only alternative to reinventing the wheel was to steal someone else's wheel and reverse engineer it to produce his own plagiarized wheel. It wasn't as if the dwarves or whoever originally engineered their genes could file a patent violation complaint to the MTA. He emphatically presented his case to the Vandals. We know that the cursed people can safely and successfully interface with their tribal wild gods. If we manage to secure this pairing alive, we can strap them with loads of sensors and point 1,000,000 scanners at them while they are forced to demonstrate their abilities to us. As long as we can get a few hours' worth of data, I can virtually guarantee you that the modified neural interface for the Beast Riders will be absolutely safe. I dare say I can finish it within a week. I think we should give it a shot, Captain. Chief Dakin rose in support of the suggestion. The God Crystal Project has been waiting for the Beast Rider Project to achieve a breakthrough. Once they manage to get their Beast Riders bonded to Kalankso, it'll be much easier for us to ask her to demonstrate how she makes use of the God Crystals. Dr. Tillman also pitched in. Capturing a tribal wild god is also beneficial to the God Crystal Project. We've studied how Kalankso's existing God Crystals are embedded into her hide and flesh. If we can experiment with embedding one of our spare God Crystals into the hide of a captive wild god, particularly one that is bonded to a high-gravity variant human, we have hopes that we can perform the same procedure on Kalankso. This not only furthered their understanding of the god crystals, but also allowed them to dangle another carrot in front of Kalangso. Every sacred god liked to collect more god crystals. Still, the risks of attacking a large tribe of wildlings under the protection of 3 mature wild gods was not a trifling matter. Though they lacked the god crystals that allowed them to accumulate a huge amount of energy, their bodies naturally stored a decent amount of intermediate energy, enough to power a couple of strong expressions of metaphysical abilities. We'll have to attack them from long range. We still carry the scrap from the old artillery cannons. Let's just assemble them close to the projected route of the dwarf tribe and fire the guns once they come into range. The Vandals developed various attack plans. Having learned their lessons from Perikson's attack, they no longer underestimated any of the god species, no matter how weak and underdeveloped they might seem. All of their heavy transports and most of their fast transports would be parked at least several days away. This put them well out of range of any counteroffensive and allowed them to maintain their distance against the hostile wildlings in the event of a pursuit, though the chances of that happening would be low because the wildlings shouldn't even be aware of the main convoy. The attacking forces solely consisted of fast-moving mechs and disposable artillery cannons installed in place beforehand. If the artillery batteries ever came under attack, all of the personnel manning the cannons could easily board a fast transport and abandon the position without crying over the losses. The value of the artillery cannons was a fraction of the assets secured on the main convoy. However, as the mech officers bandied about more detailed offensive plans, Dr. Tillman suddenly made an unanticipated suggestion. Before we resort to direct combat, why not try to defeat them using a trick? During the last battle, we tried a number of hasty tricks. None of them worked, but back then we did not have a good understanding of physiology of the dwarves and the god species. It's different now. Over a span of 2 months, we've studied Kalangso's body and performed deep studies into the remains of the sacred god carcasses. Right now, I am reasonably confident that we can develop irresistible bait then when ingested could instantly knock out any wild god as long as they aren't too old and powerful. How confident are you of your chances of success? And why make another giant candy bar? I'm 80% confident that it will work as long as a wild god ingests our adulterated bait. I'm only 5% confident we can manage to do the same with an airborne substance. Therefore, the so-called candy bar presents the highest means of success. What about the dwarves? They are much easier to take care of. After performing extensive studies on dozens of wildling captives and numerous wildling corpses, we have managed to achieve several breakthroughs. Their physique is very robust, but the knockout gas that we've developed can sedate the vast majority high-gravity variant humans. However, this gas possesses such a high concentration of toxins that it is highly lethal to the blessed people and baseline humans such as us. Everyone has to wear an airtight suit if they want to enter a zone that's been affected by this gas. Both of these developments had the potential of simplifying the confrontation. Though the Vandals weren't afraid of picking a fight with the dwarf tribe, if they could lay them down by using a few inexpensive tricks, then it was worth pursuing. Please outline your plan and tell me what you need in a report, Captain Bird ordered. I'll go over it with Commander Lydia, and if we both think it's viable, we'll implement it first as Plan A. Not many mech officers held much faith in the plan. Previously, Perikson appeared tempted, but he recognized the trap for what it was and bypassed the giant candy bar made out of lots of nutrient packs. Would the wild gods possess the same level of vigilance? VS privately expressed a bit more confidence. So long as the large dwarf tribe never encountered a force like the flagrant sword maidens before, then they shouldn't be on guard against unusual encounters. As the meeting ended and everyone started preparing their attack plans, this time the battle against any natives shouldn't be a near disaster like last time. With an undeniable information advantage against the potentially dangerous dwarf tribe, the flagrant sword maidens completely held the initiative. They could attack when they wanted to and retreat out of sight whenever something didn't go their way. The wildling tribe and its wild gods wouldn't know what hit them if everything went right. As for whether the wildling tribe deserved to be attacked or not, none of the Vandals really thought about those ethical issues. They were just a bunch of smelly savages, after all. Chapter 833 We Have Candy. It's several days of preparation to put the pieces into place. Not only did the exobiologists require some time to synthesize the most attractive bait, the mechs and transports assigned to join the attack and secure the gains in the event of a victory also required time to reach the prospective battle site. Throughout their maneuvers, the flagrant sword maidens took an exceeding amount of care in keeping their presence a secret. All of the scout mechs keeping an eye on the large tribe followed them from behind in order to avoid revealing their presence through the footsteps that they helplessly left behind. They also tried to position themselves downwind whenever possible so that the wild gods with their sensitive noses wouldn't be able to sniff out the presence of large metallic objects. While it was likely that the wild gods would mistake a metallic smell with the blessed people and the sacred gods, it would nonetheless raise their guard and make it that much harder to pull off an ambush. During the start of the preparations, one unanticipated variable popped up. When Kalangso heard that the flagrant sword maidens prepared to assault a large dwarf tribe, she wanted in on the action. "Aren't you supposed to be recovering your health?" VS asked dubiously. Kalangso roared several times with a mix of eagerness and indignation. From what VS gathered from her roars, he didn't think she needed to make use of her powers. She wanted to confront the wild gods in a good old physical brawl. "I'm sorry, Kalangso, but that sounds far too risky to us. We have our own methods of combat. You of all sacred gods know how powerful we can be with our ranged weaponry." Kalangso released another angry roar. She didn't take no for an answer. "We really can't let you enter the battlefield. Our mechs and fast transports move much faster than you with their anti-grav fields active. If we ever need to retreat, someone as slow as you would be left behind." None of these issues concerned Kalangso. Through hell or high water, she wanted to see the wild gods and smash their faces in. The hatred between the sacred gods and the tribal wild gods was so irreconcilable that they would always try to eliminate each other if found. At some point, Kalangso even threatened to take off on her own in the direction of the wildling tribe. VS had no choice but to ask permission to Captain Bird to bring Kalangso along. To his surprise, she didn't seem opposed to the idea. "Do you believe that Kalangso will become friendlier to us if we let her participate?" This question put VS aback. "Maybe. Maybe not. She's mainly driven by her hatred of the tribal wild gods. Our opinions don't matter to her. I think that some of her old habits as a sacred god worshipped by every blessed god in Samar has cropped up again. It may be a good idea to remind her who is in charge." "Oh, that is definitely in the cards. I'll allow her to get close, but not so that she can have a slugging match against the wild gods." Captain Bird smirked. "If Plan A or Plan B succeeds, then there is no need for her to demonstrate her prowess." If the wild gods turned out to be more formidable than they expected, then Captain Bird had no compulsions about Kalangso's participation. Her intervention might be of significant help. And if the plans cooked up by the Vandals succeeded, then Kalangso would be able to witness firsthand how powerful they could be, thereby suppressing any ill intentions she might have harbored during her time in captivity. VS already understood these underlying reasons, so the call quickly ended without discussing these matters. He turned back to Kalangso and arranged her move ahead of time. She moved slower than a fast transport, but faster than a heavy transport. That left her in an awkward position, but that only meant that the execution of the plan only needed to be postponed by an additional day in order to allow the sacred god to come into range. 4 days later, all of the pieces fell into place. VS had the option of staying behind with the convoy, but he opted to board one of the fast transports, following on the heels of Kalangso. As for Captain Orphan and Lieutenant Dice, both rode atop Kalangso's back. The Beast Rider project already designed secure carriages that integrated anti-grav modules and many other systems. As they both rode atop Kalangso's back, they made sure the sacred god kept walking in the right direction. The journey ended when they reached around 20 kilometers away from the wildling tribe. At that point, lots of Mech spread out and took positions around the unsuspecting dwarf tribe. However, only Plan B called for sending them into action. Before the flagrant sword maidens sprung their ambush, they first employed Plan A. "Why do I feel like we're acting like creepy old men trying to lure a little kid with candy?" a vandal said as he monitored the live feed of a trio of light mechs. All of them carried what amounted to giant candy bars. This was not the hasty creation the exobiologists cooked up more than 2 months earlier. With time and advancements on their side, they refined the latest versions of the candy bars to an unprecedented degree. Not only did the exobiologists synthesize the candy bars in an extremely nutritious form, they also enhanced their aroma to make them irresistible to the god species. Not only that, but the substances the exobiologists laced the candy bars with should be able to affect the formidable biology of the wild gods when ingested. Still, despite the promising signs of this plan, many vandals, but especially the sword maidens, expressed skepticism and disdain at this course of action. To the latter, the underhanded means of attempting to defeat the wildling tribe by poisoning was dishonorable. While the wildling tribe may not be very sophisticated, as a warrior society they deserve to be fought in open combat. Only then would the sword maidens derive a sense of accomplishment to their victory. To which the vandals replied with a dismissive attitude. To the unconventional vandals, any trick was okay so long as it worked. To avoid the enemy's strength and target their weaknesses had always been the favored mode of combat to their mech regiment. This clash in values threatened to strain the relationship between the two forces. Only when Commander Lydia reigned in her sword maidens did the tension stall. As much as she instilled her sword maidens with a warrior spirit, she recognized that they couldn't be too indulgent during their campaign in the Aeon Corona system. The live feed of the 3 light mechs eventually showed them halting in place. After the mech pilots checked the coordinates, they all threw their payloads a fair distance away before taking off. The vandals cast the bait. Now we wait for the fish to bite. Several hours went by as the large wildling tribes slowly made their way towards the site where the giant candy bars had been tossed. VS frequently directed his gaze to the footage transmitted by the scout mech trailing after the procession. When any dwarf tribe managed to secure the services of a wild god, they underwent an explosive growth in numbers and capabilities. With apex predators by their side that could easily hunt as many herd animals as they wanted, they never grew hungry anymore. This allowed the tribes to expand their numbers to an explosive degree. The dwarf tribe, the flagrant sword maidens, targeted numbered around 20,000 dwarves. Many of these individuals followed behind the ponderous footsteps of the 3 consecrated wild gods. When so many individuals gathered at once, it became inevitable that some people had it better than others. The warrior caste and their wives and children rode at the front. Their godling mounts were bigger and carried much more goods such as tents, beds, clothes, and bone jewelry. The ones that followed after them should be the servant caste. They didn't look as strong and well-fed as the warriors, but they performed essential activities such as caring for the godling mounts and cooking the meat the wildling gods delivered to their subjects. As for the dwarfs at the very end of the procession, they mostly consisted of the old, the abandoned children, the exiles, the criminals, and other characters the more upright dwarfs found unpleasant. The underclass lacked godling mounts to carry them forward, and mostly subsided through abject means. The only reason why these dwarves on foot were able to keep up was because the tribe was too large to set a fast pace. Therefore, Even underfed dwarves with their short legs could keep up with the tribe as it slowly roamed from animal herd to animal herd. They seemed so human to VS. Even after their genes experienced so many changes, he still found a trace of humanity when he witnessed them on the move. It felt almost cruel to VS for a bunch of outsiders like the flagrant sword maidens to barge in out of nowhere and attack their entire tribe, just so they can capture their tribal wild gods. So long as anything happened to the giant beasts, the entire wildling tribe wouldn't be able to feed so many mouths anymore. The tribe would starve and collapse within days. Yet VS didn't care. He wanted all 3 tribal wild gods at his disposal. With more test subjects, he could gather more data. With more data, his research became more robust. Additional test subjects also allowed the flagrant sword maidens to perform multiple high-risk experiments to confirm some of their latest developments. Therefore, VS firmly hoped the flagrant sword maidens would be able to secure all 3 wild gods alive. The candy bars formed out of thousands of nutrient packs dispersed their aroma into the winds. The same winds brought the smells towards the 3 wild gods at the head of the moving tribe. One of them began to pick up a faint but extremely yummy smell. It roared, calling the attention of the beasts next to it. After all 3 wild gods sniffed the air, they became mad. Without any warning, they doubled their pace. From their previous slow stride, they hastened their movements, causing the rest of the wildling tribe following behind to panic. The vandals, witnessing the disarray from the sudden changes, laughed. "Look at them running around like headless chickens! So much for their faith in their gods!" Atop each wild god rested an elaborate palanquin that housed the dwarf chieftains and their attendants. Right now, they suffered from a shaky ride as the overeager wild gods didn't concern themselves about maintaining stability. They wanted to reach the source of the smells as fast as possible. After 10 minutes of vigorous plodding, the wild gods reached a place where the light mechs tossed the candy bars. Though the dwarf riders sitting atop the wild gods yelled at them to stop, the exabeasts didn't listen. They became fully enthralled by the smells. "The wild gods are eating the candy bars!" The creatures showed on vigilance towards the adulterated food, and each of them gulped them down all at once. They were probably afraid the other gods would steal their snack, so they all jumped in first to secure at least one of the candy bars for themselves. Someone explained. At the very least, this showed that the 3 wild gods enjoyed roughly equal positions. As the food made their way into their stomach, the substances concentrated within started to apply their effects. Due to the size of the beasts, it took at least 10 minutes for the substances to take effect. "The wild gods are swaying!" But when they did, the effects were dramatic. "They're falling unconscious." "The candy bars worked." "What? I lost my bet. How could those beasts be so stupid? I thought they were smarter than that." "Knock it off, men! Proceed to the next step of the plan. Secure the wild gods and gas the rest of the dwarf tribe." The flagrant sword maidens almost couldn't believe the dumb plan to fool the wild gods actually worked. They belatedly proceeded with the next steps of the plan. Chapter 834 Interspecies Communication. Those who bet against the success of the plan privately cursed. They lost a good amount of money over their belief that the wild gods couldn't possibly fail for such an elementary trick. In fact, the way they overcame the wild gods was so ridiculously easy that people still couldn't get their minds over it. How gullible could the locals be to fall for such an obviously stupid trap? Were all of the stories about the wild gods being dangerous, expert mech-like existences that could think for themselves untrue? Through the man-machine connection, the man takes after the beast, and the beast takes after the man. VS threw out his own theory inside one of the fast transports on the way to secure their new captives. You have to remember that the wildlings aren't all that smart. They're a few 100,000 years too early to develop baseline human-level intelligence. They've forgotten all of their former human heritage and the many ways people rip each other off. So the wild god the dwarf rider is connected to really doesn't get much smarter. The wild gods started feral, and their mental connections with the dwarf riders really didn't do too much to restrain their instincts. At most, they gained enough intelligence to express themselves, but their wild and unrestrained instincts still took precedence sometimes. Especially when the exobiologists cooked up some meals that smelled so good to their olfactory senses that they couldn't resist a bite. When the wild gods fell for the initial trap, the rest of the Vandal and Sword Maiden Mechs went into action by throwing a bunch of hastily fabricated gas grenades into the midst of the dwarf tribe that ran after their befuddled gods. No matter if the dwarves consisted of warriors, workers, or the underclass, the Mechs threw their grenades in the vicinity of all of them without much concern for precision. This sometimes led to unfortunate accidents, as the cow-sized gas grenades splattered half a dozen dwarfs and godling mounts in the way. More than 100 dwarves died of accidents like this, while others received severe injuries and bled out while the gas dispersing from the grenades started to work their magic. Within 20 minutes, every dwarf except for a couple of inconsequential stragglers succumbed to the intoxicating gas released by those grenades. All right, they're knocked out for at least half a day. Let's get to business. With the entire dwarf tribe neutralized, they posed no threat as the initial Mech secured the site around the unconscious wild gods. They began to install makeshift restraints on the sleeping wild gods. Unlike with Kalankso, the flagrant Sword Maidens did not intend to enter into a cooperation with these beasts. In addition to being driven by instincts, these beasts also weren't as strong as the sacred gods. It was too much trouble to accommodate them when they didn't offer much in return. As a couple of Mechs went around to poke at the directionless mounts and other possessions of the dwarves, 3 entire Mech companies arrived to add further restraints to the wild gods. They buried the 3 exobeasts with so much junk that they couldn't even lift themselves to their feet if they wanted. All right, that's enough. Let's set up the site for the lab geeks. The fast transports carrying the first batch of exobiologists and lab gear came next. The exobiologists eagerly ran towards the unconscious wild gods and started to measure their physical state. Their primary job was to confirm the wild gods wouldn't wake up anytime soon. Inject Subject 3 with a quarter dose of sedatives. His body is resisting the substances laced in the candy bar. As the exobiologists and researchers buzzed over their captives, the fast transport carrying VS arrived as well. He stepped out and made way as a bunch of security officers headed to the restrained wild gods and climbed up into the palanquins to secure the vitally important dwarf riders and their retinue. VS had a lot of uses for them all. Be sure to handle them carefully. Don't injure them. Be careful with the dwarf kids, they make for the best hostages. At some point, Kalankso finally caught up after the fast transports. When her lumbering form emerged into view, she halted when she saw how much restraints the flagrant Sword Maidens piled up against the wild gods. She also looked around and saw no trace of fighting at all. Though Captain Orphan and Lieutenant Dice already told her that they managed to subdue the wild gods through a cheap trick, the sacred gods simply couldn't believe it. The wild gods never conceded so easily. How could a piece of strange food subdue them at the same time? VS leisurely strolled to Kalankso and slapped her gaping maw with his gauntlet palm. Do you see now how we humans from beyond the vault of the stars wage war? We are far more advanced than the people and gods who are trapped on this underdeveloped planet. Do you believe us now? We are but a small extension of a vast, galaxy-spanning civilization. If not us, someone else will eventually stumble upon this planet and upend everyone who lives on it. It is not dishonorable that you have lost to us in battle, for we are invincible against any opponent except when it comes to ourselves. Even if Kalankso didn't release any roars in response, VS could keenly tell that her shock put her into an impressionable state. Her view of how the world worked completely turned upside down. Though she didn't think the flagrant sworn maidens were all that formidable, this show of strength forced her to reevaluate their strength. VS left her side when he finished saying his piece. He felt confident his words wormed their way into her complex mind. After several months of regular visits, he knew that she was just as smart as any human. Her only deficiency was that, like all the natives on this planet, her perspective never reached beyond the astral winds. Nobody on this planet remembered their old heritage. Well, that's something to figure out later when we actually reach the damn Starlight Megalodon. First, we've got some studies to perform. He grinned. While the heavy transports and their escorts slowly made way to the capture site, the exobiologists already started implanting the wild gods with numerous scanners, sensors, and other devices that monitored their body condition. Due to several uncertainties, VS pushed to perform the first experiment as soon as possible. This way, the Beast Rider project would finally be able to gather concrete, relevant data that would help him design a safe and functional Beast Rider neural interface. Wake up Subject 3! He instructed the exobiologists. Make sure to wake him up gradually, and keep him weak. I don't want this beast to get ferocious. With that done, VS boarded a small transport converted into a holding cell for dwarf captives. The dwarf chieftain and the 2 other dwarf riders each resided in their own cells. Their wives, children, bodyguards, and other followers had been stuffed into the other cells. After inspecting the prisoners, VS picked out Subject 3's dwarf rider, as well as what appeared to be one of his children, a cute dwarf boy who was about 4 standard years old if the exobiologists judged correctly. Bring them both to the interrogation room. Make sure you restrain the dwarf rider with restraints strong enough to hold back an exoskeleton armor suit. These bonded riders may have gained a lot of physical enhancements from their wild god partners. Actually, their physiques are hardly different from a well-fed dwarf warrior. One of the resident doctors in charge of monitoring the health of the prisoners remarked. Although I've only performed some cursory tests, their muscle density and other properties don't diverge at all from the norm. VS frowned. Maybe it only happens when they are actively engaging their man-beast connection. Whatever the case, it's better to be safe than sorry. I want full precautions. When it comes to wild gods, you never know what shenanigans you might encounter. A pair of security officers roughly dragged the unconscious dwarf rider from his cell and bolted him down onto a custom-built chair. Various restraints bolted him down into his seat and left him completely unable to exert any strength. To be somewhat safe, he also ordered the dwarf child to be cuffed and restrained as well. All right, Doc, wake them both. The doctor injected a simple counteragent into the bloodstreams of both dwarves. They woke up within minutes. After groggily trying to ascertain the situation, the dwarf rider finally noticed his precarious straits. His eyes widened as his savage mind rapidly made several observations. He woke up in a completely unknown metal chamber. Only the blessed people possess such an abundant amount of worked metal. His wild god was nowhere to be found. When he stretched out his mind, he couldn't find the mind of his wild god anywhere in the vicinity. Tall figured garbed in completely foreign metal shells kept him under guard. One of them stood straight across the room holding his youngest son. His youngest son! The dwarf rider angrily roared like a god while trying to shake off the restraints. It didn't work. His robust dwarf body simply couldn't break the advanced alloys meant to secure the likes of exoskeleton armor. The wildling roared helplessly as his son slowly woke up as well and cried when he saw all the strangeness around him. Even though the dwarves were savage and hardy species, their juveniles were as small and vulnerable as human children. VS smiled in satisfaction. At the very least, the dwarf rider was human enough to care for his family. "All right, you dwarf," he began. "Let us have a little talk among ourselves." The raging dwarf didn't register his words. The savage looked at VS and the other forms and instantly mistook them as the blessed people. There was no chance of dialogue between the blessed and the cursed people. Both of them hated each other, as if it had been carved into their genes. Only one of their subraces would reign supreme on this planet one day. VS ignored the mindless rage and calmly took a seat on the chair opposite of the table. He prepared a handful of props for this meeting. He fabricated them a few days ago within a couple of minutes. They didn't look very fancy, but it was pointless for VS to use his considerable craftsmanship to convey his meaning to a dwarf. "I know a savage like you can't understand standard language, so I'll use these props to illustrate what I want." He first picked up the largest metal figurine, the one that resembled a wild god. It lacked the palanquin on top, but that didn't matter. "This is Subject 3. Suppose that it's your bonded wild god." VS then picked up the figurine of a typical dwarf warrior. "This is you. Let's call you Dwarf 3 for convenience. I'm not interested in learning your real name in your unique tribal tongue. What I want you to do is to bring you out to Subject 3 and establish your man-machine connection. I want you two to bond in full view of our instruments so I can gather lots of data about this connection." VS crudely placed the figurine of the dwarf on the back of the wild gold model and waved them around as if he was treating them as his toys. The captive dwarf rider stared at VS as if he understood nothing. "You don't have to understand," he smirked. "Because if you don't cooperate, bad things will happen to the people you care about." He dropped the two figurines and picked up the figurine of one of the smallest dwarves. VS pointed it at the frightened dwarf child who begged his dad to save him with his crying eyes. "This doll is your little kid. We will hang on to that brat, any other people we found in your palanquin. As long as you cooperate, your kid will stay safe. If you remain stubborn like your kind tends to be, then I'll have to enact some disciplinary measures. Since we already know that punishment won't work on a crazy warrior like you, I'll have to take out your punishment on your little kid." VS carefully manipulated his armor-clad fingers and snapped one of the arms of the dwarf child figurine. Oops. Even though the dwarf didn't understand his words at all, the meaning VS conveyed was more than clear to the savage. The dwarf father released an incredibly angry roar and fought back twice as hard against his restraints. "You can lash out all you want, but that won't help you save your child." To illustrate his meaning, VS held out the dwarf child figurine and snapped off its head. Although it was a trivial gesture, the ominous message it conveyed instantly sobered up the dwarf. "Will you cooperate with my experiments now?" Chapter 835 Drunk on Data. After successfully conveying the meaning of his request to Dwarf 3, he ordered the security officers to take him out to Subject 3. By now, the captured and heavily restrained wild god figured out his awful state and roared in anger as he tried but failed to shake loose. Not to mention the incredible pile of restraints, several mech companies of ranged and melee mechs constantly stood guard around the captives. If any of the wild gods showed signs of breaking their restraints, they could easily club the wild gods silly through sheer numbers. The abundant amount of mech surrounding his captive form eventually intimidated Subject 3 into calming down. Even though he never shed all of his feral instincts, he still recognized that he was only wasting his energy at this moment. When Dwarf 3 came out of one of the transports and got dragged towards Subject 3, the both of them somehow sensed each other's presence. Subject 3 roared in anger again, while Dwarf 3 started talking gibberish that the AI translators hadn't been able to make sense of yet. Every single dwarf tribe developed a unique language, giving the flagrant sore maidens a lot of headaches if they wanted to interrogate the captives. Fortunately, VS wasn't interested in hearing what the dwarf captives had to say. He only needed them to demonstrate their abilities and perform some other experiments. VS and the Beast Rider project already drafted up an extensive sequence of testing and experimentations beforehand. Now that they finally got their hands on some wild gods and dwarf riders, they eagerly rushed to prep the beasts and dwarf rider. They already poked every part of the wild god, inserting monitors, sensors, bugs, and other devices into his thick and resilient flesh. Nothing about the creature remained a secret after being stuffed with so many sensors. Dwarf 3 received the same treatment, though a bit more delicately, as all of the foreign materials weren't exactly good for the captive's health. The captive didn't always cooperate, and the security officers sometimes had a hard time in trying to subdue the raging dwarf's motions as he resisted the insertion of all of the objects into his body. "Bear with it. This won't take long," VS said to the side, though Dwarf 3 likely hadn't understand his words. It didn't matter. He lied anyway. Once Dwarf 3 got hooked up with all of the sensors, they forcefully placed him onto the back of the beast. The researchers got rid of the wooden palanquin constructed atop Subject 3's back and replaced it with a repurposed mech cockpit that VS cobbled together himself. While it didn't carry a neural interface, he did manage to stuff it with even more sensors. There could never be too much sensors. With all the weird stuff surrounding the man-beast connection, VS wanted to gather as much data as possible. Even the lack of any notable data was a data point in itself, as the absence of any abnormalities either signified that the phenomenon was too strange to be measured by their low-quality sensors, or they could rule out something of this nature happening. All of this sounded complicated, but VS basically employed so many sensors in the hopes of understanding how the natives and wild gods managed to establish a man-beast connection without the use of machines. While it was possible to connect the minds of a mech pilot to a mech through a wireless connection, this could only be done through the use of a sophisticated neural interface designed for the purpose. There was no way the planet's organisms evolved this function naturally. Their abnormal brain structure somehow managed to replicate the functioning of advanced mech equipment, and VS simply didn't know how. VS may be a mech designer, but his knowledge on neural interfaces could only be described as shallow and patchy. As for the exobiologists who specialized in studying alien biology, none of them specialized in neurology or the study of brains. Therefore, these tests held an unprecedented amount of importance to the Beast Rider project. With actual data in their hands, they no longer had to work with educated guesswork. Begin the first test. They let the dwarf engage his remote connection with the wild god. Both of them became subdued all of a sudden when the connection established. VS had retreated to a portable lab where the experts of the Beast Rider project all sat behind a bank of terminals and control panels. They monitored every incoming sensor readings. Already, some of them gained some insights, while others had their theories vindicated. "This is incredible! The readings on the man-beast connection is functionally similar to the readings of a typical man-machine connection. They share a common root. This proves that at least one exobiologist from the Starlight Megalodon designed both the natives and the god species for this purpose in mind. And they collaborated with a mech designer to design this organic neural interface structure." All of them had already guessed as much, but the hard data confirmed their judgment. As more and more data poured in, VS smirked even wider as he already foresaw his own research advance by leaps and bounds. Previously, he mostly worked blindly in the dark. Now, enough of his surroundings had been illuminated for him to establish a firm direction. The difference this first test made already made the entire ordeal worth the effort. Of course, now that they had some tribal wild gods and dwarf riders on their hands, the experiments didn't end there. After the first test came the second test. After the second test came the third test. And so on. In fact, the Beast Rider project scheduled over 200 different tests, each of which paid attention to different aspects. Now that the testing and experimentation came on track, the researchers maddeningly ran through the tests as fast as possible. No matter what kind of junk data they received, the data chips stored all of them for later processing and analysis. They gathered so much data that they would probably be able to fill the storage contents of hundreds of data chips by the time they had their fill. That still wasn't enough. Some of the researchers even giggled as they saw how much valuable data they harvested. After more than 2 months of working on conjecture and vague clues derived from vague sensor readings, they now received a flood of precise, accurate, and varied data, enough to drown their processors for a couple of months. More! Give us more! Damn it, the dwarf has stopped the connection! That lazy captive! Get him back to work! The dwarf captive hated being directed like a puppet to his captives, but whenever he became recalcitrant, the security officers brought forth his son and slapped the kid around a little bit. Every time the dwarf child cried horribly, the father gritted his teeth and surrendered to the circumstances. Its savage mind knew that as long as he cooperated, he and his family would be able to stay alive. It wouldn't be too late to turn the tables on his captives afterwards. As VS almost went drunk at the sheer amount of data pouring in, Chief Dakin entered the lab while the 15th test started running. In order to develop his translation filter for his Beast Rider neural interface, he needed to gather a large variety of readings associated with many different actions. Simple acts such as turning around the head or releasing an intimidating roar all came accompanied by a different set of thought patterns. In essence, right now VS was attempting to build a dictionary of alien thought patterns. Once the dictionary held enough entries, VS could let some AIs loose on the data and fill up the rest of the dictionary. Having fun, VS? I sure am, Chief. He grinned. Encountering this large beast tribe is a windfall for our research projects. Well, I'm happy for you. You'll finally be able to get out of your deadlock after gathering all of this data. I just wanted to tell you that the God Crystal Project wants to get a turn with the wild gods as well. Don't wear them out too fast. You're not the only ones who are eyeing these test subjects. VS smiled dubiously at the chief engineer. Aren't you going to nag about me about how much ethical boundaries that we're violating right now? What we're doing right now doesn't exactly comply with the rules. If you wanted to pull off something risky with the mech pilots, then someone needs to pull you back. However, it's just some dwarves and some wild gods that are at risk of injury right now. Considering that you are performing these experiments for the good of Captain Orphan and Lieutenant Dice, I can accept the unpleasantries surrounding these experiments. It's not as if the God Crystal Project has some clean experiments in mind either. Some of the chief's reluctance still bled into his voice. VS suspected that the man had already started to see him as unhinged, so he quickly provided some platitudes. It's not that I don't recognize how wrong and repulsive these experiments are back in civilized space, but the key point is that we aren't there right now. We're right in a forbidden region of space that's filled with danger and mystery. Uncovering these mysteries should be one of our highest priorities. Only through understanding can we blow away the fog hiding the underlying truth behind the circumstances on this planet. I don't disagree with you, but... The chief hesitated. I'm afraid we are losing our souls here. The longer we stay on 7, the more we descend into savagery. It's already happened to the blessed people, not to mention the cursed people. Aren't you worried how we'll look like 6 months from now? A year from now? 2 years from now? Perhaps we'll be unrecognizable by the time we reach the Starlight Megalodon. VS wanted to palm his face. The chief was worried about this. There's no question that we are changing, he responded lightly, as if he didn't feel the need to be concerned about it. From the perspective of civilized space, we are indeed descending into savagery. Yet I don't see that as a bad thing. We are adapting to the environment. Savagery may have degenerated the natives, but it also allowed them to survive in this brutal heavy-gravity world. Therefore, adapting to local circumstances isn't anything bad. The key is that we shouldn't be too short-sighted and lose our remaining advantages. Our mechs and our research capacity are our strongest weapons in this mission. Chief Dakin chuckled. What should I have expected? I knew you'd respond in such a fashion. You never regret anything, do you? Did he? VS contemplated the question seriously. Out of all of the actions he performed and all of the decisions he made so far, did he truly regretted anything? He recognized that he could have been less impulsive and a bit more careful at some points. One of his biggest regrets was when he fabricated and used an unsecure comm while being stranded on Dietman 4 back in the mission to raid the Vija Kingdom's Dietman system. That mistake probably led a lot of unsuspecting Vandals to their deaths due to the surprise artillery bombardment called down on their hidden position. Still, what was the point of crying over spilt milk? As long as he survived and learned his lessons, there was no point in lamenting any further about his many errors. Keep going forward. VS had many goals in mind, and he couldn't afford to stop and look back for long. All the things I do for a reason, he eventually remarked. To regret is to imply that I want to turn back time to undo my mistakes. I don't want that. I don't want to turn back at all. Whatever mistakes I've made and sins I've incurred in the past, my future accomplishments will wash them all away. I'm certain of this belief. VS clenched his gauntlet fingers into a fist to emphasize his conviction. In some sense, he became a true Vandal at that moment. No matter what shenanigans they pulled off, as long as they completed the mission, anything was permissible. Meanwhile, Chief Dakin shook his head in disappointment. The lesson he tried to impart to the younger mech designer completely fell flat. Chapter 836 Grand Design. The testing and experiments went on for days. Scientists and researchers started rotating as they all couldn't stay awake, though they eagerly wished to, as they already started interpreting tiny portions of the incoming data that kept pouring into their data chips. Even VS couldn't stay present. So much data passed through his eyes that his brains stuffed themselves with irrelevant data. Even he needed some rest in order to flush his mind of junk. As Subject 3 and Dwarf 3 both grew weary after repeated testing, they sedated them both and woke up Subject 2 and Dwarf 2 to continue their raft of tests. VS didn't even need to step in, as the security officers copied his trick with the figurines and successfully established interspecies communications with another captive dwarf. The meaning they conveyed was very simple. Either Dwarf 2 cooperated with the experiments, or he would get to see his mate and kids tortured to death. Warriors or not, the dwarf riders were still human enough to succumb to their protective instincts. Perform the second iteration of tests. The Beast Rider project performed the exact same tests on Subject 2 and Dwarf 2 as with the previous test subjects. This allowed them to confirm if something remained the same or changed due to different circumstances. This in turn increased the reliability of their final efforts. For example, the translation filter that VS wanted to complete with the help of this data wouldn't spaz out all of a sudden due to a mistranslation. After making sure his subordinates were more than capable enough to perform the testing in his stead, VS left them in charge and paid a visit to Kalangso. The Exabeast rested within view of the captured wild gods. She witnessed the cruel and intensive testing and experimentation with a pitiless expression. If it was up to her, she would have attacked and killed the wild gods directly before proceeding to gorge upon their flesh. Therefore, to see them and their dwarf riders dancing to the tune of the flagrant sore maidens satisfied her sadistic tendencies. Even though they shared the same race, a sacred god like Kalangso never sympathized with the wild gods. The two hated each other to such an extent that they would gleefully see each other extinct. This was despite the fact that most of the unremarkable offspring of the sacred gods tended to be godlings and wild gods themselves. VS actually found Kalangso's callousness towards her wilder cousins to be rather strange. Why were the sacred gods so hostile to the wild gods and vice versa? Their conflict strangely paralleled the hostility between the blessed and cursed people. The only difference was that their power balance had been flipped upside down. The blessed people are weaker than the wildlings, who are naturally able to survive outside the cities due to their extreme genetic modifications. As for the god species, the sacred gods are notably stronger because they are able to derive energy directly from the astral winds, while the wild gods can only make do with what scraps are left from eating their prey. Despite the considerable strength of the sacred gods, VS did not feel so optimistic about their future. The only reason the sacred gods held an edge was because the wild gods and the wildlings hadn't mastered the secret behind the god crystals. Once the dwarf tribes with bonded wild gods managed to crack the secret behind the god crystals, the power parity between the two divisions disappeared. The number of sacred gods and blessed people had always been constrained by the limited number of cities they controlled. The wild gods and the natives stranded out in the wilds faced no such population constraints. Eventually, the future of Aeon Corona 7 belonged to the side with the greater numbers, as they adapted the best to the local environment. Though the intervention of outsiders likely derailed that outcome, the presence of the flagrant Sword Maidens already caused the societal development of every group of natives they came in touch with to diverge from their original paths. Even Kalangso herself no longer believed she was an apex creature of the planet. She realized she set her sights too narrow. An entire galaxy existed beyond the vault of the gods. Sometimes I wonder who's the mastermind behind setting up this planet in this fashion, he casually remarked to Kalangso. It's like Aeon Corona 7 is like a giant playground. The experiments we're performing on our captives at the moment is nothing compared to the massive effort that's been put into engineering everything alive on this planet to conform to an unknown grand design. The more VS learned about this super-Earth, the more he recognized it as a grand design. He did not use the phrase grand design lightly. The mere addition of the word grand evoked a sense of majesty and weight. Very rarely did mech designers describe their own products as grand designs. Normally, only station designers and shipwrights who designed capital ships had the right to describe their products as grand. The only notable instance where mech designers deliberately drew on this phrase was when the Rebarthans developed the massive juggernaut mechs. Even then, most industry insiders considered the juggernauts to be a failed invention. Though their might was considerable, they also painted a massive target on their slow-moving backs. Any ship from orbit could throw down a couple of artificial meteorites and completely obliterate the sitting duck of a juggernaut with ease under normal circumstances. The story of the juggernaut mech reminded VS that not all grand designs succeeded in their goals. The question that lingered on his mind was whether Aeon Corona VI's engineered ecosystem served its purpose or not. What was the point of engineering the god species as organic mechs and turning the natives into organic mech pilots with built-in organic neural interface functionality? Kalangso turned her gaze from the wild gods to VS, who stood in front of her without fear and roared a series of sounds. You're not afraid of the changes that might come from our intervention? You think that life goes on regardless of what disaster might happen? Kalangso thumped the ground with her tail, startling a few of the surrounding vandals and sword maidens. VS chuckled, however. Seems like you are much wiser than I. He continued to babble with her about esoteric subjects. It didn't matter what he talked about. He enjoyed spending time with Kalangso. As an older sacred god, she was both wise and naive. She never resorted to lies or deception, and that made her a refreshing conversation partner. If he spoke to any human, no matter if it was Keddies, talkative Jimmy, Chief Dakin, or Captain Bird, he always had to craft his words carefully. It was different with Kalangso. VS liked to view her like a talking mech, but in truth he treated her as something much greater. What kind of exobiologist managed to engineer a creature like Kalanxo? If the rest of the galaxy ever learned of what kind of exobeasts and natives dwelled on Aeon Corona 7, they'd go mad. The explosive implications of the grand design that the flagrant sword maidens slowly uncovered might even lead to a tussle between the MTA and the CFA. If such an epic clash occurred, where did that leave the natives? It's too bad you're too heavy to be lifted out of planet. If we could, we would have wanted to bring you out as a companion. Kalanxo roared lightly. This was her home. She would never agree to leaving it. Humans like VS already ruled the stars. A sacred god like her would only be an interloper in human space. He spent an hour in Kalanxo's company. Even if the topics he talked with her weren't very profound, he still felt as if he cleansed his mind somehow. It said something about him that he felt the most comfortable with Kalanxo. That reminds me, I should check up Keddies as well. By now, the heavy transports arrived in the vicinity and made camp. Many vandals became occupied with getting a handle on the dwarf tribe the Mech subdued with the gas grenades. Out of a lingering sense of humanity, the flagrant sword maidens decided to corral them into makeshift holding pens instead of killing them outright. This drew many vandals and sword maidens from their routine jobs, making the camp seem much emptier than usual. VS didn't take too much notice of the quiet and headed towards the workshops. He entered one of them and managed to track down Keddies. 2 months earlier, she always adopted a stressed and weary expression. Getting a handle on the Vandal Mech technicians proved to be as difficult and painful as pulling out her own tooth. Nowadays, her posture and expression betrayed a sense of ease. It was as if everything that happened in the workshops fell under her complete control. Nothing happened without her permission. How is it going here, Keddies? Having any trouble lately? She shrugged. Nothing but the usual is going on. Most of the breakdowns we're seeing lately don't require much expertise to repair. All I'm doing right now is making sure the mech technicians don't slack off. Are the chiefs fermenting any opposition lately? Nah. Those lessons you taught a while ago still haunts them to this day. They're not really intimidated by me anymore. Instead, they're deadly afraid of crossing you. They think that if they do something that forces you to respond, they might not survive the next time they're tossed inside Kalanxo's maw. VS laughed. I may have gone overboard there. I'm glad they still take it to heart. It's damn troublesome, you know, Keddies puffed. Some of the chiefs are so traumatized they've basically turned into good-for-nothings. They're hardly doing their jobs as chief technicians. How did you deal with the problem? I pointed my finger at some of the brighter mech technicians and promoted them to unofficial deputy chief technicians. I hadn't been able to convince the Vandal pencil pushers to confirm the ranks, but all the crew know who to listen to whenever they need instructions. This can't go on, VS said. Either the chiefs need to sober up, or the replacements you've designated have to fill in their shoes. The problem is that the deputy chiefs don't match the criteria to be promoted to chiefs. You Vandals are really stubborn about possessing the right qualifications. It's much simpler over at the Sword Maidens. You're either the best or not. Even if you fall short, as long as there's no one better, you're still able to land the job. Bureaucracy became a hindrance in this case. Personally, VS was on her side, but he understood why the Vandals became so obstinate about this issue. Rules and regulations existed for a reason, and while he liked to ignore them when they became a hindrance to him, he couldn't do so all the time. Neither could anyone else. There's something I need to mention to you, VS, she said. The rate of breakdowns is increasing. The difference is small, but it's getting bigger and bigger every day. I approached some of the engineers one day and they said the reason why is because space-time gets freakier the closer we get to our destination. Is that true? VS was familiar with that theory. It's true. The astral winds are a lot more turbulent closer to the source. Once they reach the other side of the planet, they smooth out a bit as the higher dimensional get dispersed into space. Well, the engineers and the other nerds performed some calculations over the last 2 months. Did you know what they found out? They extrapolated the increase in breakdowns and believe it will increase drastically once we get within 1,000 kilometers of the starlight megalodon. That was new. While some believe that something like this might happen, everyone who adhered to this possibility always lacked proof of their assertions. But if the number crunchers came to this conclusion based on solid data, then that was an entirely different matter. What are their conclusions? The eggheads believe the distortions will become so bad that it's impossible for any mech to operate within 100 kilometers of the crash site. If this was true, then this was a massive bombshell to the flagrant sore maidens. If not a single mech could remain operational near the battleship, how would they be able to complete their mission? Chapter 837 Organic Solution. The issue concerning the increasing rate of breakdowns and mechanical failures threatened to derail the entire expedition. While the engineers only made an uncertain prediction what might happen if they came close to the elusive battleship, VS believed that this might very well become a serious problem. He sought of Chief Dakin to discuss the issue. They met at the workshop. VS. What did you call me for? Is it true that the rate of breakdowns will increase to such an extent that it's impossible to operate a mech near the starlight megalodon? The chief's face grew serious. That's a possible outcome. We've extrapolated this possibility from the existing data. It's not entirely set in stone that mechs won't work in the vicinity. After all, hasn't the battleship herself shown signs of life? That was true. Otherwise, how could she have been functional enough to detect something going on in orbit and launch an antimatter torpedo straight in the middle of a fleet in the midst of bombarding the surface? Still, that's the starlight megalodon you're talking about, VS retorted. As the source of all the unnatural phenomena around 7, I'm sure she's an exception to the rule. It would have been a very bad thing if she became affected by the same technology-corroding effects from the astral winds that is spewing out of her leaking FTL drives. This is also why I don't dare to take too much stock in this prediction yet. The situation near the site might be very different from our calculations. If the starlight megalodon became subjected to this very same effect, then how could her FTL drives still be releasing gouts of astral winds? They had to remain somewhat functional, and they did indeed for an extremely lengthy amount of time. Therefore, the clues pointed out that even if various pieces of technology would stop working if they came close, some people developed a means to circumvent this effect. VS hummed in thought. I wonder how the battleship managed to stay working. There has to be a way for us to shield our mechs and machinery from the breakdown effect. Both of them brainstormed for a few minutes, but neither VS or Dakin could come up with an answer. However, VS did come up with a possible alternative. Only machines are affected, right? So far, none of the doctors or exobiologists ever gave out an alert concerning the dangers to our health. What if this extends to the god species as well? You mean? Maybe this is intentional. Haven't you ever thought about the absence of any functional technology among the natives? Why did they voluntarily return to the Stone Age or Bronze Age? Why haven't the natives inherited any of the advantaged knowledge of their ancestors? This is still a far-fetched idea, VS. Yet out of all the possibilities, it makes the most sense, VS declared with fervor. Why turn Aeon Corona 7 into a giant experiment? Why engineer the god species into organic mechs analogs, and why modify the genes of the blessed and cursed people into organic mech pilots? It's because only non-mechanical entities are able to get close to the starlight megalodon. You know what this theory implies, right? Those who terraformed this planet and seeded it with the god species and the natives likely come from a different faction than the one who is still in control of the starlight megalodon. A great story must be behind this separation, if it existed at all. VS strongly believed in his intuition, which told him something like this must have happened. This might not have been the only division among the original crew. So many contradictions must have emerged after the crash. Officers against enlisted. Researchers against soldiers. Those who gave up and wanted to settle against those who wanted to work on towards an escape. The flagrant sword maidens only gathered fragmented clues during their travels so far, but this revelation may have been the first big secret they might have stumbled upon. It made too much sense to VS. However, Chief Dakin didn't entirely seem willing to abandon everything they brought to complete the mission. Even if the Starlight Megalodon is hard to get at, I don't believe it's impossible for us to develop a solution. Before we go all gung-ho on taming sacred gods and raise a beast rider regiment, we should conduct an extensive investigation. I agree. VS nodded. After all, they couldn't completely put their faith in the data they gathered so far. However, we shouldn't be too complacent either. Now that we know that we might need to depend on taming the god species, we should place more emphasis on the Beast Rider project. If possible, we should contemplate on adding other sacred gods to our roster. Do you think sacred gods are so easy to obtain? Chief Dakin snorted. We've traveled very far these last 2 months. We'll almost be passing by the last ancient city before we cross into the Stormlands. We don't know what's hidden there, but the odds of encountering sacred gods for us to subdue is rather low. So if we want to obtain more god beasts, we either have to lower our standards and go for the wild gods, or go attack an ancient city. VS grimaced. I don't think Captain Bird or any of the other Mech officers will be eager to attack an ancient city. It's a politically sensitive matter. No matter how far removed they were from the CFA, the blessed people that inhabited the ancient city still shared an undeniable heritage from the formidable organization. They had the blood of CFA officers running through their veins. Even if more than 100 generations went past, the CFA still took care of their own. They were notoriously famous for protecting the families and dependents of their active servicemen. While the Vandals had the right to protect themselves if the natives came looking for trouble, hence why they dared to defend against Perixon and his goons, it would be a different matter entirely if they barged into an ancient city. In the end, the two hadn't been able to come up with a solution. They parted on uncertain terms, each of them burdened with future troubles. VS looked in the direction the expedition traveled towards. As long as they marched for a couple more weeks, they'd cross over the stormy side of the planet, which the men nicknamed the Stormlands. Once they crossed into the Stormlands, they'd be completely cut off from the fleet. Not only wouldn't they be able to obtain supplies from the transports and shuttles that periodically descended from orbit, they also wouldn't be able to exchange any news either. The fleet and their space-borne mech escorts might be ambushed and destroyed one day, and the ground forces wouldn't even have a single clue. VS sighed for the umpteenth time. If only our quantum entanglement nodes still worked. That also reminded him of the strange Cianti crystal he once used. Would alternative means of communication still work? Several days passed by. After making the rounds in the camp, VS returned to the test site and continued to supervise the experiments. The Beast Rider project gathered so much data that they wouldn't know what to do with 95% of it. That didn't matter though, since they had data chips to spare. If they ever ran short, VS would just visit the workshop and fabricate a batch of 100 chips at a time. The only problem was that he botched the production several times. The breakdown effect started to take effect on micro-components as well. When it came to the fabrication of extremely tiny but sophisticated chips, a lot of things had to go right. Even a single minor error could lead to spoiling half a batch. And in fact, this happened far more often than VS was comfortable with. What this did mean? Fabricating replacement parts might take longer and wasted more resources. While the Vandals could still recycle some of their botched parts, it took a lot of time and effort to reclaim the resources, and for some parts such as armor plating it was way too hard to separate all of the substances structured together into extremely resilient forms. Nonetheless, life went on. As the Beast Rider project ran through the data chips, the God Crystal project got their turn next. They had a lot of plans in store, the most important of which was to attempt to embed a God Crystal into the hide of a beast and see what happened. Due to the risks involved with this operation, the God Crystal project members approached it with an abundant amount of caution. Their slow progress bored VS to tears, so he quickly left and started to process the data he gathered along with the rest of the Beast Rider project team. Now that we've gathered all the data that we need and more, I hope you can deliver some actual results, VS stated. In 2 weeks, I hope to finish a working prototype of a Beast Rider neural interface. VS couldn't possibly process the data by himself. Though some of the data was incomprehensible to anyone but him, all the other experts all excelled in some areas. VS trusted them to analyze certain portions of data and deliver succinct reports to him. Through reading these condensed results and making use of the key data held within, VS hoped to progress his stalled project by leaps and bounds. In fact, in the first couple of days, his progress hadn't been very much. He had to navigate through the data and process them into useful forms. Only a week after he started with the job did he obtain some progress. With VS and the other experts delivering their first results, a lot of uncertainties about the project cleared up. He made use of his gains to complete the so-called translation filter and finish the specifications of his Beast Rider neural interface. Over the course of several days, he developed several variations of the neural interface, each of them differing in one vital area or another. VS wasn't sure which one worked best or at all, so he had no choice but to develop several variants in the hopes of getting it right at least once. In the meantime, the God Crystal project began to show some results as well. While they failed to get a wild god to integrate with any of the God Crystals the Vandal researchers embedded them with, they did learn a lot. For one thing, a grown wild god wouldn't be able to draw any power from the God Crystals. For some reason, their godling offspring needed to be embedded with small crystals from young, when their bodies were still relatively uncontaminated by intermediate energies. Once a young godling began to eat the local meat, they became contaminated by the intermediate energy and matter the animals used to ingest from the environment. This polluted the godling and locked it into the growth path of a wild god. VS, Chief Dakin and Dr. Tillman gathered at the testing site to discuss the results. Due to the invasive experiments, Subject 1 and Subject 2 succumbed. Only Subject 3 remained alive. As for their dwarf riders? Since the Vandals had no more use for Dwarf 1 and Dwarf 2, they executed the useless bastards and their entire family and dependents. They didn't want the survivors to go on a revenge spree after being let loose. That was just silly. Very interesting, Chief Dakin said. What does this mean exactly? Dr. Tillman summed up her findings. It means the sacred gods are the only ones who can birth more sacred gods. A wild god or their offspring are marked with intermediate particles from the start, which is a lower class of energy from higher dimensional particles. The only sacred gods that emerge are the children their parents decide to invest in. The offspring that fail to meet their criteria are either killed or left abandoned in the wild to take their chances. If they're lucky, they end up growing into wild gods after a century of growth and struggle. No wonder the wild gods hate the sacred gods, VS remarked with a snort. Chapter 838 Breakdown Effect. When the subject of the alarming increase in the rate of breakdowns came up in the next staff meeting, everyone became alarmed. Is this true? How can we still contest if our mechs don't work anymore? We can send our armed vandals and sword maidens in on foot. You daft idiot! With what weapons? Our comms, combat armor, and firearms won't work anymore. What are we going to fight with? Our fists? The Sore Maidens will likely take to that environment like fish in water. Someone joked half seriously. Just think about it. Half of their individual combat prowess is tied to their genetic modifications and their razor-sharp swords. The breakdown effect won't affect their combat effectiveness at all. That put the Vandals to thought. If no one came up with a solution that counteracted the breakdown effect, then the Sore Maidens would likely reign supreme within 100 kilometers of the Starlight Megalodon. No technology. No mechs. No firearms. Every rival force would be forced back to square one. While that may please Lydia's Sore Maidens immensely, what about the Vandals? Almost none of their ranks boasted any genetic freaks. While VS may be a rare exception, without commando training he'd be worse than useless in such a perilous deployment. As much as the Sword Maidens are capable in a battle on foot, don't forget that they have to depend on gravitic backpacks just like us, VS pointed out. Or else, how can they possibly traverse and fight under 6 times the gravity of old Earth? They'd barely be able to stand upright as it is, let alone walk. Right now, the entire reason why everyone wore hazard suits, piloting suits and combat armor all the time was because they could carry a gravitic backpack around at all times. If not for this modular accessory, if the anti-grav fields around the camp broke down for whatever reason, they wouldn't instantly get crushed. While that hadn't happened as of yet, as they slowly marched closer to the Starlight Megalodon, the breakdown effect slowly became much more pervasive, affecting any and all components within range. Even the gadgets that VS worked hard to develop previously suffered from the same risk. Therefore, either VS or anyone else in the meeting wanted to give in to the circumstances. They really needed to find a solution for the breakdown effect. The ancient cities may have a solution, Chief Dakin said. When we visited Malak and observed Samar with our spy drones, it has become clear that they developed a means to keep the gravity there at standard levels. How do they do that? Our current speculation is that they managed to do so through non-technological means, but what if they still retained a way to keep their anti-grav modules functional? The ancient cities also make use of a power source somehow. We never really close to them to find out what those power sources look like and how they function. The chief engineer pointed out a possible solution for them all. If they could enter an ancient city and study their old, durable devices, they might be able to solve the breakdown effect. If the ancient cities didn't make use of mechanical technology and instead used something organic, then that was fine as well, because at least they'd be able to arm their infantrymen with organic anti-grav modules or something. Captain Bird took this course of action seriously. There's one more ancient city in the way before there won't be any in our route. If we decide we wish to engage with an ancient city, then now is the time to decide. The ancient cities are dangerous, ma'am, a logistics officer said. They're filled with superstitious savages and sacred gods that don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. We're bound to have a repeat of what happened at Samar if we approach them recklessly. Many Vandals agreed with that sentiment. The sacred gods that ruled over the city and the surrounding territory might take affront at the foreigners and go on the attack. However, Captain Orphan saw an opportunity there. Is it really so bad if the sacred gods go on the offensive? We'd have a valid excuse to defeat and capture them like we did with Kalankso. If we can't use any mechs near the Starlight Megalodon, what about our tamed sacred gods? As long as we ride on a couple exabeasts, it would be the same as if we deployed mechs in an infantry battle. This sounded extremely attractive. Also, it sounded like something their rival forces might do as well. Remember that we aren't the only ones who have to deal with the breakdown effect. What if the pirates and Visions who we know are on the surface are faced with the same problems? I'd bet you they'll turn on the natives and capture their powerful sacred gods for their own uses. They're the strongest weapon we can bring at the center of the crash site. More and more people argued in favor of approaching an ancient city. Either they could establish peaceful relations and trade for the things they wanted, or if negotiations failed, they could simply take what they wanted by force in true Vandal style. However, Captain Bird and a couple of other conservative Vandals who felt burned when Perickson came close to wiping out the Vandals deeply feared another confrontation with the city dwellers. Taking on an ancient city is no trivial issue. The reigning sacred god is always a powerhouse with the strength to suppress an entire region. We still have Kalangso, Captain Orphan pointed out. The big girl can act as our diplomat and interpreter. If the city folks see her first, they won't think have as strong as a reaction than if we present them with our mechs. The natives had never seen any mechs in their lives and always tended to see the worst in them. Rather than show up with something completely foreign on this planet, why not adopt some of the local customs and aesthetics, if only to present a familiar sight? Trade and interaction did sometimes occur between the ancient cities. However, sending out a captive with uncertain loyalties to be their spokesperson came with other risks. What if Kalangso rebelled and sought refuge with the ancient city? Though she had largely been docile and cooperate among the flagrant sore maidens, that was partially because she was surrounded by mechs at all times. She had no hope of escape so far. However, if Kalangso came near to the ancient city, it wasn't out of the question that she might call on the assistance of its sacred gods. An argument raged back and forth on whether to approach the ancient city at all, and if so, to come riding Kalangso or piloting their mechs. All right, that's enough. Pipe down! Captain Bird forcefully halted the back and forth. Obviously, this is a major decision that requires much more consideration. Let's table the issue for now. I'd like for some of you to take a step back and analyze the pros and cons of each option. I'll take these reports and confer with Commander Lydia on our decision. We have 2 days until we are scheduled to move out. Will our experiments with the captive wild gods be done by then? Chief Dakin and Dr. Tillman nodded. Our experiments are almost done. Subject 3 is on his last legs. The bonded wild god won't last much longer, and Dwarf 3 is pretty much a vegetable at this point, Dakin said. We have completed our dissection of Subject 1 remains, Dr. Tillman reported. We can speed up our investigations of Subject 2's carcass and carve it into smaller pieces so we can perform our experiments on the move. The same goes for Subject 3 when he is at our disposal. While they preferred to stay in a fixed location to perform their research, they couldn't afford to stall in place for long. They just had to be resigned with studying tissue samples in the mobile lab facilities aboard the heavy transports. After the meeting, VS didn't go back to the labs, but instead tracked down talkative Jimmy for another status update. During their occasional meetings, VS and Jimmy became fairly familiar with each other. While neither would call each other a friend, they were firm acquaintances with shared interests. What's Venerable Sia up to these days? VS immediately asked. He's laying low like always, Jimmy replied in a casual tone as he took a draught of his drink. They met in the bar this time. Something is different, though. He's getting annoyed at his own mech. The Pale Dancer is suffering from a lot more malfunctions than any other mech. It's driving his pet mech designer crazy. VS smirked. The Pale Dancer is a highly advanced precision machine. It's 10 times more sophisticated than a regular mech, and while all of its parts are fairly robust, all the cushioning can't do much against the all-pervasive breakdown effect. In the intervening months, Venerable Sia hardly inducted more mech pilots into his circle. Instead, he wormed his way into the hearts of Miss Lisbeth Ada Denmerskin and her specialist crew. Miss Lisbeth proved to be an easy mech designer to charm. Despite the conditioning that VS forced her to go through, she couldn't help but go back to old habits. VS knew that this course of action was inevitable, and so didn't make any moves to stop it. If not her, then Venerable Sia would have wooed another mech designer. At the very least, Miss Lisbeth didn't possess any exceptional capabilities other than her capability to work with expert mechs. Even then, the Pale Dancer was such a foreign mech to her that she needed years to become familiar with its design. I think Venerable Sia is making some moves behind the scenes. Strange stuff is happening around him. Word is starting to spread that this breakdown effect will only get worse when we get closer to the Starlight Megalodon. Is that true? Jimmy asked carefully. In order to make sure no one eavesdropped on their conversation, VS quietly activated his signal jammer. He set it at low power in order to avoid drawing the attention of the rest of the bar. I just came out of a meeting discussing the very same thing. The news will spread among the rest soon enough, I think. The point is that eventually breakdowns will happen so often that hardly anything will work for long. Within a range of 100 kilometers, there's no way to field any mechs, because they won't even be able to activate. By then, the value of Venerable Sia and the Pale Dancer will certainly diminish. Even if the flagrant sword maidens couldn't find a solution to the breakdown effect, that didn't mean that their mechs became useless. Even if they sent vandals and sword maidens to the crash site on foot, the remainder still needed to secure their escape route. VS expected that most of the mechs of the rival forces would be operating at the periphery. Perhaps the forces may decide to come to blows if they didn't think their infantrymen stood a chance. I don't presume to know what Venerable Sia is planning, but he is definitely preparing for something big, Jimmy said. Something so drastic that he doesn't dare to pop out his head. He even curtailed his training sessions with his sycophants. That sounded worrisome. Though the expert pilot didn't need to guide his group of cultivated mech pilots so often after instructing them for a while, it nevertheless indicated that Venerable Sia may truly be planning something nefarious. What do you really think, Jimmy? I don't believe you haven't thought of anything. Spill. Jimmy gazed at VS with a shifty expression. I really don't want to presume. However, from my experience, I don't expect anything good. Does Captain Bird know? She does. I'm not the only vandal keeping my eye on our expert pilot. Still, Venerable Sia has been laying low for so long that it's hard to think he's up to something. She's distracted with other matters. Compared to an increasingly acute problem like the breakdown effect, she had no time to go into other matters, particularly if they didn't show any signs of blowing up. VS feared that Captain Bird might be neglecting the dangers of keeping her attention away from the foreign expert pilot. However, even if he suspected anything, what could he do? For over 2 months, he hadn't done anything because his hands were tied. He didn't even dare to come close to Venerable Sia in person. He also had no way of accessing the Pale Dancer to implement some changes because either Miss Lisbeth or the expert pilot himself hovered closely to the expert at all times. Chapter 839 Near Completion. With the breakdown effect breathing down their necks and an expert pilot of uncertain loyalties in their midst, VS foresaw looming disasters over the horizon. The biggest problem with the latter was that few believed that Venerable Sia would stab them in the back. After a long time of acclimating to the Vandals, the expert pilot became their new permanent fixture. With no outward signs of doubt and alienation, everyone thought the foreign expert pilot from the Dark Plasma Star sector had fully integrated into this latest chapter in his life. While talkative Jimmy and some of his acquaintances may have become aware of some of the dangers due to VS, how could they know the depth of the problem? The biggest reason why VS couldn't tell Jimmy or Captain Bird of the magnitude of the problem was because he broke a serious taboo. Any attempt at brainwashing an expert pilot received serious condemnation no matter how benign the reason may be. With Major Verl stuck directing the fleet in orbit, VS had no other confidants to confide in this matter. Even if he wanted to do something, now might not be the time. This was because the visions that managed to reach the Aeon Corona system already showed off at least one expert pilot. Many expert pilots didn't put much distinction between land-bound and space-borne combat so long as they possessed an expert mech tailored for each environment. The only reason why most regular mech pilots only specialized in one environment these days was because it took too much training to train them to be good in both. It was a matter of specialization. A decent mech pilot already took 15 years to train. If they spent all 15 years training to excel in land-bound combat, such a mech pilot could easily be twice as skilled than a mech pilot that split his attention between land-bound and space-borne combat. Expert pilots didn't suffer from the same constraints. Their overall skill level and learning ability surpassed the human norm. Even experts who previously dedicated in land-bound, aerial or space-borne combat for all their lives quickly became proficient in operating in other environments soon after they advanced to their current ranks. When the Vision fleet initially repelled the ambush from the worshippers of Hadamak, they showed off at least one expert pilot. Though the battle took place in space, who knew if the Visions deployed that same expert with their ground forces? Furthermore, what if they brought more than one expert? This was a very realistic possibility. Therefore, even if VS wanted to go behind everyone's backs and do something to Venerable Sia, he could only hold in his impulses until they finally completed their confrontation with the Visions. VS didn't believe the Visions would be stumped by the breakdown effect. They would surely be able to make it to the Starlight Megalodon. There, the Vandals would finally be able to contribute to the war effort again by ruining the plans of their hated foes. The Visions hate us so much that they won't even care about Venerable Sia's old allegiances. He's as much at risk of annihilation as the rest of us. He also needs to get a ride out of this star system. While the possibility that Venerable Sia would band together with their enemies still existed, VS didn't think such an outcome was in the cards. There was no point in grooming mech pilots into his loyalists if that was the case. Still, the man might be doing that in order to fool people like VS and Jimmy. What was Venerable Sia's endgame? Whatever the case, I'm nowhere near a solution than before. Not without turning every Vandal in my enemy and stripping our ground forces of an indispensable champion. VS already developed some drastic plans, but he didn't think about enacting any of them before the flagrant Sword Maidens encountered the Visions. For now, he returned to other matters. Now that a significant time went by since they gathered all of the experimental data, the Beast Rider project that VS presided over finally came within reach of completing its goals. After a day of collating data and incorporating the latest insights in his latest work, VS borrowed a 3D printer and fabricated 5 different neural interfaces. All of them shared the same starting point, but differed from each other in crucial areas. VS wanted to fabricate even more variants, but figured that the risk of testing so many newly developed neural interfaces posed too much of a risk. VS was not an expert in neural interfaces. He reminded himself of this fact over and over again because the neural interfaces he designed might pose a significant threat to anyone who utilized them. VS simply couldn't predict the danger because he lacked too much expertise in this difficult field. Each neural interface consisted of a big metal box and a customized set of helmets. The Beast Rider only needed to wear the helmets, as this would be the medium that connected their minds to the hardware inside the box. The box contained a lot of hardware that processed incoming and outgoing data from the mech pilot's helmet and the organic neural interface buried inside Kalankso's skull. It also contained a lot of customized programming, including the essential translation filter that VS went through an enormous amount of effort to make. Almost half of the data that VS came in touch with contributed to the development of the translation filter. Each neural interface variant also carried different versions of the translation filter. When VS placed the 5 sets of components on a long table, he admired the finished products for a bit. These are the fruits of our labor. So much time has passed, and it is only through gathering an extensive amount of data from performing a battery of tests on some captive wild gods that we completed it at all. All the other experts of the Beast Rider project gazed at the neural interfaces with mixed expressions. Each of them looked tired as they processed the data and completed their analyses at breakneck pace since the first tranches of data poured in. Some even felt they had become a part of history by contributing to the development of a device never seen before in the galaxy. These were neural interfaces meant to be used by Beast Riders attempting to connect with the minds of one of the most powerful and unique life forms on Seven. No one had ever heard of anything like the god species of Seven emerging elsewhere in the galaxy. Didn't that make them pioneers? Even if humanity already mastered something similar elsewhere in the galaxy, they still felt proud at the thought of pushing the boundaries of existing knowledge and developing something entirely novel. It's not over yet. VS cautioned the researchers who all looked forward to a few good nights of sleep. None of these neural interfaces may work. Some may even be outright dangerous to our Beast Riders. We can only find out if they're any good if we perform some live testing. This presented a lot of controversy. Considering the risks, how could they even know if the neural interface didn't endanger the lives of anyone who made use of them? They had no baseline to work with at all. Simulating the results didn't work because they couldn't model the man-beast connection. This was the inherent challenge of developing something drastically new. They didn't know if they nailed the neural interfaces or accidentally developed a handful of new murder devices. This problem haunted them since the start of the Beast Rider project. Fortunately, with that much time, VS eventually came up with a somewhat viable solution. It's too irresponsible to subject our Beast Riders or any other mech pilot to test out these neural interfaces, he said. Then he grinned. This is why our first tests will be performed with the help of our dwarf captives. The wildlings differed enormously from baseline humans, but they still made for viable test subjects if VS temporarily switched off the translation filters. After all, the thought patterns of the dwarves needed no translation. They already came in the correct format to interface correctly with the god species. Two problems emerged if they wanted to perform these tests. First, they no longer had any living wild gods on hand. They could either go out and capture one, which was a bit of a hassle, or ask for Kalanxo to play along. The second problem was that dwarves already possessed the same functionality as the Beast Rider neural interfaces. In order to avoid complications and invalid results, the exobiologists needed to operate inside their brains and disable their organic connectors. As none of the exobiologists completely understood their brains, such an operation would be rife with errors and complications. Nonetheless, they had no choice but to proceed. VS nodded to their resident exobiologist. Prepare 20 dwarf captives for surgery. If any of them croak for any reason, then take out another one. Make sure to draw on the dwarf captives imprisoned in the mind blender first, as they have shown a proven capability to interface with mechs. Once he issued some other orders to prepare for the testing, VS personally sought out Kalanxo to ask for a favor. Please cooperate with tests, he pleaded to the sacred god. Are you willing to allow our dwarf test subjects to interface with your mind through our newly developed neural interfaces? It's for your own good. Once we succeed, we can finally enable Captain Orphan and Lieutenant Dice to connect directly with your mind. Kalanxo stared at VS for 1 second with her huge eyes before releasing an angry roar. VS almost bowled over from the strong and awful-smelling breath released by her indignant roar. Okay. Message received, VS said before quickly withdrew. The Beast Rider project still needed access to at least one exobeast to perform their tests. Though making use with a wild god added a couple of undesirable variables, VS didn't think it would make too much of a difference, and skewed the results too badly. The most important benefit to using a wildling captive and a wild god was that they didn't care for their welfare. Even if the dwarf captive fried his brains or if the wild god became insane, how did that affect the flagrant sore maidens? The Beast Rider project could simply order them to capture other test subjects. The planet was so huge and lush with life that they could easily bump into a wild god regardless where they traveled. The scout mechs ranging out of the current location of their camp already mapped the positions of at least 8 nearby wild gods within several hundred kilometers. The dwarfs were even more numerous, with small tribes popping all over the place wherever the huge animal herds grazed the fast-growing grasses and foliage. In fact, as soon as VS gave the order, the Vandals quickly sent out a double squad to subdue the nearest wild god within a day. Because the beast was too big and heavy to bring back to the camp, VS and the other experts participating in the research project all boarded into a fast transport along with some essential equipment and made their way to the unlucky wild god. "All right, let's get things ready." Once there, they set up their equipment and inserted all kinds of sensors and monitors into the wild god. In particular, they placed most of their sensors near the head of the wild god to monitor its brain activity. Once they made their preparations, they brought out a random dwarf captive and placed them into a specialized restraining chair installed on top of the back of the subdued wild god. A box rested behind the chair, while a researcher affixed the helmet component onto the dwarf's head. "The dwarf looks kind of out of it," VS remarked. "Are you sure you didn't botch his brain surgery somehow?" An exobiologist beside him smiled. "That's only due to the sedatives we pumped inside his bloodstream. We've already injected a counteragent to flush the sedatives. The dwarf will certainly regain his wits in 10 more minutes. By then, he'll be sober enough to participate in this experiment." "All right." VS nodded, accepting the explanation. "Well, if anything goes wrong, it's a good thing we brought some spares. We still have 19 more dwarf captives to go through." Within 15 minutes, everything was set in place. Once they performed their final checks, VS issued the command that everyone had been waiting for. "Commence the first test." Chapter 845 Variants. During the first test, nothing happened. The first variant of the neural interface came online and connected with the lobotomized brains of the first test subject. However, the neural interface somehow refused to establish a connection with the organic antenna grown inside the skull of the wild god. VS frowned. "What's wrong?" "The neural interface isn't able to establish a connection with the wild god. It's as if it can't detect the wild god." The first test therefore ended in a dud. When they placed the second dwarf test subject in the restraining chair, they performed the same test. "It's the same result, Mr. Larkin's son. The neural interface isn't making a connection with the wild god's mind." The third test with the third dwarf captive proceeded exactly the same, as did the fourth test. "Okay. It seems the problem lies with the hardware of this variant." VS sighed in disappointment. "The first variant is supposed to be the safest, but evidently it's too conservative to actually work." The chances of the first variant being able to work at all had always been the smallest. Yet if VS succeeded with it, the chances of dangerous complications would have surely been the smallest as well. This illustrated that the safest option hadn't been drastic enough to achieve the radical outcome they desired. They needed to push the envelope. "All right, switch out the first variant for the second variant," VS commanded. "I refuse the second version won't work." "What about the 4 dwarf captives?" "Return them to their cells. If we need some spare bodies, we can always make use of them later." The experiments proceeded apace. Once some technicians switched out the first variant with the second variant, they brought out the 5th dwarf captive. If the first variant neural interface represented the safest option, then the second variant pursued the opposite. VS held himself back the least when he designed the second variant. It held the most potential of all the variants, and if successful facilitated the deepest and most immersed man-beast connection. However, all of those possibilities came with some very serious costs. To be frank, VS did not dare to hope for a success. He only developed this risky variant in the first place in order to verify some theories and gather more data. In order to develop the best neural interface for best riders, VS needed to see what could go wrong. Alright, let's conduct the fifth test. Nothing exciting happened in the first 30 seconds. The neural interface started to establish a connection with the mind of the fifth dwarf captive. Once a firm connection emerged, the variant started to reach out its wireless tentacles to the subdued wild god. It took some time for this connection to engage. Unlike with the first variant, the second variant managed to detect the wild god's organic antenna and successfully began to interface with it. This was a good sign. The man-beast connection is beginning to emerge. The life signs of the dwarf has remained stable. No, his heartbeat is starting to race. Alarms rang out of the control panels of the researchers as several anomalous signs emerged. The fifth dwarf captive started to scream as his body became racked with pain. The neural interface is overstimulating the nerves of our test subject. The amount of data being sent through the neural interface is hitting through the safe upper limits. The test subject can't take this much data. Mr. Larkin's son, please increase the settings of the filters. No. VS shook his head. Not for this test. I want to establish a baseline for the second variant. There is a chance the flow of data will subside. In the end, the dwarf succumbed. His brains practically fried until he became brain dead. There was no saving his mind after that. Some of the researchers looked disappointed, but not too surprised. VS maintained his composure during the entire ordeal. Take out the trash and put the sixth dwarf captive in the restraints, he ordered. Adjust the second variant's filters by 20%. The sixth dwarf captive lasted 3 minutes longer under the torture. The wildling died in the exact same way as the previous dwarf. The second variant simply exchanged too much data, and much of it consisted of junk data as well. For the seventh test, VS increased the intensity of the filters by 50%. The seventh dwarf captive lasted 11 minutes longer than the sixth, but died the same way. The eighth dwarf captive lasted half an hour more, yet barely became functional enough after that. Overall, the daring innovations that VS incorporated into the second variant had all been duds. He went way too far with its design and overlooked some crucial interactions that turned out to have deadly results. No matter. VS smiled because he gathered a lot of pertinent data. With the help of the lessons learned from these lethal tests, he became much more confident in designing a safer neural interface. Alright, that's enough for the second variant. Let's proceed with the third variant. The third variant attempted to do something new. The neural interface wasn't anything special, but VS beefed up its programming and added various lines of code inspired by the code used in the Farron affair. Basically, the third variant attempted to brainwash the wearer of the helmet into becoming a better beast rider, among other hidden instructions. VS couldn't do much more because he could only adapt from a limited sample of code. He didn't possess the expertise to develop completely original programming for a neural interface. Naturally, VS didn't tell anyone in the Beast Rider project of his intentions. He simply presented the third variant as one of the more boring alternatives. Commence the ninth test. The ninth test turned out to go wrong right away. Just after the neural interface established a connection with the dwarf captive, the little fellow screamed and bled through his nose. The fellow didn't even manage to hold out for more than 10 seconds. VS immediately adopted an ugly face. Something awfully serious went wrong. The programming somehow led to an immediate adverse reaction. If that had been a mech pilot, then they would have died in the same way most likely. Clean up the mess, but don't bring out the 10th captive yet. I'll have to make some adjustments to the third variant. Fortunately, while VS didn't hope that something like this might happen, he nonetheless prepared for such an eventuality. He climbed up to the back of the wild god and approached the testing chair. He drew out the third variant neural interface and replaced its firmware with another, more conservative version. Once he returned, he commanded the tests to resume. The 10th dwarf captive didn't die at the start, fortunately. Instead, 2 minutes in, his entire upper head exploded for some reason. It took a lot of time for the technicians to clean up the awful mess and sterilize the neural helmet and testing chair. Most of the researchers still looked spooked by what happened. They had never heard of a neural interface inducing someone's head to physically explode like that. VS laughed awkwardly as he climbed up to replace the firmware with yet another version. I think this is a unique reaction due to the deviated physiology of the dwarfs. The 11th test proceeded soon after that. The 11th dwarf captive didn't scream, bleed through their nose, or blew up their skulls for no reason. Instead, he fell unconscious and died quietly 7 minutes into the test. He didn't become brain dead, but instead died for real as his heart gave up the ghost and stopped pumping out blood. No one could explain why this happened. The more squeamish researchers started having second thoughts about this sequence of tests. Was it truly worth the risk to develop a beast rider neural interface? What would happen if they switched from a dwarf to a human like Captain Orphan? It was impossible to achieve the exact same results because their genes, physiology, and brain structure differed too much. While neural interfaces ought to work on most variants of human, those subject to more extreme modifications often required their own versions of neural interfaces. This especially applied to mech pilots with a brain structure substantially different from the baseline human norm. Nonetheless, short of volunteering their own mech pilots as guinea pigs, VS had no choice but to resort to dwarves when performing his live tests. It was akin to using rats or dogs to test medical treatments meant for humans. They continued on with the 12th test along with a final firmware change. VS held out the most hope for this version because he stripped nearly all of the extra code. No dice. The 12th dwarf captive died even faster than the 11th. Just like the previous test subject, the 12th dwarf suffered from the same cause of death. This pretty much told VS that his attempts at adding some creativity to the programming of the neural interface turned out to be extremely dangerous. No wonder the MTA heavily restricted the development of neural interfaces. It was far too easy to lead mech pilots to their deaths if a mech designer incautiously decided to flex their programming muscles. Alright, the third variant is a bust, VS stated lightly. Switch it out for the 4th variant and prepare the 13th dwarf captive. The 4th variant incorporated some creative elements as well, but not in its programming, thankfully. It was actually the deluxe version of a neural interface, as VS added certain hardware design elements that he'd seen in the neural interfaces of the Parallax Star and the Pale Dancer. In theory, the additions should allow for a stronger and more stable connection. It held a lot of potential, but cost at least 100 times more to fabricate due to large amount of trace exotics it drew upon. As the 13th dwarf captive started to interface with the 4th variant, the outcome was anything but luxurious. The dwarf immediately uttered a painful cry. Through 3 tortuous minutes, the dwarf managed to hold out until his brains eventually fried. VS sighed. Well, it seems that money can't buy success in this case. He didn't change anything about the 4th variant and simply let the 14th, 15th, and 16th test subjects undergo the exact same conditions. He watched with interest as the dwarves each held on for different durations. The 14th dwarf died in just 2 minutes, while the 15th dwarf lasted 37 minutes. As for the 16th test subject, for some miraculous reason he lasted 2 entire hours without suffering any adverse effects. Lucky 16! He's our first survivor! Only a couple of researchers agreed. A 1 in 4 success rate was an abysmal result for a neural interface. Even if the 16th dwarf captive happened to fall in some sort of sweet spot that strangely allowed him to suffer no adverse effects, it became clear that the 4th variant was far too picky to be adopted as their main focus. Still, they gathered an enormous amount of data from their first successful attempt at interfacing the mind of a dwarf to the mind of a wild god. Through subsequent tests, they managed to confirm that the dwarf could convey his thoughts to the wild god and vice versa. No matter if they retired the 4th variant, the successful interfacing attempt at least vindicated all of their hard work. There was a light at the end of the tunnel. "All right, let's end the test for now," VS commanded with a smile. "Pull the 16th dwarf captive back and perform a complete checkup of his body. I want to know everything that has changed since his last checkup. We might stumble upon some unexpected surprises." Once they brought away Lucky 16, a couple of technicians switched out the 4th variant with the 5th and final variant. Anticipation grew in VS as he watched the 5th variant neural interface being slotted in. Out of all the variants, he placed most of his hopes in the 5th variant. That was because it was the orthodox neural interface. Chapter 841 All Dwarves Must Die. The 5th variant Beast Rider neural interface. In his 5th design, VS chose not to do anything crazy. Instead of pursuing an extreme, he deliberately held himself back and opted to achieve a middle point in every possible parameter he could think of. Sitting in between the 1st and 2nd variant, theoretically it had the highest chance of success. Prepare the 17th dwarf captive. 11 out of 16 dwarf captives already sacrificed their lives for science today. If these experiments happened in civilized space, the MTA would have already shut it down and investigate his scientific rigor. The main reason why so many dwarves died was because he only vaguely knew what he was doing. He understood so little in the field of neural interface technology, yet progressed immediately to live testing. Such a decision was irresponsible to the extreme. Even if only a single human test subject died or sustained serious injuries, the MTA would have come down on him like a stack of bricks. He'd lose his mech designer qualifications and be put into prison for a very long time. Luckily, we're not in civilized space right now. VS chuckled. Ordinary high-gravity variant humans enjoyed actual human rights. No matter if their genes had been messed around in a way that diminished their intelligence, nobody dared to go too far. Therefore, as dim-witted as the dwarves in human space turned out to be, they still deserved to be treated with the dignity enjoyed by the rest of humanity. In fact, the dwarves in human space occasionally produced mech pilots and geniuses who constantly fought for the rights of their variant race as well. If these interest groups knew that VS and the Beast Rider project treated the native dwarves like lab rats, they'd probably send assassins after him or something. Very likely, though, the MTA would have already taken him into custody before they gave the orders. The wildlings were different from their more civilized dwarf cousins, though. They behaved savagely and violently, lived in the wild, wore beast hides as clothing, and their most sophisticated technology was learning how to grind down godling bones into clubs and axes. That made it easy to treat them as lessers. Although a small amount of experts among the Vandals and the Beast Rider project used to protest the abject treatment of the dwarves, VS had long ago kicked them out of the team and replaced them with more like-minded people. At this stage, they couldn't afford to care for the rights of the wildlings. The stinking dwarves probably wouldn't have appreciated them anyway in their ignorance. After a couple of minutes, the technicians strapped the 17th dwarf captive into the restraints. Once they finished the final checks, they commenced the 17th test. Begin! The connection between the 5th variant neural interface and the latest test subject engaged smoothly. From the telemetry displayed on the control panels, VS vaguely judged it to be sufficiently stable. Enough data flowed through the connection without overstraining the test subject's nerves. After that, the neural interface reached out to the organic antenna hidden inside the captive wild god's head. This end of the connection took a little more time to establish, and VS already figured out some ways to improve it based on the prior experiments. The man-beast connection is forming. It's stable so far. The test subject's heart rate is elevating. A large amount of data is being exchanged through the man-beast connection. It is well within safety limits. All the sensors and monitors embedded into the bodies of the test subject and the wild god indicated that they hadn't suffered any ill effects so far. While some signs looked a little concerning, it did not lead to any serious adverse effects. The interfacing is a success. A stable connection has formed. This time, the experts cheered and celebrated a little. After going through 15 outright failures and one coincidental fluke, the 17th test showed that the Beast Rider project still managed to succeed. Of course, just like the 16th test, the 17th test could have been a fluke as well. After 1 hour of continuous operation where they instructed the test subject to convey several commands to the wild god to test out the fidelity of the connection, they ended the test and brought the dwarf away for a complete checkup. A long time had passed as they went through a raft of testing, so the Beast Rider project called it a night. The downtime also allowed them to sedate the wild god and make sure its restraints still held. The next day, they resumed the testing with the 5th variant neural interface. The 18th, 19th, and 20th test subjects all survived. Nothing too strange went on when they interfaced with the wild god for at least an hour. Still, some signs of incompatibility emerged that mildly concerned VS. It showed that the 5th variant wasn't all that perfect, and wouldn't be able to hold up during an intensive battle when the exchange of data spiked. Still, the Beast Rider project gathered an enormous amount of relevant data, which included both successful and unsuccessful attempts. Comparing the two and figuring out the differences enabled VS to design a better and safer neural interface for the final project. Sir, 9 out of 20 dwarf captives are still alive, their resident exobiologist said. What do you want to do with them? Should we take them away and save them for the next tests? VS shook his head. Since we already set things up here, it's a waste if we end the session now. Let's push the envelope and gather more data. As far as I'm concerned, the session isn't done until all the dwarves are dead. Sir, I suggest we save the dwarves for later, a doctor cautioned. Performing brain surgery on them to disable their organic neural interface brain structures is rather difficult, and we don't have a qualified brain surgeon on staff. The Vandals and the Sword Maidens for that matter had some doctors on their staff, but they weren't the cream of the crop. While they possessed their own specialties, whenever someone's brains needed to be operated, they depended on auto-surgeon machines or special surgeon bots. While these auto-surgeon machines could easily perform millions of standard operations, they weren't too bright when it came to performing surgery that hadn't been included in their medical databases. Operating the native wildlings introduced a further complication in that their brain structure was so far removed from the baseline human norm that they might as well be aliens. In such a case, the inflexible autosurgeons didn't possess the creativity to develop a customized treatment. Therefore, the survival rate of the dwarves undergoing hours-long brain surgery was actually an abysmal 20%. This was also why it took a while to get 20 surviving test subjects. Throwing away their lives so casually would only delay their subsequent experiments. VS was well aware of this consideration, but he valued the opportunity to gather more data. He wanted to change some variables he hadn't played around with yet, and see what would happen. How far could he push it before the change resulted in an adverse outcome? Performing the tests now will save us from performing them later, he said. Time isn't on our side, and I'd like our Beast Rider project to present its final results within the next couple of days. Captain Bird and the rest are waiting for us to deliver a viable Beast Rider neural interface. With that reminder, the experts resumed the testing with the lucky survivors. VS climbed up to the back of the wild god and modified a key parameter of the fifth variant. He then had the men send out the first dwarf captive who escaped death and strap him to the restraints. Several hours went by as the second battery of tests pushed the initial dwarf survivors to their physical and mental limits. Whenever a test subject survived for 10 straight minutes, VS halted the test and adjusted the settings of the fifth variant neural interface. He dialed the settings to extremes until the test subject finally felt pain. Then he dialed them up to 11 and watched with interest as the test subject finally became brain dead or suffered a heart attack. By the time the 9 dwarf survivors all succumbed to the cruel experiments, VS became disappointed that he hadn't managed to induce a physical head explosion. He was so fascinated by that outcome, but he still didn't know how something ludicrous like that could happen. It wasn't as if surgeons buried explosives inside the heads of the dwarves. All right, good work everyone. You all know what to do, so go and analyze the results so I can use them to design the final product. Everyone dispersed with a fresh batch of data in hand. Each of them learned a lot of new things. The live testing provided them with a lot of material that could be used as evidence to prove or disprove a lot of theories. Before they performed the tests, the experts could only guess at certain matters or make predictions on papers. Now, with solid data in hand, they held much more confidence in what they knew. The experts processed the harvested data and used the results to develop a better neural interface. VS did so as well and incorporated all of the lessons they learned into developing a safer, more effective neural interface specialized for beast riders. Overall, VS took the fifth variant as the starting point and mainly adjusted its hardware components. While he also touched upon its software, VS knew that reckless changes in this area might lead to explosive results, as the third variant already attested. What the test involving the third variant has taught me is that I don't know jack about programming a neural interface, VS muttered to himself. Still, I think I'll save this code. It might come in handy at some point. Even though he started as a novice in the field of neural interface technology, all of the trial and error the Beast Rider project engaged in significantly progressed his understanding. Though he hadn't received any systematic knowledge that enabled him to become an authority concerning neural interfaces, he had made some incidental progress at the very least. He became much more aware of how neural interfaces posed a threat to their mech pilots when configured incorrectly, and became more perceptive to flaws and deliberate sabotage that might lead to serious harm. It reminded him how much danger the mech pilots exposed themselves to when they piloted a mech. Not only did they have to defend themselves against attacks from enemy mechs, they also have to be wary about the reliability of their own mechs. Piloting a mech is much more profound than piloting a shuttle or letting yourself be flown around by an air car. The latter vehicles are simple and aren't expected to perform any complicated maneuvers, but the complexity of a mech exceeds the complexity of the human body. Neural interfaces are necessary if you want a single person to be able to control a mech down to the finest details. The risks were great, but the results more than compensated for it. Still, if mech designers really wanted to, they could have developed alternative means of controlling a mech. Now that he thought about it, VS himself possessed enough knowledge and experience to design a mech that could be piloted by a Norm, or even himself. It just won't be good enough for the battlefields of today. VS shook his head. Fielding neutered mech that relies on indirect control methods and heavy AI assistance is no different from fielding a mech-sized battlebot. There's no point in adding a human element to the equation. BattleBots always existed, but their effectiveness always left a lot to be desired. Not only that, they were susceptible to hacking, sabotage, and electronic interference. Yet would this always remain true? Technology constantly progressed, and researchers constantly sought to find a way to develop effective BattleBots that could completely replace the need to risk human lives. Though this goal was noble, VS didn't know what to make of it. If BattleBots became completely viable one day, his job became obsolete. Perhaps other mech designers might be able to shift their careers to developing BattleBots, but what about him? His design philosophy was intricately connected to both the Mech and Mech Pilot. He really couldn't do without the latter. Mechs have to stay ahead of the curve. The human element should continue to bring benefits. Chapter 842 Unspent Currency. VS and the Beast Rider project returned to the sedated wild god the flagrant sword maidens captured a while ago. Everything had been left behind, including the portable labs and the various sensors and monitors inserted into the wild god's flesh. Therefore, the experts quickly set things up with hardly any waste of time. Everyone wanted to see another success. For this final testing session, VS didn't plan to waste too much time. After using the results of the previous testing session to develop a 6th variant Beast Rider neural interface, he only wanted to see whether it was safe to use. In this short amount of time, the Vandals selected a bunch of strong dwarf warriors from the large wildling tribe they previously gassed and corralled into makeshift internment chasms. Doctors performed surgery on them, but many of them suffered from complications and died. In the end, the Beast Rider project only received 5 surviving dwarf captives to use as their test subjects for this session. 5 dwarves are enough. VS nodded. Unless something horribly goes wrong, there shouldn't be any major swings in the sensor readings. No matter what kind of test subject we employ, the neural interface automatically adjusts to their individual traits. This was a fairly advanced procedure involving some original software. VS only touched upon this function lightly as he was afraid he could cause someone's head to explode if he let go of his restraints. Sir, the first dwarf captive is strapped and ready to go. All right, commence the first test of the 6th variant. The 6th variant Beast Rider neural interface was the culmination of all of their hard work. Based off the stable 5th variant, it incorporated elements of all the other variants, but to a tiny degree. It squarely sat in the middle ground as far as VS was concerned. Although holding the middle ground likely didn't lead to any spectacular results, it came with the advantage of maintaining a near-optimal balance between power and stability. It was like baking the perfect cake after 5 different tries. After learning his lessons from his previous 5 attempts, his 6th attempt should be good enough to satisfy anyone's taste buds. The first test proceeded without any substantial differences compared to tests involving the 5th variant. VS expected nothing less as the final neural interface shared the same roots. The 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th tests all proceeded slowly through hour-long tests. They didn't let the dwarf captives open a connection and do nothing. Instead, they put the dwarf to its paces and monitored every scrap of data flowing in either direction. The initial tests have finished, sir, an expert reported after completing the 5th test. The older researcher looked at VS with great respect. His achievements and his involvement in the project contributed greatly to its eventual success. What do you wish to do with the dwarves? All of them have survived. VS thought over it for a moment. I don't plan to perform any future sessions. I think the 6th variant is stable enough to be employed by our candidate Beast Riders. Still, it's a waste to keep the dwarves alive. Releasing them back to their tribe didn't give the flagrant sword maidens any benefits. Since they still had some test subjects on hand, the Beast Rider project might as well use them all up. Let's test out some extreme conditions and see how much the dwarves can take it. We can simulate the results of battle damage in this way. Dwarves that continued to live through the tests was like unspent money to VS. Money by itself had little practical use. What made money truly valuable was what they could be exchanged for. Considering that VS had no more use of this living currency, he might as well spend them in a rush to gather some final data. VS proceeded to tamper with the 6th variant neural interface in various ways to simulate battle damage. In one instance, a vital subcomponent got disconnected, causing the neural interface's functioning to partially malfunction. In another instance, he borked the neural interface's connectors, causing it to transmit half as much data as before. In a final instance, VS tampered with the programming by inserting the same lines of code used by the third neural interface. He wanted to see if he could get a dwarf's head to explode again. The test subject's vital signs are fluctuating. Pressure is building up in the test subject's heart and brains. The final dwarf left alive finally joined his fallen comrades as he puked up his lungs and bits and pieces of his internal organs. He died with his head left intact. Damn! His head didn't explode. VS cursed. Well, it was a long shot anyway. The sixth variant is too stable compared to the third variant. In any case, VS felt more than satisfied with their progress. They wrapped up their equipment and cleaned up the testing site. What about the wild god? Do we release it back into the wild? VS looked at the sedated wild god. All the while, it acted as a good prop for their experiments. Maybe it deserved a favor. Then his stomach rolled a bit. I think I'm in the mood for some god meat hamburgers. Let's ask the cooks to butcher it for its meat. All the vandals and sword maidens are still craving for god meat, right? And I'm sure that we can feed a bunch of it to Kalanxo as well. If you say so. According to the exobiologists, the god species sometimes exhibited cannibalism. The wild gods derived an amazing amount of benefits from eating the flesh from a sacred god. They grew enormously in strength for some reason and became incredibly formidable, to the point that the blessed people called them by various names such as ascendant gods or god-eaters. On the other hand, sacred gods didn't derive much benefits from eating wild gods. Their flesh was of much worse quality, and the sacred gods had little use for the intermediate energy and matter running through wild god meat. Nonetheless, eating any god meat was a treat to the men. In the following day, VS made some final adjustments to the sixth variant neural interface. He incorporated the final bits of lessons and insights learned in the last testing session and shaped the sixth variant closer to perfection. Eventually, he finished fabricating the final product according to the latest iteration of the design. The experts of the Beast Rider project surrounded the neural interface components with reverence. They spent so much time on aiding the development of this fairly compact but significant piece of equipment. We have completed something that the galaxy has likely never seen before, VS stated solemnly. While we still need to engage in one more test to see if the neural interface works with our candidate Beast Riders, it is amazing what we have achieved so far from scratch. Most of the credit belongs to you, Mr. Larkin's son. VS earned the respect of most of the experts that aided him in his research. All of them contributed bits and pieces here and there, but VS played the leading role in this research project. From the start, many experts in fact didn't think they could produce something as ludicrous as a Beast Rider neural interface. All of them lacked the required expertise even if they combined all their knowledge. Only VS remained undaunted by the challenge. He persevered and made some extreme decisions that caused a lot of test subjects to die, but their sacrifices hadn't been in vain. He managed to develop a working product in a reasonable time frame under difficult field conditions. What we have accomplished is an advancement for all of humanity. Of course, the dwarves that laid down their lives so that a bunch of foreigners could play at becoming Beast Riders likely didn't agree. Nobody cared about their opinions, however. The Vandals dumped their remains into a pit and covered it up with soil. Things moved quickly from then on. Just a half-day later, the experts set up a bunch of equipment around Kalanxo's form. They inserted her with a bunch of sensors and monitors, but not as much as with the wild god because going overboard might provoke her ire. Unlike their previous test subjects, the Beast Rider project needed to take the feelings of their current participants into account. Be careful with that. Kalangso is on our side. I think that's enough. Kalangso is starting to get angry. Once they finished the preparations, VS personally climbed up Kalangso's back and entered the alloy riding cage the Vandals recently developed. He carefully installed the final version of the Beast Rider neural interface before inviting the first test pilot to strap themselves in and don the interfacing helmet. Who's going first? He asked. Captain Orphan and Lieutenant Dice looked at each other. No one wanted to go first. From what they observed of the Beast Rider project, the experts didn't really know what they were doing. A lot of dubious stuff went on that they didn't fully understand. To be frank, VS didn't blame them for thinking that the Beast Rider project muddled about in their research. They hadn't exactly held themselves to the highest standards. After 2 minutes of staring into each other's eyes, the two mech pilots still couldn't make up their minds. Damn it, just decide already. Go roll a dice, guess a number, play rock, paper, scissors, or whatever. They eventually employed a random number generator that produced a random number between 1 and 100. Orphan and Dice kept guessing the right number in alternating turns until Dice happened to guess the winning number correctly. 42. Correct, VS declared, and inputted a command on his comm that displayed the result of the random number generator. Captain Orphan, it seems you have the honor of going first. Damn it, the mech captain cursed. I hope to hell this neural interface of yours won't fry my brains or anything. You guys tested it on some random dwarf captives, right? Did any of them die? VS released an awkward laugh as some technicians began prepping her into the modified piloting seat. One of the technicians pulled down the interfacing helmet onto her head. Technically, all of the dwarves who underwent the proper tests survived. Captain Orphan looked at VS with suspicion. Her intuition was quite sharp. Why do I get the feeling you're hiding something from me? It doesn't matter. VS quickly waved his hand. All of this science stuff shouldn't be of interest to you. Just trust me. You're in good hands here. Once Captain Orphan sat comfortably in the piloting seat, VS and the others quickly climbed off Kalangso's back and stood back at a healthy distance. There was a risk that Kalangso might go crazy or lose control over her body. That was why they made sure to conduct the test far away from the camp. A company of Mech surrounded Kalangso from a fair distance away. That left them close enough to react if Kalangso became a threat, but far enough away that they wouldn't be in reach if she went on the attack. Begin the test. The neural interface began to connect with Captain Orphan's mind. VS paid careful attention to this stage because her baseline human brains differed substantially from that of the dwarves. VS had to incorporate some substantial changes in the interfacing helmet and the settings of the neural interface to compensate. However, VS didn't appear to be too worried because the relevant settings weren't too different from those of a standard neural interface for mechs. In other words, this was familiar territory. Once the Beast Rider neural interface connected with Kalangso, VS held in his breath. The connection engaged smoothly as expected, as Kalangso brain structure didn't differ too much from the brain structure of a wild god. After a couple of minutes of stabilization, the connection opened up. Thought patterns translated into data, and data started flowing in both directions. Captain Orphan is starting to interface with Kalangso's mind. Chapter 843 Holy Ceremony. Something profound occurred the moment a solid connection appeared. A sacred god differed hugely from a wild god. The former possessed a sentient mind, while the latter was a slave to its instincts. Even VS couldn't predict what might happen if a mech pilot interfaced with the mind of another sentient being. He had the feeling that what was happening right now was an exceedingly sensitive matter. If the MTA knew he was doing something like this, they might have suffered a collective heart attack. So far, though, The telemetry sent back by the sensors and monitors showed that their life signs remained stable and within a tolerable range. Captain Orphan's nervousness even subsided a bit, though she seemed to have been whisked into another world. VS grew a little bit concerned at her lack of reaction or response. What was she experiencing right now? Sir? One of the experts opened her mouth. Captain Orphan is showing signs of hallucination. She is experiencing an unusual event. Do we abort the test? No. VS shook his head. Just wait and observe for now. Halting the connection might do more harm than good. Although the instruments didn't mention anything exceptional, VS kept feeling that something extremely significant was happening. It also happened outside the range of their regular sensors, which was why the experts watching the instruments didn't suspect anything strange. VS, on the other hand, perceived a tiny clue. He focused his attention on his sixth sense and felt a tiny prickling in the distance. The man-beast connection between Captain Orphan and Kalanxo produced a strange phenomena that VS couldn't understand. This was unlike anything he had ever witnessed before. Even the first activation of a mech by a mech pilot never led to such a solemn event. How much time has passed? He absently asked. 5 minutes and going. Sir, we are reading elevated activity in Captain Orphan's body. Her temperature is rising and an outside influence is stimulating her cell activity. None of this is supposed to happen during an interfacing attempt. Didn't we always suspect that a man-beast connection affects the physiology of the human that takes part in this connection? VS replied calmly. Monitor the effects and make sure we don't miss anything. Don't abort the connection without my say-so, even if the life signs are starting to enter dangerous terrain. The doctor didn't necessarily agree, but what say did he have? VS was the boss and nobody dared to go against his word. Besides, VS also had a point in that interrupting the connection, while it facilitated an unknown reaction, might threaten Captain Orphan's health. For better or worse, they had no choice but to let the reaction run its course. The rate of data exchange has tripled. Captain Orphan's brain activity has increased drastically. Is it hitting through the upper limit? The data exchange is well within limitations. I think the two are communicating with each other. VS took a look at the readings. While he didn't understand most of it, he figured Captain Orphan and Kalanxo must be exchanging a substantial amount of data, and it wasn't limited to a single level. He made a bold guess that their bodies and minds simultaneously communicated with each other at the speed of thought. Even as some of the experts puzzled and worried over what exactly went on that caused Captain Orphan to experience all of these physiological changes, VS maintained a stable demeanor. His rock-like posture emanated boundless confidence, which silently reassured the experts and prevented them from panicking. Nonetheless, questions still emerged. Why hasn't this phenomenon happened in our previous tests? Is it because we used wildlings and wild gods? VS nodded his head. What is happening right now should be similar to how a sacred god chooses one of the blessed people to be their chosen. From the descriptions we received at Mech, this ceremony is extremely holy to the city folk. It's unfortunate that they held back a lot of information. Nobody expected the first connection attempt to be accompanied by all of this fanfare. Was this why Kalanxo refused to interface with the wildlings? To a sacred god, each connection between the mind of a human came with a lot of implications. They couldn't be loose as wild gods who seemingly didn't care whose minds they interfaced with. Interfacing with a sacred god was like betting a wife for the first time, while interfacing with a wild god was like paying a visit to the town prostitute. Still, a fundamental question popped up in his mind. Why did this happen? Is it because of the man-beast connection? The source of the matter lay with the sacred gods. Nothing like this happened with the wild gods. Old experiments where researchers attempted to interface the mind of a human with the mind of a dog or cat never delivered such drastic results either. What made sacred gods different? Why did they get to be called sacred? V.S. thought for a little while, ruling out several variables before he fixated on one in particular. He walked away from the experts monitoring the sensor readings of the test pilot's health and approached one of the engineers that monitored the activity of the god crystals borne by Kalanxo. Sir, is there anything you need? Are Kalanxo's god crystals doing anything? Their energy reserves are decreasing at a small but steady rate. I can't tell you where the energy is led towards, the engineer said in a confused tone. We haven't been able to insert any invasive sensors into Kalanxo's body, and her body outputs too much interference for our deep scans to penetrate her flesh. Kalanxo was drawing upon energy, and not the regular kind of energy that powered the mechs and machines of the flagrant Sor maidens, but pure higher-dimensional energies siphoned from the astral winds. While Kalanxo never called down an energy tornado since she suffered heavy injuries and entered captivity, none of her god crystals ever ran empty. Even though she expended most of her energy reserves from defending against the massive explosions that overloaded her space barrier, she still retained a low amount of charges that never went anywhere. Now, for the first time in months, those god crystals finally discharged their higher-dimensional energies. And it definitely involved the man-beast connection. We can only keep observing. I don't think these changes are detrimental. V.S. spoke, more to reassure the experts than anything else. To be sure, any change could come with both benefits and drawbacks. For all he knew, Captain Orphan's body became significantly stronger at the cost of brainwashing her into serving Kalanxo. Although Kalanxo herself roared at him one day that something like that wouldn't happen, who knew what really went on? Everything they did was new, and V.S. felt as if he followed the footsteps of the initial pioneers who first conceived of the idea of piloted mechs and created the first prototype. Those people were legendary in the mech industry. As for V.S., he didn't expect to receive any acknowledgement for his achievements. Too much about the planet was shrouded in secrets and mysteries, and none of them could be brought to the light of day. Around 20 minutes passed as the telemetry transmitted significant fluctuations in temperature, cell activity, brain activity, and more. After that, the elevated activity slowly subsided and entered a slightly elevated state that signified that the connection stopped doing any weird stuff. It's stabilizing. Captain Orphan finally regained clarity. She opened her eyes and adopted an unusually solemn expression. She looked around and ignored the riding cage, the straps holding her in place, and every other artificial element. She only recognized Kalanxo at that moment. A wonderful sensation occupied her body, and she felt as if she was floating on air beside a massive but intimately familiar entity. I am one with Kalanxo, she declared. Those words carried a strange form of weight. In fact, V.S. felt his bones resonated with her voice. Something exceptional was running through Captain Orphan's body. It empowered her and elevated her beyond her human limitations. Of course, the telemetry also detected plenty of abnormalities concerning her body, but they only detected the tip of the iceberg. V.S. knew that a lot more profound changes occurred than just those adjustments, but he couldn't bring up his theories with anyone because it involved unproven metaphysics. V.S. opened up a calm channel to Captain Orphan. How do you feel, Captain? The newly christened beast rider breathed deeply. I feel as if I am simultaneously myself and Kalanxo. My body is hot and I feel my mind is split in two. Are you in pain? Heck no! I feel fantastic. It's as if I just finished a long workout and I'm submerged in a bath of hot water. What about your connection with Kalanxo? Are you able to communicate with Kalanxo? Captain Orphan looked pensive. It's not like interfacing a mech. With a mech, I can take control over the frame with no resistance at all. With Kalangso, it's as if I have to ask permission to do so. Right now, while our minds are connected, she's far too strong compared to me. She hasn't given me permission to take over control over her limbs. Interesting. VS suddenly perked up. He faintly believed that what he just heard could be incredibly relevant to his design philosophy. This was as if he witnessed someone interfacing with a mech that actually lived. It made sense that the mech wouldn't be willing to surrender unrestricted control to their human mech pilots. It was like a relationship. Different from an unliving mech that was like a tool, Kalangso possessed actual feelings and desired to maintain control over her body at all times. For now, VS did not even think that far. He just wanted to verify the Beast Rider neural interface worked without any problems. While unexpected changes did occur, the neural interface wasn't at fault. The abnormalities experienced by Captain Orphan came from the nature of interfacing with a sacred god. VS never truly thought about it, but there was something extremely exceptional about interfacing with a sacred god. Far more than interfacing with a wild god, connecting with a sacred god resulted in substantial changes that went far beyond some minor adjustments to the mind of the mech pilot. At this moment, a profound insight struck him at this time. Could he replicate this effect? Would he eventually be able to design a mech that allowed their mech pilots to experience a drastic transformation? All of these ideas sounded extremely radical to VS. Other mech designers didn't even dare to think about these effects. They always pursued tougher armor, harder-hitting rifles, sharper swords, and other concrete performance improvements. What did mechs have to do with transforming their mech pilots? If anyone heard that something like that was possible, they'd dismiss that person as a loon. While it was true that mech pilots experienced changes as they entered a man-machine connection with their mechs, the inherent traits of a machine only led to minor, gradual improvements in data processing. It didn't really matter what kind of machine a mech pilot utilized. According to many academic studies, even expert mechs and custom mechs didn't lead to accelerated development. Yet this seemingly ironclad rule might not apply when it came to interfacing with living, intelligent entities. VS suddenly realized something else. Every benefit comes with a risk. If it was so easy for mech pilots to experience improvements, why wasn't this a widespread method? It was too dangerous. Let alone interfacing with a dog, even interfacing with the mind of a mouse could lead to permanent brain damage. This was also what made interfacing with the god species so exceptional. Despite being much more formidable lifeforms than a dog or cat, neither the natives nor Captain Orphan experienced any adverse effects with a proper man-machine connection. He already speculated that the god species were deliberately designed to be interfaced by human entities, but he had severely underestimated the exquisiteness of this trait. Somehow, the god species were far ahead of mechs in this area. VS even began to develop an extremely daring guess. Is this the next step in the evolution of mechs? After all, a man-beast connection shared a lot of commonalities with a man-machine connection. Could VS transplant what he learned through these experiments and apply them to his mech designs? It's too dangerous, he whispered to himself. I'll have to perform drastic changes to a neural interface. The MTA will crucify me if they learn of my ideas. Besides, thinking about designing such an exceptional mech was like putting the cart before the horse. He first needed to develop a true living mech before he could think about providing extra benefits to the mech pilot. Chapter 844 Blessed by a God. The test ended shortly after the strange phenomena ended. Doctors brought Captain Orphan to the infirmary for a detailed checkup. They worried over her health and wanted to confirm she hadn't suffered any adverse effects from her first attempt at interfacing with Kalangso. VS decided to postpone Lieutenant Dice's turn in light of these circumstances. While he figured that the changes hadn't led to anything bad, he needed to do his due diligence for once. He couldn't treat the Vandals and the Sword Maidens like he treated the dwarves, after all. Things are much simpler when I don't have to care about the lives of my test subject. The newly christened Beast Rider underwent a battery of tests, most of which yielded changes in her physiology and brain structure. Nothing much had changed, but the transformation hadn't stopped at all. Captain Orphan grew quite hungry and ate thrice as much food as usual. VS didn't understand the changes Captain Orphan experienced, but the doctors and the exobiologists buzzed all over her medical examinations like a pack of wolves. She wouldn't be getting free anytime soon. A handful of exobiologists continued to stay with Kalangso and tried to study whether she experienced some changes as well, but they found nothing so far. To VS, it appeared the disparity in size and strength between the two was too great. "I never knew you could impart something so amazing to your chosen," he said to Kalangso after he approached in front of her head. While Kalangso interfaced with Captain Orphan's mind, a lot of data transferred back and forth. The translation filter VS worked hard to develop did its job and converted the thought patterns from one format to another. That didn't mean he could read the data, though. Something like that could only be accomplished by an advanced specialist in neural interface technology. Even Iris Jupiter was far too young to achieve something as difficult as that. Kalangso hadn't responded to his comments. She closed her eyes in contentment, as if she immersed herself in some pleasant thoughts. "What did you learn from Captain Orphan? Hopefully it isn't something too sensitive." Captain Orphan should know better than to reveal classified information, but the problem with neural interfaces was that the stronger mind could forcefully compel the weaker mind to cough up all kinds of information. They didn't think something like that happened, though, because Captain Orphan's mind didn't suffer any signs of stress that usually came about when they attempted to resist a forceful entry. Something similar to the effects of the mental resilience training sessions would have happened. Kalangso finally opened her eyes after a minute and gazed at VS with a profound-looking eye. It was as if she saw VS in a whole new light. "I take it you understand who we are, what we mean by stating that we come from beyond the stars. There is a vast human civilization beyond this planet's turbulent skies. Aeon Corona 7 is nothing compared to the might of our collective strength." She released a roar that sounded a lot more subdued than VS had heard before. In his judgment, she sounded as if she took his words a lot more seriously this time. It was still too difficult for a native who never traveled beyond a couple of ancient cities on a single super-Earth to comprehend the magnitude of a galactic civilization. Just the distance from one star system to another sounded ludicrously far to her. What was a light year? VS kept Kalangso company and chatted with her for a while. He tried to coax out of her what kind of changes a chosen of a sacred god went through, but the sacred god only roared some platitudes in response. Either she didn't know, or she didn't want to spill the beans. In any case, inquiring her was an exercise in futility. He bid her goodbye and visited the infirmary again. He spotted a familiar face and approached her as she studied their new Beast Rider's medical records. "Dr. Tillman. Mr. Larkin's son. How is Captain Orphan doing?" "Her body stopped experiencing changes," she said. "The doctors here assure me that her body isn't at risk, and from what I've seen so far, I have to agree. What happened in the test is fascinating. This must be why the blessed people worship the sacred gods so much. Can you tell me what exactly is changing?" "She is growing fitter and stronger. More interestingly, her genes are changing as well. Her genetic makeup is starting to transition into that of the blessed people." "What?" VS became startled. "How can a simple man-beast connection change someone's genes?" The exobiologist shrugged. "You tell me. You're the expert in this area." All I can say is that Captain Orphan's body is behaving as if she received a high-quality gene boost elixir. A foreign influence has made use of some unknown form of energy to fuel these changes in a surprisingly mild manner. This is just the start. Over the course of a couple of months, her body will slowly adapt until she becomes genetically indistinguishable from the blessed people. VS had not expected the man-beast connection to be able to change a mech pilot to such a fundamental extent. Was this good news or bad news? By all rights, the blessed people derived much of their genetics from the commissioned officers of the Starlight Megalodon. Their genes underwent a high degree of optimization that allowed them to be stronger, smarter, and more capable than the average baseline human. Yet the blessed people also experienced further genetic changes that allowed them to adapt to the planet a little better. The largest change of all was that their brain structure incorporated what amounted to an organic neural interface. It basically meant that once Captain Orphan completed her transformation, she wouldn't have to rely on the Beast Rider neural interface that VS and his subordinates painstakingly developed. She could easily interface with the god species through her body's newly gifted capability. You could say that Captain Orphan has literally been blessed by a god, Dr. Tillman joked. Of course, in her eyes, a sacred god was anything but divine. Do you think her organic neural interface allows her to interface with a mech from a distance? VS widened his eyes. That could actually be possible. The effect might be even better if it's done by her than by a native. After all, the blessed people and cursed people both possess radically different thought patterns. In contrast, Captain Orphan is a proper mech pilot who doesn't need a translation filter to pass on proper instructions to a mech. What did this mean? It basically meant that Captain Orphan got the best of both worlds. She maintained her compatibility with mechs while simultaneously gaining the ability to outright hijack the control of a nearby mech through sheer mental power. The natives, on the other hand, could only interfere with the operation of a mech. They couldn't pass on any proper instructions, so they wouldn't be able to turn a mech's rifle against their own side. In truth, the potential possibilities sounded frightening to VS. If Captain Orphan really gained these abilities, then she had basically become more than a mech pilot. She transformed into the next step after that. Sacred gods are sacred for a reason, VS sighed. Maybe that is the true meaning of the existence of the sacred gods. Anyone who interfaces with them are no longer mortals, but are gifted with strength and power beyond the human norm. His words hid an even deeper implication. The man-beast connection already showed off the capability to transform someone's body to their very genes. What about their minds? What about their brains? VS feared an even more radical possibility. What if Captain Orphan somehow became affected by Kalankso's substantial spirituality, and received a bit of its potency? What if Captain Orphan, who had always been stuck in the stage of advanced pilot, showed signs of becoming an expert candidate? For someone who originally didn't seem to have the aptitude to advance to expert pilot, suddenly gaining the chance to become one after bonding with Kalankso sounded extremely explosive. If the galaxy knew that any average mech pilot could become an expert pilot through interfacing with a sacred god, then so many rich and powerful influences would descend on Aeon Corona 7 and strip it of everything valuable. Still, even if this forceful advancement to expert pilot was possible, it shouldn't have come without a price. Kalankso expended a small but significant amount of higher dimensional energy stored in her god crystals. Her brain activity also experienced a lot of fluctuations. VS didn't think it was likely for her to interface with dozens of people every day and grant them the exact same boon. He simply couldn't believe that something as miraculous as this transformation came for free. Maybe that was why she didn't seem so eager to talk to him earlier. Now, had he thought about it, she seemed a bit more tired than usual. Of course, all of these thoughts were far too radical to bring up right now. He turned back to Dr. Tillman, who silently waited for him to finish his internal deliberations. Among scientists, they knew how important it was to give someone space to compose their thoughts. One of the goals to turn our mech pilots into beast riders is because we wanted to communicate with Kalangso and tie her together with us. The other goal is to find out what is special about beast riders. I don't want this to stop. Dr. Tillman nodded in agreement. I admit I'm interested myself, but it is far too hasty to push her to interface with Kalangso so soon after her body just experienced drastic changes. We can't wait that long. The ground expedition is about to move, and I hear that Captain Bird and Commander Lydia have almost finished deciding on our next course of action. The discussion on where to go and what to do next raged on at the upper level. Some advocated for heading straight towards the Starlight Megalodon, while others thought it would be worthwhile to approach an ancient city to trade or coerce them into revealing some of their secrets. If the two commanding officers decided to risk an interaction with an ancient city, then having Kalangso by their side would help their chances immensely. The sacred gods and blessed people that inhabit the ancient cities tended to be insular and extremely wary of foreigners. I'll take your request under advisement, but it is truly a little irresponsible for us to allow the good captain to become exposed to this external influence again. Especially since we don't even have a complete grasp of all of the changes. They parted on uncertain terms. VS wanted to make haste, while Dr. Tillman wanted to understand what had changed after a single interfacing session. She also took the side of the doctors who worried about Captain Orphan's health. 2 days later, the flagrant sword maidens finally packed up their camp and began to move. A procession of mechs and legged transports slowly began to march after a lengthy break. Kalangso followed after the slow-moving heavy transports. She regained her usual reticence after the first time she interfaced with Captain Orphan. Lieutenant Dice kept her company while her other beast rider was still being monitored in the mobile infirmary. The large dwarf tribe they left behind regained their freedom. The wildlings imprisoned in the temporary internment camps gained a lot of trauma from their ordeal. Many dwarves were missing, particularly their chieftain, beast riders, and their best warriors. More importantly, they no longer enjoyed the protection of their bonded wild gods. This instantly broke apart a long-standing tribe that dominated this region for decades. Many dwarf warriors attempted to fight for leadership, but all their struggle did was to accelerate the tribe's collapse. Many workers lost their jobs and the underclass as a whole began to starve as the tribe hadn't been moving anywhere. Encountering the foreigners with their giant machines had been a disaster for their tribe. Chapter 845 Too Close. So where are we going? VS asked Chief Dakin as they both entered a mobile lab that conducted research on the god crystals. They made some minor breakthroughs lately after performing some invasive experiments on the large dwarf tribe's wild gods. There was hope that the engineers and researchers could crack the secret to exciting the god crystals in order to generate power. You're not going to like it, VS. Chief Dakin sighed. The two ladies decided that they don't want to deal with the headaches of trying to negotiate or fight with the sacred gods of the nearest ancient city. They also think a visit will waste an enormous amount of time. We've already suffered several weeks-long interruptions in our journey. VS did look disappointed. He really wanted to obtain a good look at how the ancient cities managed to maintain their anti-grav fields for several millennia without relying on vulnerable technology. Don't they know that the breakdown effect is only increasing the closer we get to the Starlight Megalodon? While it's true the ancient cities are rather troublesome to approach, we can gain substantial benefits from finding out how they are able to accomplish certain matters. It would be great if we capture more sacred gods and turn them to our side like we did with Kalangso. Whoa there, slow down, VS. In truth, Captain Bird isn't very eager for us to become too distracted by how the natives do things. The more we become enamored by the natives and the sacred gods, the more we lose the essence of what makes us Vandals. We're a mech regiment, Not a beast rider regiment. That pulled VS back from his obsession. He shook his head to clear his mind. Is this why Captain Bird refuses to visit an ancient city? Exactly, Dakin said. She prefers we focus on developing a solution against the breakdown effect through our own efforts rather than attempt to replace our mechs with exobeasts. Besides, she's also convinced we've delayed long enough. She wants us to march straight through the Stormlands and reach the Starlight Megalodon before any of our rivals get there first. Then what about the breakdown effect? You know as well as I do that we can't solve this problem by snapping our fingers. We'll find a way. We're the Vandals. Resourcefulness is rooted in our genes. Do you really believe that, or is that just expressing your support for Captain Bird's decision? The chief engineer grinned. In fact, I think I'm onto something here. I've come up with several theories related to the god crystals that might help. They are derived from the astral winds and share much of the same properties. I think if we can employ them correctly, we might be able to mitigate the space-time distortion that occurs when the astral winds experience turbulence. That actually sounded like it might actually work. How far are you into looking into this solution? We haven't even activated the god crystals yet. Chief Dakin shook his head. Do you think we've made any headway into applications? We have to learn how to walk before we can learn how to run. Solving the power generation issue the highest priority of our research team. While there may be a chance that the breakdown effect won't be as serious as we thought, but we'll definitely run out of energy before we even make it to the battleship. The flagrant sore maidens needed to get their priorities straight. While the energy budget deficit and the breakdown effect appeared to be equally as crippling to their combat effectiveness, they really couldn't do without the energy necessary to move forward and fight. As for the breakdown effect, VS suspected that the brass didn't actually hold out much hope for a solution. Yet that shouldn't be enough of a reason to avoid the ancient cities. In truth, there's more than that. The chief engineer hesitated. When Captain Orphan underwent an inspection at the infirmary, she passed on a message imparted into her mind by Kalanxo. VS became surprised. A message? Why didn't she mention anything to him in their earlier interaction? What did Kalanxo want to say? Kalanxo addressed her message directly to Captain Bird. I haven't heard the message, but from what I heard of the people around her, Kalanxo evidently didn't want us to march up to another ancient city and ruin their old way of life. And Captain Bird acquiesced? She did once she heard that Kalanxo promised to cooperate fully with us. That includes allowing us to study her god crystals and perform detailed tests of their operation. She even claims she can show us how she can direct her god crystals to generate an anti-grav field. This was absolutely big. Up until now, Kalanxo always gave the impression that she only reluctantly played along with the flagrant sore maidens. If she changed her mind and voluntarily showed them all of her tricks, was there any need to barge into an ancient city anymore? VS smiled ruefully at the chief. Kalanxo must care a lot about the ancient cities and the people and sacred gods that dwell inside them. For her to offer this concession must have weighed on her a lot. Captain Bird must have been convinced by Kalanxo's sincerity, because she contacted Commander Lydia right after and came to a consensus. They both ruminated in silence while they watched on as the researchers conducted yet another test related to the god crystals. It's true that we've disturbed the lives of the natives everywhere we went, VS said after he reflected over the actions the ground forces took so far. We're walking disasters to the degenerated savages. Nothing good happens to those we encounter. Still, I didn't think that Kalanxo has it in herself to sacrifice her freedom and well-being for the good of her own kind. Maybe the sacred gods are more human than we think. Don't be silly, VS. The sacred gods may carry a fancy name, but they're intelligent exobeasts at best. They're fascinating sentients, but they're completely alien from us. You've been working too much on Kalanxo. Don't forget whose side you are on. If it's a choice between us and Kalangso, I hope you don't make the wrong decision. I know what is best for me, VS quickly replied. Kalangso may be a fascinating individual, but she's as alien as the dwarves to me. I still want to get back to the Bright Republic, you know, and I can't do that if I don't have a ride home. I'm not the kind of short-sighted fool who's gone native and fights against my former comrades like a bad adventure drama. Those kinds of stories were a staple of entertainment for several thousand years. Ever since humanity rose into space from the age of stars, they dreamt of encountering alien cultures locked to a single isolated planet. Some of these stories even possessed a true basis. Humans stranded on untamed planets often forgot that they were part of a star-faring civilization when they no longer had access to the greater galaxy. VS already spent a few months on Seven and realized he may have already gone native in some aspects of his thinking. Have you got your head on straight again, VS? I do. Thank you for the reminder. For all your smarts, you still have a lot to learn from old men like me. I've already been around for a while, so I know how easy it is for young fellows like you to get caught up in your passion. VS left the lab and took a breath of the local air. Seven perpetually smelled like virgin lands. If not for the heavy gravity and the breakdown effect, this would have been a fantastic place to start up a colony. Now that the Beast Rider project pretty much completed most of its objectives, he decided to convene the experts and disband the team. While they still had a lot of follow-up assignments to complete, they didn't need to follow his direction anymore. Some of you will be assigned to the new Beast Rider support staff, while the rest will resume your regular duties. No matter where you go, I hope you take the lessons we learned to heart. Over the following days, VS wound down the Beast Rider project and handed over the data and their research to the new permanent support staff for the Beast Riders. Now that the Beast Rider interface worked as advertised, VS no longer needed to be involved. He became eager to wind down the Beast Rider project because he recognized that he became too involved in this matter. While he still enjoyed interacting with Kalangso and finding out the meaning behind the grand design her species was a part of, he didn't want to lose himself. VS was a mech designer. Best to leave the puzzles related to Kalangso and the natives to the exobiologists. Once he surrendered his responsibilities as project head, he felt liberated. No longer did he felt driven by the urge to continue his research. There was something wonderfully addicting about performing research into something new and learning something new in this way. It's a lot harder to learn something by finding it out by yourself than to read established theories from a textbook. In any case, there was no longer a need to develop a neural interface, so VS really couldn't justify his continued involvement regarding the Beast Riders. Although he often equated riding an exobeast to piloting a mech, in truth VS forced that perspective onto himself. I should get back at what I'm best and work with Mechs again. He transferred over to a mobile workshop and met up with Keddies again. Hey VS! What are you here for? I'm finally done with heading the Beast Rider project. My job is done, so I'm back to resume my old duties. Finally! Keddies shouted. You can't believe the kind of silly crap I have to deal with every day. The mechs keep getting worse and the mech technicians keep getting dumber. Oh? I didn't think it's gotten so bad. Keddies went to a console and displayed a chart to him. It depicted the amount of breakdowns and malfunctions over a span of a month. The frequency of technical incidents steadily rose as if it climbed up a hill. Damn! He cursed. The rate of increase is steeper than I thought. Tell me about the problems you're encountering. I want to have an idea on which parts break down faster. Well, it's mostly the legs that give up the ghost first. There's a large amount of moving parts there and they're all interdependent on each other. The legs also have to support the entire weight of the mechs, so if all of that force presses down on a misaligned component, it might snap and cause the mech to trip. What about the micro components? The processors and such? Have they been breaking down as well? Surprisingly, no. There's not much moving around except for energy. However, we've been keeping a close watch on our 3D printers, and some of its internal parts have already become skewed a few times. We should check the 3D printers more often, VS judged. There's a lot of moving parts inside a 3D printer, but the problem is that they are small and delicate and therefore easier to break. A mech is still a war machine, so many of its components can still take a beating. That doesn't apply to 3D printers. It only takes a moderate bump for them to stop functioning. VS really worried about the 3D printers and a couple of other vitally important production equipment. If a mech broke down, then fine. They could always fix it up again somehow. If all of their 3D printers and their tools broke down, then they didn't have any means to fix up their mechs. What then? The flagrant sword maidens would no longer be any different from the savages if they lost all of their mechs and equipment. Chapter 846 True to Mechs. The long days of marching continued. The mechs and legged transports moved forward at the pace of a snail. They couldn't help it as the heavy transports needed to fight against the heavy gravity without the aid of energy-intensive anti-grav fields. Of course, they still bled an enormous amount of energy like a sieve. Their energy budget looked worse and worse by the day. The demand for a solution to their energy deficit grew stronger as the amount of charged energy cells in storage decreased. They were like thirsting refugees fleeing across an arid desert. Where could they find an oasis? Where could they quench their raging thirst? VS began to involve himself with the repair and maintenance of the Vandal mechs. He also checked how much progress Kedis achieved in solving difficult problems. "I'm quite impressed you're capable of solving these thorny issues," he said as he browsed through a log that described the various serious breakdowns she solved. "Although there's room for improvement, you've become more and more inventive." She snorted. "Those mechs tend to break down in the same way. Some parts just fail harder than other parts for some reason. Also, the mech technicians aren't entirely clueless. They've been solving the same problems over and over to the point where they don't need to call me anymore when a mech rolls in with the exact same issue." "I see." VS declined to point out that she questioned the intelligence of the mech technicians many times. "All of this sounds great, but haven't you ever thought about strengthening the error-prone parts so that they don't fail in the exact same way next time?" Kedis looked at VS as if he spoke an alien language. "Wuza? You're treating the symptoms instead of the root cause of the disease." "I thought the disease is the breakdown effect." "Look, Kedis, the difference between mech designers and chief technicians is that the former makes sure to prevent recurring problems while the latter will keep getting hit on the head." "Are you calling me stupid again?" VS first stopped at a projection of one simple rifleman mech and amplified its leg area. "According to the logs, you've repaired this same mech 5 times for the same mechanical breakdown since I put you in charge, is that correct?" "Yeah. Look at this joint here. It can't hold up to uneven pressure at all. It's so badly designed that it practically snaps like a twig if uneven pressure is applied, which tends to happen a lot when random parts in the legs start messing up." VS tapped his armored finger against the surface of the console. "Haven't you ever considered redesigning this joint section into a stronger version?" That's kind of hard, you know. Also, I'm just a guest designer. The Vandals don't trust me if I make any changes." That was a valid concern. VS expected more from Kedis, but she could be excused from holding back if she thought the Vandals didn't want her to become too involved with their mechs. She already gained a lot of insights about their machines. Still, the Vandals had themselves to blame. None of the mech designers sent with the ground expedition were any good. Even Kedis lacked the required capability, but at least she was humble enough to know her shortcomings and earnest enough to learn. Alright, I'm back in charge for now, so you don't need to worry about that stuff. I'll take care of it myself. You've already learned the most valuable lessons anyway. Does that mean I'm no longer in charge of supervising the workshops? She sounded like she might actually miss the job despite complaining about it all the time. While VS was tempted to keep her as his free helper for a while longer, she needed to expand her horizons. He shook his head. It's not that helpful to your development unless you're willing to take some risks and start modifying the designs of our mechs. Since this is a rather sensitive matter, I don't advise you to begin doing so with us. Go back to Myra at the Sword Maidens and tell her what I told you. I think she'll be more than willing to show you the ropes. Modifying a mech is like designing a variant, except it already exists. After lecturing her a bit about the importance of learning how to modify a mech, VS packed her off and virtually kicked her out to the Sword Maiden portion of the expedition. VS felt a little lonely now that Kedis had left. He knew he placed a bit too much interest in her development as a mech designer. Kedis, Kalankso, what else? Am I becoming too attached to things, or is this an expression of what it is like to be human? He considered his interest in Kalankso to be the same as loving a pet. That reminded him of Lucky. It had been years since he last held Lucky in his grasp. He hoped the people back on Cloudy Curtain took care of his mechanical cat and fed him lots of exotic minerals. I hope that mischievous cat doesn't get in trouble. For lack of a better option, VS strapped the comm holding the mech designer system onto Lucky's neck like a collar. With regards to the system, he couldn't trust anyone but Lucky with its safety. Still, a long time had passed, and even more time would pass before he returned home. VS really wanted to know how the Living Mech Corporation fared in his absence. At this stage in the war, reduced consumer spending, increased debt, and resource shortages will surely affect my company's bottom line. The future won't be bright for the mech industry for the next couple of years. The mech industry in the Bright Republic followed a boom-bust cycle. Times of prosperity alternated with times of misery, and both market demand and resource costs fluctuated wildly. According to historical trends, many mech manufacturers had already gone bust, particularly the smaller ones whose mech designers got drafted to serve the Republic. After the war, a deep recession often set in as the demand for mechs fell to a low. A lot of forces, including the Mech Corps, incurred huge debts when they replenished their war losses in order to maintain their combat strength. Therefore, they no longer ordered new mechs. Sometimes, they even tried to get rid of their used mechs in the second-hand market. Veterans discharged from the Mech Corps cleverly founded their mercenary corps during this time and snapped up these second-hand mechs on the cheap. Why buy a brand new mech when a lightly used mech that performed just as good was up to 50% cheaper? It was hard for mech manufacturers to compete against the flood of used mechs. In addition, the transition to the next generation of mechs happened about half a decade later. At this point in time, who wanted to purchase a current-gen mech that turned into last-gen trash goods in a relatively short amount of time? Many mech procurers possessed a lot of savvy. They had to be, as even the cheapest mechs cost 3 million credits. With such vast sums being thrown around, it wasn't easy to fool these informed buyers. Maybe the minimum cost will be bumped up to 4 million credits instead soon. The Bright Republic always spent more money than they earned. All of this deficit spending sent inflation soaring and sent the economy into a tumble. Despite these pessimistic prospects, VS remained confident that the LMC was able to tide over this difficult period. A recession is also a blessing to those who know how to grasp the opportunities. A lot of businesses went bust, a lot of people got laid off, and a lot of equipment and gear got dumped into the market. As long as the LMC still stood, there may be a way to double or triple its assets in less than a year. However, the prerequisite of it all was that VS and the company possessed an abundant amount of capital. Without money, how could he obtain anything? VS did not worry too much about the issue of money. Even if the LMC dug itself into a financial hole, the prosperity of a mech manufacturer depended on the abilities of the mech designer. VS possessed enough confidence that he could make up any shortfall through both legal and illegal means. Just the rudimentary ultra-compact battery he developed by himself possessed an amazing amount of value to the tune of billions of credits. If necessary, he could anonymously sell it once or twice without drawing too much attention. If he sold more than that in a short amount of time, he'd definitely attract unwanted attention, so he couldn't resort to such means for long. Well, it's just one of the many ways in which I can use what I learned to my advantage. VS waved away his thoughts for the future and focused on the present. He began to fall into his familiar role of overseeing the mech workshops. He also took a step ahead of Keddies and started lightly revising the designs of individual mechs to make them less error-prone. If the same part broke 3 or more times in a row, then that signified a weak point in the design. As a mech designer, VS couldn't stand such a vulnerability left alone. While all of this work was rather tedious and not very challenging to VS, he felt as if he nurtured his soul by getting back to mechs. He slowly reflected on himself and realized that he had become too obsessed with his research on neural interfaces. I think I went a little bit overboard there. His drive to learn and his hunger for knowledge cropped up again and pushed him to cross all kinds of dangerous lines. Spending too much time on this isolated planet made VS lose all fear of repercussions. I can't continue that kind of behavior once I leave the frontier. The MTA and CFA may be non-existent threats here, but in civilized space they are very much a force to be reckoned with, even if they seem distracted lately. Nonetheless, as much as researching the man-beast connection allowed him to learn a lot about mechs and gave him a bunch of inspiration, it was a bit too far removed from his core interests. I have to be more rational. The problem was that mech designers depended heavily on passion to fuel their motivation. VS encountered plenty of mech designers who possessed hollow passion but extremely rational minds. They normally tended to be risk-averse cowards and losers. You can't get anywhere as a mech designer if you don't take some risks. The best motivation to take risks is when you pursue your passion. VS needed to achieve a balance between passion and rationality. He needed to think with his mind as well as his heart. While that sounded simple on paper, it was much harder to achieve in reality because humans were emotional creatures. This was why he valued his return to normality. Resuming his old duties and getting his hands on mechs again cleansed his soul and doused the fires that drove him to irrational, hot-headed pursuits. Is this what every high-ranking mech designer has to struggle with? He asked himself. VS felt a temptation to switch to full-time research. As long as any mech designer possessed a half-decent foundation in the sciences, they could explore the wondrous possibilities of what was possible by themselves and develop new theories or technologies. Yet VS had always been taught that a mech designer should never be a full-time researcher. They needed to stay in touch with practice by designing mechs and selling them. Only through delivering finished products would mech designers be able to stay true to mechs. I think the most difficult skill a mech designer isn't their design ability or their learning ability. It's not their ability to be responsive to the market or fabricate a mech without faults. A mech designer still had to be good at those, but at their core all of those skills depended on one of the most basic ones of all. No. The most difficult skill by far is self-control, Chapter 847 Another Use for Dwarves. Crossing over in the Stormlands marked the formal start of their isolation. For some reason, the terrain became a lot more rougher and uneven. Scars and impact craters marred the ground and vegetation grew unevenly or with more mutation. It made the environment resemble a primal playground that still needed a couple of 100 million years to settle down. Even the wildlife grew more feral. Fewer animal hordes roamed the lands, but each individual beast seemed larger and deadlier. The carnivores who preyed on them had a tough fight on their hands if they hunted a healthy herbivore. No more ancient cities dwelled in the Stormlands. No sacred gods held territory here. Another difference in the Stormlands was that the prevalence of godlings and wild gods increased by at least twice or thrice. As lizard-like carnivores, they competed against regular carnivores who almost always lost the struggle. In turn, however, the godlings competed much more aggressively over territory. They fought and dueled against each other to hold large scraps of lands. Those who failed to claim a territory for themselves had to resort to scavenging or other ignoble means of existence. Their calorie intake couldn't keep up with their growth, and over time they starved to death before reaching the final prize. Only very few godlings possessed the strength, cunning, and luck to survive for a century. Once they finally bridged over the final gap, they became wild gods. Yet these wild gods inhabiting a land devoid of any ancient cities and sacred gods did not laze about every day. The struggle for territory continued on even fiercer. While wild gods didn't need to go out and eat very often, they always ate an enormous amount during every feeding session. Therefore, wild gods required an even greater intake of food, and that meant that they needed to claim far more territory than in their younger stage. Since wild gods could easily live for thousands of years, Aeon Corona 7 would eventually be flooded with wild gods if they kept popping up. Yet as massive as the planet stretched, it could only sustain so many hungry mouths. This inevitably led to a lot of duels between wild gods. The feral, irascible creatures didn't possess any exceptional intelligence if they hadn't come in touch with any humans. The normal instinct of a wild god pushed them to claim everything for themselves. Sharing territory or forming a pack was a step too far for these apex predators. Since each wild god possessed strange powers, their battles often led to destructive effects. Some of the terrains still bore their marks to this day, which sometimes forced the ground expedition to take detours. It was worse when the flagrant sword maidens encountered battling wild gods on their way. They always took wider detours as it wasn't worth it to subdue the massive creatures with their mechs. A detour cost much less energy than killing the dueling wild gods. The declining reserves of energy over the past month prompted the brass to institute a widespread cutback on their energy usage. Both mechs and transports dialed down to a lower power setting, but the gravitic backpacks and anti-grav modules working to keep them light enough drained so many batteries and energy cells that their future prospects looked poor. Some found the decision to turn away from the ancient cities and decline a chance to learn from some of their methods was a big mistake. The blessed people survived for millennia on a heavy gravity planet. While they seem poor and degenerated right now, that made their continued survival all the more exceptional. We could have progressed a lot further in our research in the god crystals if we traded some essential goods from the ancient cities, Chief Dakin lamented. Hopefully, this final trial will finally allow us to achieve what we should have accomplished a month ago. I hope so as well, VS said. Inside one of the mobile labs, both of them stood inside an observation room that overlooked an experimental chamber that held one of their pure god crystals. They possessed many more, but they had all been collecting dust in the vault all this while. While the Beast Rider project had ended long ago and transferred its results to the Beast Rider support staff, the God Crystal project still hadn't been able to make any substantial progress as of late. Kilangso hadn't been of much help, as much of her usage of the God Crystals appeared to be instinctive. It was like she moved an extra limb. How could she describe what she did to people who didn't possess this extra limb? Therefore, the God Crystal project stalled as the engineers and researchers working on this project only achieved minor results. Yet the holy grails of calling down an energy tornado to fill up its energy reservoirs and discharging the energy in a form that the Vandals could make use of still remained out of reach. Hasn't Kalankso helped you out by demonstrating both of these capabilities? VS asked. Chief Dakin sighed. She's done so several times, but taking sensor readings is one thing. Replicating the phenomenon is another thing entirely. We don't understand the underlying principles. The only thing we learned is that all of this stuff is extremely complicated and goes way over our heads. Therefore, we've been resorting to trial and error to rule out the wrong approaches. The upcoming test is the final approach left. After Captain Orphan finally came out of the infirmary after a week of testing and examinations, their cooperation with Kalankso kicked up a gear. Lieutenant Dice of the Sword Maidens underwent a ceremony as well with the sacred god, although her transformation seemed to be a bit less intense. Kalankso did say there was a reason they generally limited themselves to selecting only one chosen at a time. There wouldn't be any point of selecting a third chosen, as she didn't have any capacity to spare to bear the burden. Her age and abundant amount of god crystals were the only reason she could handle the load of choosing 2 humans to be her representatives. As the Beast Riders enabled Kalankso to speak to the flagrant Sword Maidens directly, they understood each other much better. Kalankso was able to teach them much, but the problem was that she was an exobeast. What would she know of the sciences? She didn't understand any of the mechanisms and theories behind her body structure, metaphysical powers, or even the purpose of her own existence. Therefore, it took 1 long month for the God Crystal Project to reach this point. Prepare the experiment! The God Crystal resting in the center of the chamber was not alone this time. For one reason or another, an exobiologist grafted a bulbous piece of flesh onto its surface. It looked like the God Crystal became infected with some kind of horrible alien parasite. What's the deal with that mass of flesh? VS asked. It's the solution we finally came up with. Chief Dakin grimaced. We tried many ways of inciting the God crystals to activate and perform a function. It turned out for all our methods, we missed the most obvious one. The sacred gods are able to activate the God crystals by coming in touch with them and using their thoughts to direct their functions. So what the exobiologists did is to clone Kalankso's tissue to create an artificial nerve structure. That doesn't sound like much. That's because there's more to the point. We believe strong thoughts are needed to activate the God crystals, so we've captured a dwarf chieftain and took out its brains and put them into that fleshy ball that's responsible for keeping it alive. What? You're depending on dwarf brains? VS was amazed at this crazy but ingenious solution. Sounds crazy, right? The chief engineer grinned. Yet according to our rudimentary theories, a single God crystal doesn't require much input to do its work. However, for some reason, only the natives are able to unlock them. There's no use in cloning brains from scratch or to use mouse brains or dog brains. Only an actual individual who grew up on this planet fits the right category. All of this sounded extremely convoluted. If VS asked someone like Dr. Tillman directly, she would likely spend half a day to lecture him about the greatness of using transplanted dwarf brains as a way to excite the God crystals. In the Stormlands, the wildlings roamed in lesser numbers. However, they were twice as ferocious as gathered together in large tribes more often. Each large tribe also inevitably enjoyed the protection of at least one bonded wild god. The flagrant Sword Maidens generally chose to detour around them when the scouts detected a large tribe on their way to prevent any conflict. Overall, the wildling tribes weren't afraid of competing directly against the wild gods for territory. Since a bonded wild god benefited from the intelligence from its dwarf rider, they usually obtained the upper hand. Chief, the preparations are done. We can start the experiment right away. Commence the experiment. Someone behind a control panel activated a command to the fleshy growth. The dwarf brains inside had been crudely reprogrammed into an organic computer of sorts. While it was impossible for the flagrant sore maidens to wipe the mind, the exobiologists did their best, which managed to impart them with the command to send out a specific thought pattern on command. This time, the dwarf brains received the instructions of discharging a small amount of energy in the God crystal in the form of electricity. The control panels displayed various parameters beginning to spike. Something was happening. Several experts and specialists reported various changes, but VS didn't pay attention to them. Instead, he looked at the God crystal and the fleshy growth and faintly sensed a tingling in his sixth sense. VS understood what the flagrant sore maidens missed for several months. The God crystals could only interact with spirituality. Since dead and non-living objects generally didn't possess any spirituality, it was no wonder the God crystals didn't react to any external stimuli. Pushing it, electrocuting it, heating it, blasting it with radiation and more had nothing to do with spirituality. Only a living mind possessed this elusive trait. Even though a wildling or any other normal human for that matter possessed a negligible amount of spirituality, they still possessed a tiny flame. Normally, this untouchable bit of spirituality had no meaningful interaction with the outside world, but the God crystals were very different from the norm. The dwarf brains might only possess a feeble flame, but it was more than enough to turn some kind of switch in the God crystal. A simple electronic apparatus connected to the other end of the God crystal. Shortly after the God crystal began glowing, the apparatus glowed as well as it absorbed an uneven amount of power. We've detected direct current. The God crystal is powering the testing apparatus. The current is unstable. Power levels are rising. They're spiking. The God crystal suddenly discharged a lightning bolt's worth of energy to the apparatus at once, and the fuses blew immediately. Nonetheless, none of the experts cared about this disaster. We did it! We generated electricity! We have a new power source! It won't be long before we can turn the God crystals into power generators. Chief Dakin smiled, though he didn't join the jubilation. Why are you celebrating? We're nowhere done right now. Our dwarf brains have friend and the fuses are blown. More than that, the God crystal is out of juice and we have no way to recharge it yet. The flagrant sore maidens still hadn't figured out the method to excite the God crystal into siphoning higher dimensional energy and matter from the astral winds. Still, now that they proved that making use of dwarf brains as controllers worked, they were on the right track. The God Crystal Project expected to make brisk progress now that they no longer ran around like headless chickens. Chapter 848 Sick Generator. When the flagrant sore maidens finally found a way to discharge the remnant energy inside the God crystals in the form of electricity, they quickly got the ball rolling. 2 days after the first successful test, they managed to stabilize the output of the God crystal. It wouldn't discharge all of its energy in a single instant anymore, and could be commanded to release a stable output. Another day after that, the God Crystal Project managed to get a God crystal to release its energy in the form of heat, electromagnetic radiation, sound waves, and more. While the researchers hadn't managed to find a way to shape the output of a God crystal into an antigrav field or something similar, it was only a matter of time before they found the key. A week after the initial test, the God Crystal Project finally managed to solve their most important goal, which was to get the God crystals to siphon energy from the astral winds. A single God crystal only called down a thin line from the skies, and filled up its energy reserves extremely slowly. Even though that was a pathetic result, it finally presented hope to the flagrant sore maidens. No longer did they have to rely on their meager amount of power generators for a continued source of energy. One God crystal isn't enough. We have to use them in unison. The more God crystals that activated at the same time, the easier the siphoning occurred. At some point, enough God crystals called down an energy tornado that drastically increased the charging rate. With over 50 God crystals in their possession, they possessed enough God crystals to feed the daily needs of the flagrant sore maidens. Once we build the surrounding infrastructure, we'll finally be running an energy surplus. In truth, they barely maintained the status quo, and that was only when they didn't increase their energy usage through combat. Still, as long as they kept running a deficit, all of their empty batteries and energy cells would no longer be useless anymore. They'd be able to build up a healthy reserve of energy and expend them whenever the situation demanded. I'm really glad we finally cracked the code. Chief Dakin sighed when he met with VS again. Captain Bird has been hounding me every day for a solution. I can finally get a good night's sleep for once. VS looked on as the God Crystal Project worked on an abomination of a machine. 10 God crystals rested on some kind of giant cage with masses of fleshy tissue locked inside the cage. It looked extremely unsettling, and only the exobiologists dared to get close. How many dwarf brains are inside that fleshy mass? 20, 2 for each God crystal. It's always good to have a spare. The Vandals kidnapped 20 dwarves from the Stormlands and cut off their brains from their bodies to make this unholy abomination. Even to VS, that sounded extremely gruesome. Yet to the God Crystal Project, this God Crystal generator represented their salvation. It was at least several times better at generating energy than a conventional power generator. With 5 of them, the flagrant sore maidens wouldn't have to worry about running short on energy for a very long time. VS witnessed them at work many times. Over the last 2 weeks, the God Crystal Project rapidly developed the God Crystal Generator and cobbled together 5 of them at a time. They still encountered a couple of problems though. The dwarf brains weren't very good at passing on instructions, as the Vandal researchers possessed a poor grasp in the field of reprogramming a mind. These dwarf brains think about all kinds of stupid thoughts even when they are separated from their heads. They're filled with chaos. This was why it sometimes took a while for the God Crystal generators to get going. Still, all of these problems could be solved in time. The main issue was that the flagrant sword maidens no longer had to be so conservative with their energy expenditure. Even simple luxuries like cooked food and extra projectors for work or entertainment made a lot of difference among the men. Having marched for so long on land, the mindless travel was starting to grate on their patience. The only reason why they hadn't acted out was because the Stormlands were filled with danger. Any mech or person who wandered off would be vulnerable to the wild gods and the large wildling tribes that regularly roamed these parts. The only snags they hit was that they still hadn't found a way to generate an antigrav field with the God crystals, and that the breakdown effect became steadily more impactful. The 3D printers the Vandals heavily depended on already started suffering breakdowns as well. They had to shut down the machines and open it up to fix whatever broke. Due to the size and complexity of these machines, it always took at least half a day to solve a problem, which significantly delayed repairs to Mechs. Fortunately, with VS at the helm, the Mechs didn't actually break down faster. Prevention is better than cure. There's no way I'm going to let the same problem happen 5 times in a row as if I'm a stupid bot. The modifications he imposed on the Mechs gave the mech technicians a lot of extra work. They grumbled and whined, but did not dare to do so openly in front of VS. Since he often inspected the workshops, the mech technicians didn't dare to slack off. It didn't take long for his modifications to yield results. There was even a period of time where the Vandals suffered less malfunctions than before. Of course, the breakdown effect steadily grew in strength, so they only enjoyed a brief reprieve. Over at the Sword Maidens, Myra had already instituted these changes long ago. Unlike the Vandals, the main mechs of the Sword Maidens such as the Devil Razor and Silver Valencia had all been designed from her hand. As the developer of these swordsman mechs, Myra was able to design much more comprehensive modifications that addressed the problem much more effective than what VS had done. VS decided to pay a visit to her workshop during the next long break for the day. As the legged transports halted, the men and women rapidly erected a handful of temporary prefab structures to make camp. Everyone had done this so many times that they became extremely practiced in assembling and disassembling these structures that served as a temporary barracks, mess hall, workshop, and more. After he crossed over the Sword Maiden side of the camp and entered one of its workshops, he greeted Myra. "Hey! VS. How is Keddy's doing lately?" "She's been around," Myra said mildly. "I appreciate the experience you granted her. She's much more respectful of the mech workshops now ever since she worked alongside some real mech technicians." Looking at Myra's calm expression as she sat behind a terminal in her combat armor made VS mistake her as an officer. Every time he met her in person, he became impressed by her poise. This trait alone turned her into an anomaly among pirates. Her self-control must be leagues ahead of VS. VS smiled. "I'm glad to hear that Keddy's is better. As a former teacher of her, I can't help but see a lot of promise in her. As long as she keeps up her current work ethic, there's no way she'll remain stuck at the bottom." Both of them looked at each other with mutual understanding. Even though VS didn't know Keddy's all that long, he really wanted her to succeed, if only because she was his first serious student. "Why have you come here? I doubt it's just to chat. You don't visit very often." "I've been wanting to talk to you about the breakdown effect," VS said. "From what I've observed from the Sword Maiden mechs and from what I know of my own capabilities, we're only able to cope with the situation for a month or two. If the breakdown effect keeps becoming stronger at the same rate, then there comes a point where we're unable to catch up. By then, we'll have to take much longer breaks in order to repair all of the mechs. The problem is weighing on our minds as well, you know. However, our research capability is much less impressive than that of the Vandals. We know how to fight and how to maintain our mechs, but dealing with these unusual phenomena is outside of our reach. I thought you Sword Maidens visited all kinds of dangerous and exotic planets." Myra smiled ruefully at VS. "Even in the frontier, we only pick the low-hanging fruit. There is a lot of riches to be gained in these restricted planets, but the risk of getting stranded or annihilated through sudden circumstances is too great. The only people who dare to visit a planet as dangerous as Aeon Corona 7 are the hardcore treasure hunting expeditions. Our courage may be great, but we aren't impulsive enough to throw ourselves straight into a disadvantageous situation. What if you encounter something like the breakdown effect? We would just give up on our objectives and leave. Who cares about obtaining spoils when we won't live to enjoy them? Commander Lydia never hesitates to pull back if the situation turns shifty. I think those same criteria apply right now. Isn't everything that is happening to us dangerous? We have no choice this time." Myra sighed and lowered her eyes. "The treasures people believe is locked inside the Starlight Megalodon is invaluable to the backers of Lydia's Sword Maidens." VS noticed a subtle point in her words. "You believe we won't find anything aboard the Starlight Megalodon?" "Go figure." She shrugged. "How long has it been since she crashed on 7? What did the surviving crew do? It would be pointless to keep anything useful inside the battleship. If I was in charge, I wouldn't hesitate to dismantle her into useful components that could be used to build a city. Perhaps the survivors actually did so. Don't you think the ancient cities look like they could have been made out of the hull of the battleship?" VS reluctantly shook his head. "I don't think so. We've scraped some samples of the alloy structures in Malak and Samar, and their alloys are composed of mundane metals mined from the planet. We even dated them and everything, and they're roughly 3,000 years old. Still, I don't think your sentiment is wrong. A CF-8 battleship of that time is as large as a city. There's no question that the survivors brought out equipment and valuables. However, according to our clues, several splits might have occurred among the survivors. Oh? She raised her eyebrows. What are your thoughts on the matter? I think the survivors definitely disagreed on some matters. More than that, I can't say. All the ideas I've come up with is baseless speculation. Yet it's undeniable that the Starlight Megalodon still possesses some functionality. We all know what happened when the Caged and Red Tongs attempted to bombard the surface. Do you think that we'll still be welcome if we arrive at the battleship? This event still weighed heavily on the flagrant sword maidens even after a long time had passed. Myra pursed her lips. I can't say. What I do know is that there is at least someone on this planet who sent out FTL-capable shuttles to reveal their presence and draw us to this planet. It can't be the blessed people or the wildlings who led us to the Aeon Corona system. The FTL-capable shuttles piloted by cloned individuals were cast out as bait for some reason. Like moths to the flame, the flagrant sword maidens and a handful of other rivaling forces managed to win the competition over the keys that allowed them entry into this star system. Yet why would anyone on this planet do so? To ask for rescue or a way out of this primitive planet? Or for something else? VS still couldn't ascertain the motives of those who lured them all here. Chapter 849 Suitable for the Purpose. VS and Myra chatted some more about the unusual circumstances of the planet. Eventually, they drew back to the original topic of the meeting. Have you figured out any way to shield our mechs and machines from the breakdown effect? Myra frowned a bit. I've poured a lot of time and effort into this very issue. Did you know what I learned? What did you find out? VS asked. The mech models that I've personally designed are breaking down ever so slightly less. It's not only due to my mastery of their designs and my modifications. I've performed an extensive statistical analysis, and there is an outside factor that can't be attributed to what I've mentioned before. The only mechs this protection applies to are my own mechs. VS didn't doubt her words. A journeyman mech designer wouldn't botch something as simple as a statistical analysis. That caused him to think of the next step. If an outside factor existed that already protected some of the Sword Maiden mechs, could they leverage this influence? He even already honed in on the fact that only her personally developed models resisted the breakdown effect better. Was it the X factor? Though VS had seen the Devil Razor and the Silver Valencia in person and didn't perceive any special X factor, they still possessed a small advantage compared to generic mechs. Myra explicitly designed the Devil Razor and some other designs as the exclusive mechs of the Sword Maidens. Not only did she design them by herself, preventing others from polluting her vision for her mechs, they also inherited her affection for the Sword Maidens. A labor of love differed dramatically and carried an entirely different meaning than a commercial product bought from the market or scavenged from the battlefield. The internal Sword Maiden mechs not only carried Myra's affection, they were also well-loved products by the Sword Maiden mech pilots themselves. Therefore, even if their X factor didn't amount to much compared to a mech designed by VS, they possessed their own charm that gave them a tiny edge over other pirate outfits. It may have been one of the reasons why Lydia's Sword Maidens managed to survive for so long. Still, broaching this subject touched upon his own advantages. Though he respected Myra immensely, it didn't mean he wanted to hand over priceless secrets for free. So for now, VS could only approach the issue from an indirect angle. Maybe the fact that you are the designer who is in close proximity to your designs is the difference. Myra frowned at VS. While that is a potentially logical argument, it's also poorly conceived. What difference does it make if I'm the designer? Well, is there another answer that can explain it better? The breakdown effect is caused by the space-time distortions originating from the turbulence in the flow of higher-dimensional particles above our heads. Nothing about them is related to the fact that I'm in the vicinity of the mechs I've designed. Correlation does not necessarily imply causation. She basically stated that VS was being nonsensical. It was like saying that someone was a genocidal murderer because he wore the same mustache as an infamous villain. Look, Myra, just sit still for a moment and think. Can you come up with a better explanation than this? While Myra already developed several possibilities, they sounded even less plausible. However, to accept the suggestion by VS would force her to surrender to metaphysics. Mech designers instinctively avoided metaphysical phenomena unless they aimed to harness them. In every other case, metaphysical phenomena only added to their burdens. Let's say your guess is correct, she said, not quite taking it seriously yet but contemplating the possibilities if it was true. What do you want to do? It's simple. We can design a new mech that's adapted to the environment. Design a new mech? VS came up with this idea as soon as he heard Myra's observation. Wasn't this the best solution? Not only would they design a mech that would hopefully enjoy some spiritual protection, they could also make specific changes to their mechs that allowed them to fit the environment even better than their regular mechs. Think about it. VS spoke. Before we reached Aeon Corona 7, we heavily underestimated the difficulties we'd face. We only expected heavy gravity, but it turns out the surface is racked with the breakdown effect as well. Most of our mechs will fare exceptionally poorly if they stray within 1,000 kilometers of the crash site, and they can forget about functioning at all if they enter within a range of about 100 kilometers. It's clear to me that pretty much our entire mech roster is too unsuited to the task of fighting close to the Starlight Megalodon. So your idea is to design a new mech that can conceivably operate within the vicinity of the battleship? Myra gave the suggestion a deep thought. Even if the relationship you mentioned earlier didn't exist, it's still a viable idea to pursue. However, we'll be faced with severe restrictions. While it's not too difficult to design a mech in the field, it's very hard to fabricate them with our equipment and resources. This was the biggest limitations they faced. Right now, they brought enough equipment and supplies to maintain and repair their mechs. It was a stretch to state they brought enough to fabricate new mechs. While VS acknowledged those limitations, he was already used to designing mechs under difficult conditions. He grinned at Myra. I don't think those are serious disadvantages. Let's think about what kind of mech can best resist the breakdown effect. It has to be as mechanically robust and simple as possible. The best performing mech isn't necessarily the most complex one. Rather, the best mech is one that is extremely simple while retaining sufficient combat strength to deal with equivalent threats. There's no question to me that our rivals will eventually resort to the same solution as ours. Myra mused while she ran with the idea. If the breakdown effect will grow as severe as we think it will reach, then our mech designs will have to be dumbed down. There's also a question whether the entire mech needs to carry a gravitic backpack. You want to do away with the backpacks? They're too large, unwieldy, and mechanically complex. They're already a huge vulnerability for our regular mechs, but they will be prone to failure once they're carried within a 100-kilometer range of the Starlight Megalodon. VS tried to imagine a mech that had to resist both the breakdown effect and the crushing gravity. A dormant need within him to design a mech became stirred. He really missed this sensation. Still, an important question popped up. Since we're already discussing the possibility of designing a new mech, should we pool our abilities together and design a joint mech? If the two of them jointly designed a mech, they could potentially create a very strong mech for its intended purpose. Myra may not be the kind of mech designer who flexed her design chops, but as a journeyman mech designer, she was both capable and practical. While VS still fell short in some areas, his theoretical foundation was just as good as hers, if not better. He also brought a very huge hidden benefit to the table with his ability to foster the X factor in any design he worked upon. While a joint design may complicate its X factor, VS did not think the final product would disappoint. Unfortunately, Myra shot the idea down. No. She immediately shook her head. While it's helpful if we can combine our strong points and compensate for our weak points, it's not very tactful to develop a shared design. While we are still close allies, the proper separation has to be maintained. VS was a little disappointed that his ploy had failed to gain traction. He wanted to work alongside her in order to see what was special about journeyman mech designers and what kind of advantages they possessed that justified their stature. In the mech industry, only journeyman mech designers and higher were considered real mech designers. Even if VS had an inflated sense of self-worth, he keenly recognized that he still faced many limits as an apprentice. He wanted to advance so badly, but he was still a way off. Still, Myra had a point. VS calmed down and accepted her logic. Okay. I'll have to discuss this with Captain Bird, but I think I can gain her approval to design a completely new mech that can cope with the breakdown effect. However, even if we are designing separate mechs, what do you say about swapping some ideas? Designing a new mech is a lot easier if we can receive feedback from each other. I'm fine with that, as long as they don't touch upon the strategic points of our mechs. Let's keep it basic. VS and Myra proceeded to brainstorm some ideas for their upcoming designs. First off, the mech has to be a quadruped, Maria stated. A bipedal mech is inherently more unstable and can be knocked down or tipped over with sufficient force. It's not that easy for a mech to stand up once it falls. On the battlefield, a bipedal mech that takes minutes to climb up its feet will almost certainly be wrecked. VS agreed with her suggestion. A two-legged mech is just begging to be knocked flat on its back. A six-legged mech has two more legs than necessary that weigh it down and waste more energy. A four-legged mech, on the other hand, is exceptionally stable while still allowing for a light design. Do you think the weight class of the mech can be light or medium? It's better for us to design a light mech. Many of the failures result from an enormous amount of force being pressed upon an improperly aligned part. Light mechs are some of the least complex mechs, and they don't put too much weight on the limbs. A light mech won't have much armor, though. A medium mech expends too much energy. Minimizing the mass of our mech should be a top priority. That's going to be hard to accomplish with 4 legs. I can foresee that the mobility of our mech designs won't be anything impressive either. The designs don't have to be impressive. They have to be functional and suitable for the purpose. This was the key. The mech had to be suitable for the purpose. This meant that even if the spec sheets of their designs were something to cry about, as long as they fulfilled their intended purpose, so what? After a brief back and forth, VS started to develop a vague vision for a potential breakdown-proof design. It would be one of the worst mechs he'd ever designed. Due to the need to design a 4-legged mech, VS began to consider shaping his design in the form of a bestial mech. In fact, Myra already considered designing something like a tiger mech. Such a mech allowed the sword maidens to channel their ferocity in another way. Though it would be something of a glass cannon due to its weak armor and disappointing mobility, it could nonetheless tear apart any opponent that entered its range. Meanwhile, VS eventually rejected the option of designing a bestial mech, as the Vandal mech pilots generally didn't possess the experience or capability to pilot such mechs. The same applied to the sword maidens, but they were practically elites among pirates, so they should be able to adjust to the form a lot faster than the average Vandal mech pilot. Therefore, VS began to develop a bold idea. Why not eschew the conventional humanoid and bestial shapes and follow an original path? A simple, 4-legged mech doesn't necessarily have to look like a wolf, tiger, horse, or anything else that runs on 4 legs. Why not simply it further and design a frontline mech? Of all the possible mech types in existence, the frontline mech was as simple as a mech designer could get. The more VS contemplated the notion, the more he became enamored by it. While he had never designed a frontline mech before, he occasionally dreamed of doing so. Chapter 850 Beating the Breakdown. The idea to design a new mech that fit better with the environment than their existing mechs appealed to VS very much. He restrained his design tendencies for so long while he worked with the Vandals that he'd almost forgotten his true purpose. While the brief opportunities he gained in the past to design a competition mech satisfied his thirst for a bit, it was like a single drop of water in a vast desert. Now that he found a chance, he didn't intend to let go. Previously, the flagrant Vandals already possessed an abundant amount of suitable mechs for the jobs at hand. While they made use of fairly random Vision mechs they stole from their raids, the Vandals weren't entirely stupid and they prioritized older but serviceable military-grade mechs. None of the designs that VS could come up with could outperform these optimized mechs, even if he incorporated military-grade component design schematics. VS was just a single mech designer, while most of the other military-grade mechs were often designed by design teams led by one or multiple senior mech designers. Therefore, from the start, there was no point in offering the Vandals to design a mech that didn't add any value to their combat effectiveness. The situation changed once they landed on 7 and entered the Stormlands. With the breakdown effect wreaking greater havoc the closer they got to the source of the phenomenon, the Vandals faced the unpalatable prospect of restricting their mechs to the periphery. Even up to this day, the Vandals and Sword Maidens seriously considered sending their warriors and soldiers to the battleship on foot. While they knew that they needed to secure the interior of the Starlight Megalodon with foot soldiers, what about the exits? There was no point in sending them in only for some other force that managed to field their mechs to wait outside and capture any infantry force coming out with valuable loot. The flagrant Sword Maidens deeply worried about securing their exit lanes. The problem sounded similar to space-borne fleets maintaining orbital supremacy so that their land-bound forces had a way out after finishing their business on the ground. The power disparity between a mech and a soldier on foot is too huge. Even the worst mech in history can easily crush a soldier in combat armor. Due to the increasing strength of the breakdown effect, the flagrant Vandals already realized that their tough, strong and heavy suits of exoskeleton armor suffered the same fate as the mechs. Powered fully by a raft of servos and artificial musculature, the exoskeleton armors possessed way too many moving parts. The more moving parts a machine possessed, the higher the chance of suffering a failure. Perhaps 1 minute an arm would lock up. That was fine, because the exoskeleton armor could still fight even without a functional arm. It would be bad if one of the legs malfunctioned next. That would practically immobilize the suit that could easily rival or exceed the mass of a cow. This incredible mass also exacerbated the exoskeleton armor's needs as they all needed to wear heavy-duty gravitic backpacks that expended its energy reserves within hours. This ultimately limited their applications, as they simply didn't possess the necessary reach to venture deep within the Starlight Megalodon. Just like with mechs, the simpler the combat armor, the longer it lasted. The Vandals and the Sword Maidens already adjusted to this mentality, and their armorers began to fabricate a raft of light combat armor. Yes, light combat armor, which was the weakest and lightest possible protective suit specialized for combat operations. This was because medium combat armor depended on internal motors and servos, all of which basically consisted of lots of tiny parts that underwent a lot of strain from lifting all of the weight. Since the same logic that applies to combat armor is also valid to mechs, I don't see why we shouldn't consider this option. VS thought too simply. When he put the arguments forth in front of Captain Bird, she frowned. While I'm not a mech designer of a chief technician, even I know that adding a new mech model to our lineup is a huge undertaking. It's one thing to fabricate new combat armor. They're small, simple, and don't take too much effort to mass produce. It's an entirely different story when you're talking about something as large as mechs. Let me call in a specialist. He waited as Captain Bird called in Lieutenant Commander Soapstone. The logistics officer entered the meeting room aboard one of the heavy transports converted into a mobile headquarters. You called, Captain? She asked as she sent a curious glance towards VS. They hadn't interacted lately as they became preoccupied with their own issues. The ground expedition expended vast amounts of energy and supplies. Trying to make both of them last as long as possible tired her out continuously ever since she stepped foot on the ground. Please provide a judgment on Mr. Larkinson's proposal. When VS briefly summarized his plan to develop a breakdown-proof mech, Soapstone weighed the proposal seriously. What kind of materials are you looking to draw upon? Soapstone asked. Nothing too fancy. I know our limitations. I'm not going for quality but simplicity. We won't be making use of the best alloys and exotics. That means your breakdown-proof mech will inevitably be expendable. Is that a price that the Vandals are willing to pay? The mech will be weak regardless of what I do, VS stated simply. Putting too much bling on the mech is like putting lipstick on a dog. Most of the expense will be put to waste. It's much better to keep them cheap and simple as that makes it easy for us to produce a decent amount of breakdown-proof mechs in a short amount of time. We can even find a nearby or deposit to avoid drawing upon our diminishing resource stockpiles. VS made this consideration after much thought. He figured that Captain Bird and Lieutenant Commander Soapstone would be more inclined to reject his proposal if he insisted on designing an expensive mech that drew upon an excessive amount of expensive materials. Everyone tended to favor cheaper options over more expensive options, especially in a time of scarcity. The Vandals had always paid an extreme amount of attention on their energy and resource expenditures and really wouldn't be pleased if VS dumped a huge burden on their laps. It's doable, Captain, Soapstone concluded. If the mech is as simple and cheap as he claims, we won't have to make too many sacrifices to produce a squad of these breakdown-proof mechs. Is it possible to fabricate them on the move? I can design them in a way that they can be assembled in a semi-modular fashion. This way, the mech technicians can first fabricate all of the individual parts separately that can easily be stored in containers until we have need of them. When we wish to deploy them, it will only take half a day of work for a single crew to assemble them into working condition. VS made his final pitch. You can consider it as a contingency option, ma'am. I have experience with designing original mechs by myself, so I'm fully capable of taking on the design project by myself. Fabricating these mechs will take some effort, but it won't draw too many mech technicians away from their regular duties because they can easily and quickly reproduce all of the parts. If the breakdown effect isn't as serious as we thought, we can simply keep the parts in storage or recycle them down to their base materials. Besides, the Sword Maidens aren't sitting still. They're already on the move. Eventually, his arguments convinced Captain Bird. If you put it that way, it's worth a try. However, I don't want you pull away too many mech technicians from their regular duties. It's my understanding that they already have enough work on their hands. We can't afford to be delayed in our forward progress because our mechs take longer to be repaired. Good. I'll be sure to keep you apprised of my progress, Captain. I think it will take roughly a month for me to design a breakdown-proof mech that's fit for our circumstances. They began to discuss his choice for opting for a laser-armed frontline mech. Why go for a ranged mech instead of a melee mech? The simplest quadruped melee mechs are bestial mechs, and I don't have enough experience with their structure to design anything reliable. A frontline mech, on the other hand, is more like a humanoid mech with every redundant part stripped away. A ranged mech is much more mechanically simple than a melee mech that has to perform complicated movements to inflict damage. Not to mention that Myra already declared her intention to design a tiger-shaped melee mech. Allowing the Vandals to field ranged mechs neatly covered the weaknesses of the Sword Maiden bestial mechs, and strengthened the synergy of their allied forces. Don't forget that we only have a limited pool of mech pilots to draw upon, Mr. Larkinson. Any ranged mech pilot that we allocate to your breakdown-proof mechs is one less mech pilot in our main force. We both know that frontline mechs work best in greater numbers, but I'm not willing to weaken our main force. How many breakdown-proof mechs are you willing to support, ma'am? We'll have to see once we arrive at the mission site. For now, let's assume that I want to have a squad of 10 or 12 or so mechs. According to their estimates, they were getting closer and closer to the Starlight Megalodon. It might take 2 to 3 months to finally get close enough to contest for control over the battleship. This meant that VS needed to have his new mech ready by then. While this time frame was rather tight considering their limited fabrication capabilities, VS possessed enough confidence that he could finish the job in time. Leave it to me, Captain. VS eventually left the meeting room and returned to the mobile workshop. He managed to obtain approval for his latest project, but only after he agreed to several provisions. They weren't anything unexpected. He was basically on his own during the design process, and when it was time to fabricate his designs, he couldn't draw on more than 2 crews of mech technicians at a time. If I want to complete everything in time, I'll have to stick to my promises and keep my mech as cheap and mechanically simple as possible. He considered this project a rare and valuable opportunity to showcase his design prowess after a long time of dormancy. Properly speaking, this design project amounted to developing his third formal original mech design. Even though the plan was to only fabricate 12 of them at most, with very little possibility of using outside of this mission, it did not take away the fact that VS had the opportunity to design a mech for the purpose of serving his clients. In the case of the Black Beak medium night mechs and the Crystal Lord medium laser rifleman mechs, VS explicitly designed those mech models for the market. This time, his third original mech design exclusively served the flagrant vandals and no one else, but that did not take away the sanctity of the designer-client relationship. Whether a mech designer developed a mech for the market or for a specific client, they both served their core purpose of their profession. Myra was no less of a mech designer than those who ran multi-billion credit mech manufacturers in civilized space. While the pirate designer mainly designed mechs for the Sword Maidens and a couple of allied pirate gangs, her designs did not lose out too much to those who designed mechs meant for sale in the brutally competitive mech markets. Well, since this is my first formal design project in a very long while, I'll have to start from the beginning. What is my vision for my third original design?